Well, good morning, and what a good morning it is. And I must apologise to Nitro FM because I've only just put the headset on, so my apologies for that. Oh, thanks, mate. Thank you. We'll get onto that a bit later on, but wow. Oh, okay, here we go then. Run What You Brung, custom car. No, this is just Run What You Brung today. Custom car invitational tomorrow. Yeah, this is just going to be a jaw-dropping weekend. Can't wait for everything that's going to happen. Yeah, just bring it on, basically. Bring it on. That's all I can say. Right, first pair go through. Ian Smith with the minor goes 12.18. Nice little run for him to open his account this weekend. Thing is, I don't know all of the cars in Run What You Brung. That's definitely Clive Charles down there in the 100E. He had a brilliant weekend a couple of weeks ago running this car in the 100E Challenge. That was at, I think it was his first time in the class actually. And the car's flying, very, very consistent. And what the 100E Challenge do is they have races. And whoever wins the most races, and they just pick the parents. And I think he won every single one of them. Absolutely brilliant weekend.
Well, he's got a 12.49 dial-in, which is not hanging about at all.
I saw him in the lanes this morning, and he said, "Oh, you remember my name now?" And I said, "Well, the only reason I knew it was because you had it written on the side of the door of the car." Dragstlgia, mate, we're back.
We are indeed. I think I said I've already seen a bunch of people this morning. It's the one event of the year. Okay, I love doing this, but I'd like to have the weekend off because it's just.
I'm with you. But then we don't want to miss this show either.
No, that's right. Oh yeah. Don't get me wrong, but it's much more that there's just so many. It's just cool stuff coming out your ears. Basically, it's absolutely fabulous. I've already spoken to a bunch of people this morning. I'll mention his name again, but I bumped into Steve Wright this morning.
Okay.
Good to see Steve back and healed up after last year's episode with the Pacer. Again, bumping into people you don't normally see every weekend. It's just it's so good to see.
Right, how about the Ford from the 1930s in Kestrel Beer Lane? And of course, a 1956 Ford F100.
Pointing squarely at the 330 block.
Yeah,
Right.
Actually, we'll harpoon it if he doesn't steer away from that, but no, he's absolutely fine.
Nice to see you taking a break from dieting to come and commentate as well.
Oh, dear. Yeah, there's 2 barbecues I booked into this weekend, so... I'm having a weekend off.
Weekend to celebrate and
that's it.
Not put it on again, obviously. Definitely not. Well, actually, you're a racer this weekend.
We'll see. One run today.
Well, that's racing.
Yeah, that's true.
You're out in qualifying, aren't you?
I'm very nervous, though. I'm not about the car. I just don't want to break it.
Oh, was that how you lost so much weight?
Oh, dear. Right, Danny Wilson. He was telling me a great story last night. He went alongside the Lamborghini at Street Weekend.
Right.
Was it Street Weekend? I can't remember which one it was. And the Lambo said, asking, what you got, what are you running? He said, I'm running high nines. So the Lambo driver, and all fair dues to this guy, cool, real nice guy. He said, okay, that's cool, we should be pretty close. Then the Lambo driver turned around to his crew and said, we'll spare that prop shaft, then we won't change it. Danny came out with 9.3. 130 off mile an hour. But the Lambo stormed past him. Danny got there first, but the Lambo went 170. It just went the hoofing past him.
Just took too long to build up speed, didn't it? Now, anybody out there watching, either on the live stream or on the banking or in the grandstands, very good morning. We love you. And which one of these do you reckon is a Hot Wheels car? Because I tell you what, it's a, I know which one it is. We all know which one it is. However, it could be either, couldn't it? Jim Tucker.
So Lee Johnston behind the wheel today.
So it won't be a 9-second run then?
You never never know. This could be one.
Great looking run for Jim Tucker.
10:15.
9:25 at 1:45. I was only kidding, Lee. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, of course. 9-second runs aren't just reserved for the girls.
A real good friend of mine, Paul Hammond, down there with his Ford. And Steve Foreman with the Impala.
Oh, dearie me, does that look nice?
Yeah. Now, Steve, I can't remember if he has actually done it yet, but this car runs 15 ones like clockwork. It was the journey to get it into the 14s. The trouble is, Steve, I can't remember if you've done one. Paul, 10-second car. This thing absolutely moves.
The funny thing is with street rods, especially like that car in the Kestrel Lane, that is the whole premise behind drag racing, i.e. take most of the body off, it makes it lighter, and hey presto, loads quicker.
Well, Steve has actually done a Sportsman ET national round with that car.
Yeah, you're right about the rod. Goodness me.
So this will be a mid to low 10 if all goes well. Oh, 10.92, but he's in the 10s. Good opener for Paul. And Steve, 15.78, 86 mile an hour. But he will just do laps.
Yeah.
Just keep coming around.
Well, I don't know if he's going to get the chance to today because the lanes were full when I cycled down there a little while ago, which was just, I hate to say it, almost, that could help, almost, plug it in, almost, if you remember this event, it used to creak into life about lunchtime on a Friday, didn't it?
Look at those lanes.
We're off, full pairing lanes, done. On Friday morning. And also, I mean, it's that much of an event now. We've moved the qualifying to include on Friday in the evening. And we need to get it all in. Very nice looking 55 out there in Slick Tricks Lane.
Yeah, Mike, now then, he's changed the engine in the car, had issues with the old, I think it's a 350 small block. Got another 350 in there now. 1610, he's looking just go a little bit quicker, but say that's the first run on the new motor. So Mike Dandridge there going through 1610, but it will come. It will all come through. Yeah, Mike got married to Karen earlier on this year, and big congratulations, Karen. I hope you tuned in. I know she's very busy this weekend at the Bunny Hotel. She runs a boarding kennels for bunnies.
Oh, wow.
And so if you go away on holiday...
So bunny holidays.
You go on the Bunny Hotel. Right, John Sleeth with the Camaro. What's he got for us? 9.78, 138. Nice pass from him.
You got Camaro envy and all of a sudden.
This is nice.
Well, it's just a different
he was
car,
horrible
isn't it?
to me yesterday, was John.
Was he?
Because he walked past me at about 5:30 in the pits. And he just let himself alone. And he walked past me again at about 7:30. And I was still doing the same job I was 2 hours ago. He said, bloody hell, does it take you that long to change 4 wheels on the car? So, yeah, don't trust me at a quick fit. But no, John was quite funny because, as you know, when you're in the pit, you just end up talking to people.
Of course.
Obviously, it was getting dark by the time I finished off.
Yeah, but that's because you were around a bunch of people.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
you got it.
Right, Steve Lloyd with the Impala.
And all he runs in, well, he's running this weekend, Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah. Also runs in Comp Eliminator as well.
That's right. A quirk of the tree as well. It looks like the staging lights are on in the left-hand lane.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't just my eyes anyway.
That's an 11. Yeah, 11.37, 117. But a little double step off the line there. So, yeah, there's more to come.
Yeah. Part of the largest field of race cars we have ever had. I know back in the days, long time ago, over at Avon Park when they had the big shootouts, I think they were supposed to be 64-car fields, but I don't think they had 64 cars in them. Nah, I'm pretty sure they didn't. That was the idea of it. It was like a massive bracket race, but it never quite made it. The most amount of cars we've had entered was 69 previously for front-wheel drive at the door slammers. 59 showed for round 1. So if we have 32 races in round 1 of Nostalgia Superstock.
Well, there's going to be a bump spot in Nostalgia Superstock if everybody qualifies. It's going to be nuts.
It is pretty mad, isn't it, really?
Ash Rawson and Chris Tyhurst. I wonder if Chris is actually going to save a set of tyres this weekend because, to quote Keith Freeman, there's loads of smoke left in them.
Yeah, but why bother?
Yeah. Chris uses this car quite a lot on the street, actually. So a lot of fun. You remember Chris before had that blown, was it 32 Ford? Can't remember what he had now. But he got this one now, absolutely loves life with it. 1239 against 1294. Another one of the strong classes is the Willis Wars. And, oh God, it started already. Look at those two down there.
I'd rather not, though.
I know. That's Richard out front guiding Rachel. Rachel's driving the car this weekend. Okay. Well, today anyway. She's going to have a lot of fun. Again, she'll just do laps. Looking gorgeous. Wow.
Colin, your standards are slightly lower than the rest of humanity, I think, if you think that's gorgeous.
Yeah, they got loads of outfits. Oh dear, it's going to be one of them. But anyway, Rachel Warburton. I had a lovely chat with them yesterday. Saw them again this morning. So let's see. 8 seconds at 87 mile out the 8th. 12:49 at 1:09. Very, very nicely done. And 13:75.
I just hope it's not a windy day at any point soon. I really do.
Yeah, I'll second that one.
So, a couple of pickups. Side by side. Yeah, in the early days of this event, 13 years ago actually, even though it's the 12th version, the Run What You Brung on Friday wouldn't even start until 12:30, I think,
yeah,
lunchtime,
right.
wasn't it? That's right. And it was a very, what's the word I'm looking for? As low key as you could get, basically. It was like a regular Run What You Brung. Today has turned into basically a massive test session for everybody that's racing.
So what do we do in the future with this? Because this event is the premier.
4 days. It's got to be 4 days, I think.
Eventually.
It's just got to be. It's one of those events. I always used to say Mantorp was like this for me in July as well, up in Sweden. Is that it's one of those events you just want to stay there forever, just to soak it in.
It's a full-on festival, isn't it?
Yeah, and one of the best things about it. Do you know what? The UK really is a great country to be in at the moment, no matter what anyone thinks.
Yeah.
Especially if you're into sports, no matter what the sports are. It's Wimbledon this week, it's the Grand Prix this weekend, it's the Ashes, but stuff all that, it's Dragstlgia. You lot are here that have got it right, definitely. But the UK is definitely the place to be on the planet at this time of year.
Right, Don Scott with the Plymouth. Who's he got? Clive's
He made it
lapping.
round.
Yeah,
He made it round again, which I'm hugely surprised at.
Yeah, he'll keep doing that. I've only met Clive twice now, but he's a cool dude. He's proper cool. He's got a very nice car as well.
Always helps. Yeah, Don Scott, normally in the mid-ish nines.
Yeah, anything between 9.6 and 9.8, I think, for Don, on a good day. Yeah, 9.8, that'll do. And 12.58 there for Clive.
Well, they've actually made it round again. I'm not entirely sure how they did that because the staging lays had lots of cars in. But anyway, racetrack is open all day, pretty much all day.
Right, Sam Glenn in the straight shooter and Ian Smith in the chopped Moggy Miner.
How can you tell it's chopped? Weren't they like that from the factory?
No, okay. Unless it.
You have more experience. You have more experience than me, so I'm going to go with okay. Yeah. They should have come out of the factory.
Oh, a nice little 03 light there. But then that's the racer in the Glenn family coming through. So it's Sam Glenn this weekend, normally Simon.
Wow, 10:32 at 128
Yeah.
and 12:18 at 97 miles an hour.
Mark Huxley.
He managed to get himself in. Now, apologies for last weekend, Mark. Is that the weather was obviously causing a lot of people issues. It was a bit the weather last week, and it was also the fact that Mark had put all the fuel tech stuff on the car, and he was learning it. Basically, he openly said he was learning it. So that's why he was a really unfortunate DNQ for Super Pro last weekend, but. As is the way with races, back just sort of 5 days later to have another go.
Well, bearing in mind this car used to run like, you know, he was knocking on the door of the nines. You know, it was like going 10-0, 10-0. Then the car woke up and Mark sussed it all out and it went 9-7 in the end. But
that might be
just
a 9.
a test pass there, 10.55 on that one.
Speed's good though.
Yeah, 188 to 60 tells the story.
Yeah, they'll get there. So today is a pre-1980 run, what you run, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
Ooh. Well, I fall into that category, and so do you then.
Yes, the car's not.
Yeah, it's definitely the cars, not the drivers, obviously. It's quite funny. That's one of the quirks about nostalgia racing is some of the oldest looking cars, or the most period correct cars, are brand new, aren't they?
I got Neil Francis in the Kestrel beer lane. Unfortunately, I don't know who's in the Beetle, but it's a very, very tidy little car. Looks like the engine cover is open. It's fluttering. 13.17 for Neil, 101, and 15.17 at 89. Well, a very good morning to everybody tuned into the live stream. I should think you'll be, if you're not here, then you'll be stuck to the TV screen watching this for the next 3 days. So I hope you enjoy it. Good morning on the banking. How are you all up there this morning? Give us a wave.
I'm just thinking about it. I know a few misguided souls that are actually in the camping field in Silverstone watching the live stream.
Yeah, there's a few at the back there on the banking, so we know they're here. And a very good morning to everyone on the grandstands. How are you all this morning over there? Give us a wave. Just shows that you can hear us. Right. Ain't no saint, the Volvo. Back down. Alongside Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth 1020 for the Volvo 1297 for the Plymouth. All right, Colin Wood with the Husky. Little purge of the nitrous after the burnout. So again, it's one of these unassuming cars. Yeah, the wheelie bars give it away a little bit, and obviously the purge of the nitrous gives you some sort of clue as well. So he's here for he's here to go quick, quite simply. Anxious Ian, or should I say Ian in the Anxious. This is the Ford Pop. He's in the Kestrel lane. Oh, a good side by side. Look at that, 10.48, 11.32. Paul Houston. Good to see Paul making a few trips to the pod, not just the odd, well, more like one a year, or car being in hibernation. So yeah, good to see Paul here. And as Graham Smith would say, would love to see this in Street Eliminator. But he's still got the Street Eliminator number on the back window. And morning, Gray. I know you tuned in. And nice little comment. Nice to see all these cars practicing for Street Eliminator. We're certainly one of them. Building it up, launches it, and clicks about 200 feet out.
Is that the plan? It was the plan.
Good.
Fantastic. Yeah, it looks very nicely. 134 to 60 foot, actually, for that heavy old thing's pretty good. And the car's quite weighty as well. Just kidding, Paul. He's the same size as me. So the next pair, that beautiful Impala in the Slick Tricks lane. We do have a number of them here racing this weekend. The first of our Outlaw Anglia competitors makes an appearance as well in the Kestrel lane. Now, Colin's disappeared and left me, and I don't have my glasses on, so I really do apologise. I can't read who it is. Plus, there are 34 of them. It will be the Pop getting there first with a 15.08, 103 miles an hour, and to a 16.11. Really good looking burnout for, again, re-familiarisation, if you will, for Lee Taylor. Another one of our Outlaw Anglia competitors this weekend in the Slick Tricks lane. The car is effectively a pickup, and it really is a work of art. It's another one of these cars he built in his garage over a long, long period of time. And absolutely gorgeous looking thing. So it is, yeah, technically a pickup, but what it looks like really, it looks like it's got a big Pro Mod wing on the back, which is kind of what most things do these days anyway. But yeah, it's great to see the car back out, and again, part of the biggest field ever in, or going to be part of the biggest field ever in Outlaw Anglia history. Qualifying for all of our competition classes kicks off this evening. It's going to be fun. So I'm pretty sure there's been no nitrous test pass. For the Orange Outlaw. Kind of easy, lazy looking run. Still goes a 9.89, 139 miles an hour. That's something to work with. They all appear very happy with that. And 13.76 at 96 in the other lane. Okay, this is one of the races that's been, thank you very much indeed for Simon Groves as always for the info. One of the races who's been at every single Dragstlgia. Is that right? Yeah. I haven't been at every single Dragstlgia, although I wanted to be. One year it clashed with Goodwood, and I was down there. Actually, it was down there with still doing drag racing stuff, but bringing it to the unwashed masses at Goodwood. That's Mark Bracking over there in the Kestrel lane. Helps if you turn it on as well. Okay, Lauren Levy all the way from France. You haven't seen Lauren for a number of years, actually. A lot, obviously, COVID affected travel for a lot of people. So did the dreaded B word. They're getting over it now, and it's great to see them all back. So yeah.
Glyn Dunford in the Chevy, using the Kestrel beer lane. Part of that monster Nostalgia Superstock field. $9.53 for Lauren. And that's a 12.35 there for Glyn. Yes, I will bring them to the tower tomorrow, mate. No worries. Cheers.
Okay, very quick public service announcement, if you will. There is a Skoda, I'm not sure what it is. Oh, it's a Yeti. Parked over in the Vintage Hub, that's parked right in the way of where everyone needs to get in the way. SD64 DTU. SD64 DTU, if you are the proud owner of a Skoda Yeti. It's white and it's over by the Vintage Hub, right in the way, parked on the entrance road. If you could move it, please, that would be fab.
Good morning on the banking. Yes, you can hear us now. Excellent job. Happy days. And good morning on the grandstands. How are you all over there as well? Yeah. Hope you've all got some sunblock. It is going to be a bit toasty today.
Yeah, Antomir defenders say you can't hear us for 3 days. That's
well, they probably, now that we just turned it all up, they'll probably go, no, turn it down, turn it down. Oh, yeah. Pete's just said that you were coming up with these. These are very,
I thought these were new ones. This looks old and ripped. This looks old and ripped. I thought these were new ones.
Oh, there they are. Cool. There will be one appearing on my car today. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, they're clear as well. That's even better.
That'll be a perfect shot for somebody standing out there on the barrier. Little cough off the line for the slingshot, and then picked it up and carried on going.
Right, next up, Neve with the Not Bad the Bad, and it is Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel.
Fallen Angel, otherwise known as a demon. Which I'm guessing is where the name comes from.
Yeah. Nice one, Pete, 10.75.
Good opener.
Just wanted to say that Pete was absolutely no help to me in the pits yesterday.
No help. Right, okay.
Oh dear. But my new mate, Mick Sharp, he was very helpful. So much so I was going to give Mick #1 qualifying this day for Superstock. Oh dear. Right, Jack Bishop. Good to see Jack. No, Jack's behind the car. So, hello mate. Sorry, I'm just so used to calling you in the car. Controversial. Yeah, so Andrew Bishop is the old man having to go in the car. Oh, Simon being pushed back with the Frankenstein Chevy. But good job, it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, so they get that sorted out and come back down later on.
Hopefully.
Simon comes to all the events like the Vintage, Nationals, Hot Rod Drag, stuff like that. Proper run what you're bringing and absolutely floors everything out of that car.
Well,
really goes
just
for
a really daft question. I'm sure there's a very obvious answer. Why is it not in us in Gasta Circus? Not legal?
That's a good question. I don't know. Cool
No,
car.
I just wondered. Maybe that's what he chooses to do. Maybe he just wants to do run what you brung, not
Cool
actual,
car.
you know,
Really cool car.
actual
Love it.
competition.
Yeah.
God, look at this. Some of the stuff coming round already, and it's, 10 o'clock on Friday morning. We've got the Hooligan, first time in many years as well. This time with Dalton Scarlett behind the wheel. Is that right?
Oh, wow. Yes, it is. You're right, yeah.
Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Paul Singer coming around. I think I said it was Ash earlier on, but there's 2 green Plymouths, so I'm getting a little bit confused. So this is definitely Paul Singer.
If you get confused, I've got no hope.
Oh yeah, because I'm not going to be up here when Nostalgia Superstock
runs. Yeah,
dear,
but
dear.
I'll have a screen hopefully.
Yeah, that's true.
The trouble is, I was trying, like, when they were running, when you were out there, I was going, right, Jesus.
Well, considering you've only got one page and there's 4 copies of the same page.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably why I couldn't find what I was after.
Oh, Chris Tyhurst, here he is again. Look, was it 10 o'clock in the morning, and he's ran for his second run of the day. Chris is one of those guys that's always got a smile on his face, just loves life, loves being up here. And as long as the right foot's further forward than the left foot, he's happy.
Except if you're stepping off a cliff.
It's true, yeah.
Why did I say that?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I've got absolutely no idea where that came from.
No. Well, no, I know where the connection. I just thought stupidly because I know Chris. I know they live down in Eastbourne, just up the road from me. I know I did that. I did that hike the other week. Right, walking over the Seven Sisters, the South Downs, and everything else as well. Yeah, there's some quite serious cliffs all along that part of the world. Sorry, that's how my brain connected the dots, and I wish it wouldn't do it again. But yeah, there's some tremendous stuff down there as well. The Nostalgia Slingshot Dragster, I think, running with Supercharged Outlaws this weekend, actually. The car originally imported by Steve Niamanthis. It was in his living room. Do you remember that?
That's right, yeah.
What a car to have in your living room. I mean, how on earth do you get away with that?
By having a big living room.
That's a good start, and the means of getting it in, obviously. That would be great. My kids would be taking the blower off and doing the lash by the time they were 10. No, put the dolls away, put all the other stuff away. You've got work to do on those cylinder heads. Come on, get a move on. Yeah, so we are actually going to hold for just a couple of moments while they just clean up, because the problem is obviously where the car's been pushed back as well, there's actually a trail of oil going backward too. So anyone coming round would have to drive through it. So the track crew are going to do... Go on.
I've just spotted something in the lanes. Oh, dear. Paul Smale with the Thirsty Work. Paul Smale used to run the El Camino in Nostalgia Superstock. Bagged the #1 qualifier.
Okay.
I think at Dragstlgia.
Is there any chance that I can give you a radio mic to commentate while you're actually in the car?
There is a rumour.
It might make listening slightly more palatable for those that know what's going on.
That Chevelle is absolutely gorgeous. When you see it come round, he's got like, it's just a cool car. The orange Chevelle from Paul Smale, his new ride. And what's even more funny is, what's quite good down there is Chris Goodale just looking cool over there as well, just stood by the car. I think Chris had some involvement with that one. Very good morning to Mick. I can see him down there. Give us a wave, mate. Oh, he's got his crash helmet on.
Yeah.
But he got me out of a hole this morning, so appreciate that, Mick. Thank you very much indeed.
Explanation quickly. Before everyone jumps to the wrong conclusion.
Right, as you know, I'm going to be a pretend racer this weekend, and one of the parts on the car, i.e. the detachable door bar for the roll cage,
right.
I bought the bar, but I forgot to bring the bolts. Mick had some.
Pretend racer.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So Mick had some a load of bolts and managed to sort me out. So thanks ever so much indeed, Mick. I really appreciate that. It's
always handy being here as well. It's like the first time I ever came here with a caravan, I had no idea what to do with anything.
Yeah.
But what's great about being somewhere like this is you've got loads of people that do know what they're doing and that can help you and are willing to help you as well, most importantly too.
I mean, do you know what? It was such a rarity that I managed to help a racer out last weekend.
Eh?
I know. It was real bizarre. Paul Stephen.
Right.
You know, our
friend,
he did his runs with my hands device.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because he wanted one or needed one?
No, he needed one, and I wasn't using one. I said, yeah, I've got one. So, He was my hands device has been 7 seconds. I'll never wear it and do 7. But Paul did, so yeah, he was appreciative of that. He's got his own one on this weekend.
You finally found your place in life, mate. It took a while, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it took a while. But yeah, lending stuff to racers. But that's what everybody does, isn't it? You know, it's just the way it goes.
And I've taken your advice as well. I actually went down to see Angie and the gang at the top end.
You did?
And spent quite
while we were racing as well? Yeah. Oh, that's finally.
Part of getting my steps in. I went down there last weekend and spent quite a long time down there.
It's quite peaceful, isn't it?
Well, it was until a Super Street bike come round the corner because they had a brothers meeting.
Yeah.
Out of Anglia. And a bit of, I mean, I'm sure Ben won't mind me saying this, but Colin Miller and Ben Kennedy came round the corner, and Ben just parked up, and there's fire underneath the body. I said, "Oh my God!" So like Colin and all the fire crew legged it over the fire extinguisher, put the fire out, and Ben got out of the car. Thank you very much. Got out of the car, and he was effing and jeffing in a polite way. He said, "Oh no, not another engine." Blah 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 blah. Anyway, so everybody disappeared, and Ben went I by the car, and I was looking at it. I said, "Ben, I said I can't see anything. You're not dropping oil. Can't see it." And we were both looking at it. And I said, dipstick's loose. I said, it looks, you know like crime scene investigation where the blood splatter is. I was looking where the oil splatter is. He goes, oh, I can't work this out. Anyway, got it back to the pits. And he saw me the following day. He said, I think you got it.
Well, the oil,
yeah.
The dipstick, yeah?
Yeah.
The oil qualifier.
Yeah. So basically, it was spurting out. It looks like where the dipstick was.
Colin, for all your racing needs that you didn't know you had.
But I had a chat with Ben later on. He said, "Oh God, I'm so relieved I haven't done the engine because he runs a Lexus power plant in there.
Yeah.
Very, very unique." And Ben was quite a happy chap. So
even though he's seriously quick,
he's got a spare motor for it, but I don't think it's fully built up. So, but yeah, that was quite.
But low nines as well last week he ran. That was awesome.
Flying.
But it is a whole different experience if you've never been. That's why I keep saying you to go. Because
it was fantastic.
The thing I find slightly unfortunate is an awful lot of the ET races and a lot of the Nostalgia Superstock guys will do this as well. Nobody stops. Yeah. They just pull round the corner and come back again. But it's all the races that stop that you get to have a chat to. You also get to see the look in their eyes, which is quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Excited a lot of the time, isn't it, really?
And the other thing, obviously we have our top-end crew, and they are all fantastic. Everybody is here is fantastic, but Ange knows the routine for literally every single person that comes round the corner. And she said, no, don't do that, or do this. You know, she just knows it all.
Yep.
And full credit to Ange and obviously everybody at the top end there. Thank you for making me so welcome down there. I hope I didn't get in the way too much. But yeah, it was really, really interesting to see what
another side of it
we don't see.
Yeah, exactly.
It was really good. And, you know, races coming around the corner. What did I run? And pumped up. Oh, and of course we had Alison Morrison Jr. and Ross Morrison, all three of them were there together. And he said, well, take a picture. So they'd never had them all three on their bikes at the same time, at the same place, in a position like that. So, yeah, just clicking away, taking pictures, and he sent them all to. So, I think that's his background picture on his social media now or something. So that was good.
But it is good. And it's what I always find, especially at the big international events as well, because with the camping field, especially at the main event this year as well, the everybody that was camped went all the way to the end.
Yeah.
I mean, again, a lot of people, this whole event is about the good old days. In the good old days, nobody camped past or went past pretty much where the scrutineering, scrutineering building is. Now you can go, there's another half mile now, all the way to the end, and you get people just standing there watching.
Yeah.
You know, you can actually, as a spectator at the fence, watch what Colin's talking about. It's something that, again, not a lot of people do, but it's just so weird to see. But when you see the reactions, the crews come to get them, one of the highlights of the year probably will be for the year for a long time as well. That session, the top fuel bike back at the main event.
Oh, yeah.
When, okay, who's quickest? I am, you're not, I am.
Yeah.
And then both Rickard and Chris Hannum just ribbing each other non-stop about it as well. Because Rickard's normally the most reserved kind of guy in the world. Not then, absolutely not then. But it's very, isn't it? Anyway, I'm really glad you did it. And you got to see it as well.
I think it's only the second time I've ever done it, but the first time was yonks ago. But yeah, it was Real good.
You get a lot of people as well, especially with like with pro mods. If they've had bad tyre shape, they just get out holding their back like they're about 80 years old as well. It's
also the other thing will say is I was a bit nervous of cars coming around the corner with the parachutes.
Yeah.
Still like
fully
out.
blossomed.
And I thought, oh, that's kind of a bit fine to the corner. You know,
There's
they don't
a lot
catch
of
anything.
that goes on, especially when they drive past with people with them blossoms.
Yes.
You think,
yeah. So I think I'll be very conscious of that. Weird.
So this is the Famoso Speed Shop. It used to live literally just down the road from Bakersfield, or the raceway at Bakersfield, California. I think it used to run in the, I can't remember, I think it's the 760 class out there it used to run in. It was originally built by Steve Nyamathis, who raced it out there as well. He used to fly.
That's what it was part of the Living the Dream tour.
That's right,
yeah.
He was indeed. So yeah, he went to race out there. This isn't Steve driving this time.
Yeah, Brian Watson now.
The car that used to be, and yeah, I wasn't mucking about or taking the mick. This car was in Steve's living room, just behind the sofa. Yeah, most people have a couple of newspapers.
I know I collect diecast. And I love the slingshots, but they can't be having full size one.
I'm not entirely sure even you could get away with that. No.
Nah. A rather costly divorce. I did.
No, you might get to keep the car to live in.
That's about it.
Yeah, you won't have a house.
Oh dear. I couldn't even sneak that into the garage because it's too long.
I know what. I'd love that. You go in front of a judge. Why are you divorcing him? There's a race car in the there's a race car in the living room. That's not a valid argument. There's nothing wrong with that. Perfectly normal. Well, I think Brian's actually standing on the throttle. It's just not responding, unfortunately. And see the linkage on the butterflies is actually working. He's run the car once this year. I think he ran it.
He was at the Nostalgia Nationals.
That's right. Yeah. It's going to give him another go. The only thing is, though, I think when he does actually effectively floor it, the car's not responding. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, not quite on song. Yeah, a whole bunch of Nostalgia super stockers coming. Are you?
Right, here we go then. Back in action here. And Mick Sharp brings his nostalgia super soccer. We've got my next door neighbour in the pits this weekend.
After a bit of a rough start to the season, I think he busted the axle, didn't he? Testing before the start of the year.
I think Herb's going to shoot the tyre actually. he's doing tyre temperatures down there. So what's he got with the Dodge? 1079, 125 to open his weekend's account. 168.64, a little bit down on where it should be. That probably should be at least a tenth, maybe a fair bit more quicker than that off the line. But yeah, first run. Ooh, lots of bikes.
Yeah, some of our old school stockers. I think that's Kev Melling.
So a little nose in the lane. As you say, yeah, the hooligans down there. Andy Park's down there.
Cool. And I'm sure loads more that we can't see
I
backed
bet those
up.
lanes are chock-a-block. Yeah, looking forward to seeing that scene when the hooligan comes in. A rather large Pro Charger on there. So,
I think it had towards the end of its racing life anyway, but...
see what Dalton can do. Good morning, Dalton. Morning, Mark. And everybody else in the Scarlet clan. So as you say, yeah, Kev Melling for his first run of the weekend. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. And going alongside Peter McGuinness in the Kestrel Beer lane.
Now, Kev Mellings is one of the quickest, if not the quickest, I think, in the world. Yeah, 883, 120, and that was backed off before the finish line too. 11.18.
Right, just bring everybody up to speed as the time now 20 past 10. The Vintage Fair is opened in the Vintage Hub. Fuelers Bar opens at 11 o'clock today. The live stage is at 12 o'clock. And also the Wall of Death opens at 12 o'clock as well.
From some of the Facebook posts, that most people haven't waited for the bar to even open.
Haven't they?
No. Oh dear. Hang on. There you go. Half an hour ago.
Just let everybody know, there is a lunch break on the track at 12:30 today, so there'll be half an hour pause as our track crew get fed and water, everything. And bear in mind it's going to be a bit of a warm one today. And then Run What You Brunk continues at 1 o'clock. The British Drag Racing Hall of Fame auction will start in the Marquee at 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's not like an auction and you've got to be there. Yeah, so you can just get your bids in. It's over the course of the weekend. And the Beer Festival in the Vintage Hub opens at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Right, next pair then in Old School Stockers. So you've got Alan Ward in the Kestrel Beer lane. And Bryan going alongside Chris Bryan. Chris is on the Kawasaki. Looks like he's going to get there first. 10.25 at 127. And Alan Ward on the Suzuki. 10.85 at 106.
So, yeah, Dean Stevens up next. Another very quick two-stroke machine in the slick tricks lane. Backs off before the finish line. That's another, normally another good, really good 8-second machine, that one.
Yeah, nice launch. Really gave it everything off the line. Right, Richard Peachy to the slick tricks lane. Suzuki. It's a 1979 Suzuki GS 1000. So we give it his full rundown. Nice opener there, 9.42, 143. All right, Don Scott with the Superbird.
Yeah, hoping for a little quicker than the 9.8 he ran earlier today. I think that was a little bit, I think he had a little bit of a double step off the start line. I'm sure there's a lot more in it. Well, there is a lot more in it than that. We know there is.
And first run for Paul Smale with his new car. Words of encouragement from Ian. So good luck, Paul. Don goes 10.09 and a 10.70 there for Paul. I think he's just gone about 3.5 seconds quicker than he's ever gone before. So well done, Paul. Very, very good indeed. Right, Steve Matthews. The Ford Galaxy. Don't see many of those in Nostalgia Superstock.
I was going to say, a car I don't think I've even seen in Nostalgia Superstock before.
Well, he's giving everybody a chance to have a good look at it. The reason being, the little problem as he's left the line.
That's what you call putting a positive spin on it, folks. There we go.
It is lovely, though.
It's like a mate of mine who came up here for the first time once. I said, which sort of cars do you like? He goes, oh, the street cars. Why? You get to look at them for longer. Seriously. Yeah.
Well, Steve, I know we'll get that back to the pits. Hopefully all is well with the car. And fingers crossed he come back down in the lanes a bit later on. But again, it's great to see so many cars. Actually, having a closer look at that is lovely. That is really, really nice.
So, is this the debut of Dalton actually in this car? I know he ran the other car, which is the old timer, wasn't it?
Yep.
I think
he's driven this before.
He might want to move it over a bit before he does, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, this car has serious 7-second potential. You never know, possibly even quicker. We see similar setups. It's similar, I'm not going to say it's the same obviously, but someone like Al Williamson,
yeah.
you know, with Howland Hauler, that's got a Pro Charger on it too. Pro Charger is basically, I'm sure most of you know anyway, but it's a crank-driven supercharger, as in it sits on the front as opposed to on top. And they do make a lot of oomph, I think is the technical phrase, isn't it? That's the way to put it. They now have Pro-charged Pro mods in the US, and they don't hang about. Yeah, gets a thumbs up. It's great to see this car back out as well. Been a while, isn't it? Got a lot of good help around him. Jed, who seems to do everything to do with Anglias. Well, that went.
There's one thing that Dalton isn't shy of, and that's putting his right foot down. That is for sure.
That may have got his attention, though. It might need to be slightly calmer than that, though.
Yeah.
129 to 60 foot, and then headed for the wall and thought better of it. But still fun.
Well, we get another chance to see that beautiful Galaxy. So wherever it was, a very, very minor issue indeed. So Steve Matthews then, going to give it another go. And to keep him company, we got this time around Ian Smith with the minor.
I love the name, Minor Issues. Is it called a Galaxy as well, because it's the size of one?
Probably.
Could be, couldn't it? Something that big as well, and it's only got 2 doors to get into it.
.26 at 101 there for Ian. And 1742 for the Galaxy. Needs to go quicker than 1499 to actually qualify for Nostalgia Superstock, which I'm sure that they will get close to and probably get in once they've got the car sussed out. Now, I don't know who this is, but it's pretty rare to see an MG of this type actually come out and have a go on the racetrack. Never seen the car before. But very purposeful machine indeed. Oh, wheel spinning all the gears as it goes up the track. $1366, 100 miles an hour. At the end result of that, Mr. Andy Park, all the way from Bonnie, Scotland, with screw-blown small block Ford. Yes, you heard that correctly. Yeah, I had a little chat with Andy yesterday. Got a new set of heads on the car. Same as the other ones, as in same make, same size, but slightly different. That was a total contradiction, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was good. All in the same sentence. Lots of different words, all in the same sentence. Well done.
Going alongside Chris Coburn with the Willis. Andy would like to get back into the 9s if possible.
That could well be a 9-second run.
Yes.
998, 134 miles an hour. Thank you much, Andy. Make us sound like we know what we're talking about for a change. I've just noticed something rather unique as well. I've never seen it before at this racetrack. See if you... I'll tell you what, we'll have a bit of I Spy. See if you can spot what it is. It's something that's always out there, but is different. Any ideas?
Well, is it the tree?
That's a good guess. Very, very good guess.
But it's not.
Slightly higher up in the air than that.
Is it the new lighting?
You're exactly in the right place.
Is it that it's all Union Jacks this weekend?
Every single flag is a Union Jack on those poles.
Yeah, they changed them during the week.
I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
I think we did have it Coronation weekend. I think they were all Union Jacks then.
Were they?
I think so.
The one above my head. Oh,
Right.
okay. I'm glad I blended in now, look. See, I've got my Union Jack trainers on, I've got everything else.
Yeah.
Might even... Yeah, that's it. Balance it out.
Right, Clive Charles once again with the 100E. And it's Bob Gallagher now who has the Ford that just went spring cleared quick. I can't see what it went. 15, I think it was. Right, Mick Sharp back down again already. Oh yeah. Mick Sharp and Neil Francis. Well, issues there for me. Not quite sure what's going on there. Fingers crossed it's something that's an easy fix. 13.16 and 14.97. Right, Sam Glenn. I don't know who's in the Beetle, but it's that's one cool little car from the early 1970s, that particular one. 10.29 for the straight shooter and 15.56.87. Right, Bob Glassop, great to have Bob. Bringing the Capri round, running in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend.
Fairly big fan of Capris, is Bob.
And a new name to me, actually, Jared Heathcote in Nostalgia Superstock with the Chevy. This isn't Bob's first visit to the track with this car this year. Did come up to
Nostalgia Nets, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was actually. Had the car here, but didn't put a run in.
I didn't get to a run.
But it certainly is today. .43, 100 mile an hour, and that, in effect, is a shakedown pass. So well done to them.
Loads more to come too. So the little console down there in the Kestrel lane.
Right, so what's Steve got for us this time? I was actually looking back through my notes, actually. 15 threes Steve Form has run, but he has gone 15-1. I think he even said on the 15-0, but anyway, let's see what he's got for us this time round. 16.91, going the other way. Actually, he backed off by the stripe, actually. He was slower at the quarter than he was at the eighth. 71 Dodge and 67 Mustang.
If that's tyre smoke,
it
which
is
I
tyre
think
smoke. You
it
can
is.
see the black stripe going.
Well, I was waiting for a right-hand turn at some point, then, which fortunately
Actually did
didn't
well to hold
happen.
it. Yeah, that's an 8th mile one-wheel pill there. Went 18.26, 86 mile an hour.
So by the looks of it, it's not Steve in Sonic Attack this weekend.
No, it isn't. It's Vinny.
It is.
Hey,
Thought so.
he messaged me to let me know that he was driving the car this weekend. So the Wide Bunch, as we affectionately call them, they've got another name for it, but we call them the Wide Bunch.
We have a slightly more politically correct name for it, but it all stacks up to the same thing.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Salad Dodgers Anonymous. Well,
Yeah.
actually, maybe they like salads. They just like really big salads. Who knows?
So yeah, good to see Vinny. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for the message as well.
Is his first run ever in the car? No.
Low ET in the weekend. That's an easy one. Best appearing car or bike. Best appearing team. I can't remember what I think.
I think you're pretty much there, actually. I was very impressed as a memory test. That was fantastic.
That reminds me just to start making notes of who does what, and then we.
Very good point.
Fair.
Yeah, no, that's sort of where I
thank
was
you.
going with it.
Thank you for that.
That's all right.
Yeah, very, very good point.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was only giggling because Vinny stuck his hand up and all of a sudden it went. Crawled off the start line and, 117 out the back door. There's lots more in there than that, shall we say.
Yeah. Just looking at the timetable of the day, there is a dinner break on the track at 4:30. Because when we come back at 5 o'clock, dinner break, 4:30. Then when we come up back at 5 o'clock,
of course,
it's qualifying.
qualifying.
Yeah, so Gasser Circus kicks things off. Then the Willis Wars, Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, Old School Stockers, Outlaw Anglia, and then, fortunately for me, the last class of the day is Nostalgia Superstock.
So, commentary will go slightly quiet.
And then to close the racing today,
Yeah.
we got the Force of Nature, the steam bike tonight.
It's a
So
work of
that's
art.
going to be great.
Work of art, that
Graham
thing.
riding that. Track closes around about 7:30.
World record holding
Yeah.
steam bike that was.
fantastic.
Is, I should say, not was.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance he's going to go faster and faster. But yeah, talk about that's what's the word I'm looking for? Eco-friendly racing.
Yes.
There we are.
Yeah. That's actually pretty good because I can be here for Outlaw Anglia, and then
I love the way you're planning what racing. not you actually running, but you're planning what you can watch.
like when Nostalgia Superstock are called, I can just go.
1087 at 125 for I think was a Morgan.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it goes. It has been low tens, believe it or not. And it's a car that should work on a drag strip, but done a lot of work over the years on that to get it where it is now. Steve Summer. Very, very unique car. The Stude. I think it's Studebaker.
It's a Rambler.
Or Rambler, sorry.
It's all right.
No, it's
it's a Dodge Ramble. Only because I know that's because it's called Rambling Man.
That's it, yeah. Against
Supercharged Willis.
Running in the Willis Wars. Yeah, the Rambler, of course. There's a very similar looking car, orange, which is a Stu.
Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, they do have a very similar silhouette, don't they?
Yeah.
11.54, 1:16 for the Rambling Man. And a rather on and off the throttle 15 second pass for the Willis.
Right, Colin Wood with the Husky.
What a car, and nitrous as well. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
cooler than proverbial penguin pea, that is. That's just, I love that.
And a vehicle, I must admit, I've never seen before. That's a great thing with Run What You Brung. Sometimes you just see things that you've A, never seen before, B, you haven't got a clue what they are, and C, both at the same time. And that's exactly what we got here. Obviously, it's old school Ford, a very old school Ford.
What a car. Again, on nitrous as well. I just
And
think
treads.
that's
It's not even on
fantastic.
slicks, it's on treads.
It's another car that really shouldn't have an engine in it like that
Yeah.
or go anything like that. And it's immaculately turned out.
Good looking run for Colin Wood there. 10.72, 125.
It's a lot of fun. So one of our Supercharged Outlaw competitors for the weekend, Simon Boot. And it's almost if by magic,
That's a contender.
that is a contender for burnout of the weekend already. Yeah, Friday morning. Well, it's been won on a Friday before.
It has. It certainly has. Has it? The
Arnie Christie
Arnie.
Schalvik, yeah.
Arnie's home.
That was mental. That was. That's one of those moments.
Cost
I
him a
wish I
few
could.
quid, didn't
It did cost him a lot of money. Yeah, the only reason he stopped the burnout was when the head gasket went, nah. That'll do. Simon Boot, anyway, with the wheelie bars and new, bigger tyres on there. I think one of the reasons they had to change the setup was because he couldn't get the tyres he normally ran. It was just as simple as that. He's in the slick tricks lane, knocking on the door of the 8s for some time now. With that new, with everything on the back end now, he's definitely got everything.
Good job he had the wheelie bars.
Yep. Gets the launch nailed, and that'll be, 8-second run all day long. Still goes 9.52 at nearly 160 miles an hour. 10.48, 126 in the other lane.
Yeah, there's more to come. 175, 60 foot. There's definitely more to come.
Oh, jumped up in the air, spanned the tyres. All.
But well done, Simon. Fourth quickest of the day so far with that one.
On four wheels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got two bikes. So yeah, he's the second quickest car.
Oh yeah, Jim Tucker went 9.25. Yeah. Okay.
Right, just before this burnout comes underneath the tower, have a look around, everybody. One of our dear friends, Mandy, has, or her daughter has dropped her hat, and it's a 2003 Gator Nationals one. If you find it, just get it to the bottom of the tower or give it to a member of security and they'll let us know. It'll be around here somewhere, i.e. on the site. It's a Gator Nationals hat from 2003. So we'd love to find that, please. Just let somebody know. So look out for that one, folks. I'd like to reunite it with a rather unhappy young lady at the moment. We're desperate to get that back. Right, Graham Scrivens with the Anglia. Delighted to say that he's not in Run What You Brung this weekend, i.e. he's actually going to be in our Anglia. Also got 808, the Volvo down there. We're for another pass, just looking in the lanes. It's a right old mix down there. I think the best thing to do is just wait for him to come around the corner. We'll let you know then. A little bit of track work out there at the moment, so it gives us a chance just to have a quick breather. So Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airways over for a moment, but we will be back with a continuation of Run What You Brung at Dragstlgia 2023. Okay, that was a very quick break, wasn't it? Right, we're back then with Ain't No Saint the Volvo with Lee Johnston behind the wheel going alongside, well, Graham just getting himself set in the Anglia. As the engine fires. And Graham will bring the car forward. So, as Darryl alluded to earlier on, actually, Graham's car, Lee's car, the Ain't No Saint Volvo, a very, very well-known car indeed. The reason for that is that they entered the car into a competition, if you like, to become a Hot Wheels car. And they won the UK round, and then it was chosen from all the cars around the world. And this car, you can go and buy this in the toy shops, if you can find it, and it was turned into a Hot Wheels legend car. There we go, 1018, 133, alongside Graham's 1113 at 130. But yeah, to have your car immortalised in diecast is very special indeed, and that was quite a moment when Lee and the team found out that Ain't No Saint Volvo had won that. Right, I believe that's Glenda Thompson down there. Very good to see Glenda out on track. Going alongside Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange, the 4-pop. Nice opener there, 1146, 117, Andy. And Glenda goes 1483 at 93 miles an hour. Right, Jamie Faulkner with the Crossfire Camaro.
Car from the olden days of Pro Modified, that is.
Really? I didn't know.
Yeah. When Glenn Dumont had it. Back in the early 90s, that was.
So many cars have so much history. And when you look back at what these cars have done
That's
over
right,
the years
yeah.
and the formats that they've run in, i.e. engine combinations.
Well, that's what
driver.
I think is so cool about Nostalgia Superstock is there's a lot of people with cars
Yeah.
that have had them for years, but they've only ever shown them before. They've never actually thought about racing them. But the format, the way it works, is just perfect. So that's Luca Giovoni from Italy with a car he calls Earthquake up against Adrian Portelli.
Yeah, 10-second dodge.
You can feel the world like it should be on an oval in the US, actually, that car.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
Admittedly,
Yeah.
many years ago, but that's the kind of thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's where the number, that's, you know.
Oh, lifting the fronts up as well.
So Luca's going to get there first with a 1018 at 130 and a 1094 for Adrian. Actually, I think we've seen Adrian in Pro ET this year.
You have?
We
Yes,
have, yeah.
yes,
Okay.
you have. Him and I think Kiwi.
Yes, yeah, they were back at Easter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So another car for Nostalgia. See, it could be your first round competitor over there, Colin. In fact, they all could.
Yeah, I mean, normally we see Beavis run this car in Run What You've Run.
Okay.
But Beavis Allen now in Nostalgia Superstock. Obviously, he's had to change a few things to get it into the class, but not much. But yeah, so although not a new name to us in the tower, because we've seen him run plenty of times, but a new name to Nostalgia Superstock. Just been told to click it off for a moment. Yeah, both been told to click it for a moment. Let's have a look in the lanes who we got down there. Keith Freeman is down there. Oh, thank you very much indeed. We've been looking forward to getting these.
Oh, Pressies. Thank you.
Who else we got down there? Phil Malls is down there. And one of the cars that comes every single year is Adrian Sidwell with the Opus.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, he's tucked in the lanes. He's owned the car for 50 years now. Unbelievable. But yeah, he's in the lanes as well. And I can't see much further back than that at the moment. But we know that those lanes are sort of chock-a-block all the way through.
Okay, well, we're on hold for a few moments. Again, you can see.
Yeah, perhaps Tim Stanbury's the other car at the front. Okay, so just whilst they're sorting a few things out, we're going to go to Nitro FM 96.2. And if you can take it away for a moment, we will be back with you shortly.
Okay, very, very quick announcement, please, out there. Luca Giovoni, who we just saw run with the Earthquake dragster. Luca Giovoni, if you can hear us, or if you're anyone near Luca, or is pitted near Luca now he's got back to the pits, if you could please come down to the start line as soon as possible, that would be fantastic, please. Luca Giovoni, if you could please come down to the start line right by the tower or right behind the tower as soon as you possibly can. If anyone's next to Luca, is pitted next to Luca, we understand that obviously Italian is his main language, and Luca is needed urgently, please, down here on the start line. Thank you very much indeed.
Can't wait for everything that's going to happen. Yeah, just bring it on, basically. Bring it on. That's all I can say. Right, first pair go through. Ian Smith with the minor goes 12.18. Nice little run for him to open his account this weekend.
Squarely at the 3:30 block.
Yeah,
right.
actually, we'll harpoon it if he doesn't steer away from that, but no, he's absolutely fine.
Nice to see you taking a break from dieting to come and commentate as well.
Oh dear. Yeah, there's 2 barbecues I've booked into this weekend, so... I'm allowed...
So much weight.
Oh dear. Right, Danny Wilson. He was telling me a great story last night. He went alongside the Lamborghini.
Jim Tucker.
So Lee Johnston behind the wheel today.
So it won't be a 9-second run then?
Oh, you never know. This could be one.
Great looking run for Jim Tucker.
Has actually done a Sportsman ET national round with that car.
Yeah, you're right about the rod. Goodness me.
So this will be a mid to low 10 if all goes well. Oh, 10.92, but he's in the 10s. Good opener for Paul. And Steve. 15.78. 86. Hell, she runs a boarding kennels for bunnies.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so if you go away on holiday.
So bunny holidays.
You go on the Bunny Hotel. Right, John Sleeth with the Camaro. What's he got for us? 9.78, 138. Nice pass from him.
You got Camaro envy all of a sudden.
Yeah. This is nice. Also runs in Comp Eliminator as well.
That's right. A quirk of the tree as well. It looks like the staging lights are on in the left-hand lane.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't just my eyes anyway.
That's an 11. Yeah, 11.37, 117. Quite a lot on the straight, actually. So a lot of fun. You remember Chris before had that blown, was it 32.4? Can't remember what he had now. But he got this one now, absolutely loves life with it. 12.39 against 12.94. But anyway, Rachel Warburton. I had a lovely chat with them yesterday, saw him again this morning. So let's see. 8 seconds at 87 mile out the 8th. 12.49 at 109.
Yeah, in the early days of this event, only, 13 years ago actually, even though it's the 12th version, the run what you brung on Friday wouldn't even start until 12:30, I think,
yeah,
lunchtime,
right.
Wasn't it? That's right. And it was a very, what's the word I'm looking for? As low key as you could get, basically. It was
yeah, anything between 9.6 and 9.8, I think, for Don, on a good day. Yeah, 9.8, that'll do. And 12. Ooh, a nice little 0.3 light there. But then that's the racer in the Glenn family coming through. So it's Sam Glenn this weekend, normally Simon.
Wow, 10:32 at 1:28,
Yeah.
and
Well, bearing in mind this car used to run like, you know, he was knocking on the door of the nines. You know, it was like going 10-0, 10-0. Then the car woke up and Mark sussed it all out and it went 9.7 in the end. But
that might be
just
a 9.
a test pass there, 10.55 on that one.
Speed's good though.
Yeah. Yeah, 188 to 60 tells the story.
Yeah, they'll get there.
Going alongside Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth. 10.20 for the Volvo Tour Pop. He's in the Kestrel lane. Oh, a good side by side. Look at that. 10.48, 11.32. Well, he's certainly one of them. Building it up, launches it, and clicks about 200 feet out.
Is that the plan? It was the plan.
Good.
Fantastic. Yeah, it looks very nicely. 134 to 60 foot actually for that heavy old thing's pretty good, and the car's quite weighty as well. 34 of them. It will be the Pop getting there first with a 15.08, 103 miles an hour, and 2. Kind of easy, lazy looking run, still goes a 9.89, 139 miles an hour. That's something to work with. They all appear very...
.53 for Lauren. Oh, they're clear as well. That's even better.
That'll be a perfect shot for somebody standing out there on the barrier. Little cough off the line for the slingshot, and then picked it up and carried on going. Which I'm guessing is where the name comes from.
Yeah. Mark on Pete, 10.75 in the morning, so they get it sorted out and come back down later on.
Hopefully.
Simon comes to all the events like the Vintage Nationals, Hot Rod Drag, stuff like that. Proper run what you're bringing and absolutely floors everything out of that car. Plymouths. So to get them a little bit confused. So this is definitely Paul Singer.
If you get confused, I've got no hope.
Oh yeah, because I'm not going to be up here when Nostalgia Superstop.
Yeah, but I'll have a screen hopefully.
Yeah, that's true.
The trouble is, I was trying, like, when they were running, when you were out there, I was going, right, it's just,
Well, considering you've only got one page and there's 4 copies of this. And as long as the right foot's further forward than the left foot, he's happy.
Except if you're stepping off a cliff.
It's true, yeah.
Why did I say that?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I've got absolutely no idea where that came from.
No. Well, no, I know where the connection. I just thought stupidly because I know Chris. I know they live down in Eastbourne. Just
tire temperatures down there. So what's he got with the Dodge? 10.79, 125.
Okay, so we
are back. And coming underneath the tab, Beavis Allen, 68, 60 foot, a little bit down. And going alongside a new car to me. We'll find out when it comes underneath the tower.
Also, can we quickly, a very best wishes to a member of Luca Giovoni's crew. That was what the brief pause was for, if everyone was wondering. Just a quick medical thing down here on the, behind the start line. So, Luca, hopefully you've made it down here somewhere. He is. I can see him.
In actual fact, this car, I believe, has done a run today already. But no race number on it, so not part of Outer Anglia. Or it could be.
Could be. Good looking run, actually. 11.01, 118 miles an hour.
Right, Rachel Warburton once again.
Didn't you have a female crew a little while ago?
Yeah. So as they've written on the boot lid of the car, breast cancer, get it checked.
In the nicest possible way.
Yeah. And those of you that know Rachel's story, she's had a lot of treatment recently. That was a little bit different. 14,
I'll be interested to hear the story behind that one,
right,
Richard.
yeah.
Quick habit. I've never seen a bit of handbraking in the middle of a run. No, never mind.
Confused.com, I think that one is.
Yeah.
But no, Rach's having a great time out there, so it's really cool. All right, Loz with the Willis. I wonder if Paul's going to be in the other lane. No, Phil, sorry. But no sign of Phil, so it's going to be Loz on her own. Car she built herself with a little bit of help from Dad, but not much. Now the car normally runs 19s, can dip into the 18s. I think it has done it a couple of times. Do you remember when Loz drove Phil's car and went quicker than Phil ever went?
That tends to happen with female drivers in...
Whoa, 1796, 74. Nice one, Loz. Hopefully we get to see Loz on the start line outside the car, because we have this little waving chat and just like mouth words to each other. We don't understand what we're saying, but it's a good conversation nevertheless. But I'll definitely catch up with them in the pits later on. So that's Lauren Moles, to give her a full name, but everyone knows her as Loz. Oh, Phil's in the lanes there, so he didn't actually get a chance to go alongside Loz, but
He's probably heard about it already.
yeah.
So Adrian Sidwell taking on Tim Stanbury, who is in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend with this Mustang that he imported from and went out to race, I think, in California. He ran at Bakersfield, didn't he?
Yeah, I love it, the wheelie bars. He's either going to be standing on his bumper or he's just strapped them out of the way up there, but that's ridiculously high.
If he hits them.
It hits them, yeah, that's the point they could
That
come
is the
down.
highest wheelie bar setting
I don't think I've ever seen wheelie bars that
yeah.
high. Right, Adrian Sidwell with the Opus. He's owned it since 1974. That's ridiculous. 49 years, and he's in his 50th year with the car. Dragstlgia last year, he set a new PB, 1465, knocking on the door of 90 mile an hour. Well, Tim did lift the front wheels off the line.
And they almost touched the ground.
Yeah. $10.57, 125, nice opener there for Tim. And a 15.53 at 79 there for Adrian. Keith Freeman and Phil Mills. Now, more important than anything going on is what Martin the Duck Hill is up to at the moment. He has sent a recipe to pot noodle.
Oh my God.
Because what they do is they ask for like fan votes for flavoured pot noodles, and his flavour is crispy duck and hoisin sauce flavoured pot noodle. I said I'm on that, all over that. So if I don't know the page, but there is a group, and Martin has proposed this flavour, and I just think that's great.
So do you mean crispy duck? By that, do you mean
Not
him
Martin,
after a day's racing sunburn? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. So Martin the Duck Hill has proposed crispy duck and hoisin sauce as a flavour for pot noodle, and it's got to be voted on.
Everyone
so
needs to get on that.
I need to, like mad. He's all of a sudden going to take the lead in all the polls. Right, so Keith Freeman, 9-2 would be really cool. Phil, if he can get back in the 90s, he did get in there, then he went into the 10th, been in the 10th for quite a while. And 9:41 and 10:85, the openers.
And I think Keith is actually defending Supercharged Outlaws champion as well,
So,
isn't he?
yeah. As you say, Keith came up with a quote, yeah. He said, there's plenty of smoke left in their tyres, so we'll use that for a little while. Off with your Bronx Dodge. This is now.
Wow, car I haven't seen for a long. It's proper nostalgia. This is.
Yeah, it has been out. This is the Decree Absolute car.
I think it is. We interrupt this racing season. Sorry, we interrupt this marriage to bring you the racing season. The previously, I think, grounds for divorce.
Yeah.
Of Al Golding.
Yeah, the Vauxhall.
Not hanging about like usual. I think something's burst actually, looking at that about half track. 9:08, 1:34 was losing pace through the last half of the run. Still great to see it out here once again. Used to be a regular in Pro VT, I think.
That's right, yeah.
Well, this is another fun weekend for Steve Field and the team with the Black Pig in the Kestrel lane. Sorry, Slick lane, even. Oh, it's not Steve.
No, it's not. No. Right. Perhaps I need to check my notes then.
That screwed us up then. I can only think it must be his lad in the seat if it's not him, because Stevie is stood behind the car. Yeah, I think it is his lad in there. It's got to be. Would make perfect sense.
The trouble is, there's so many race classes this weekend. It's trying to find them all.
And then once you find the class, you've got to go through like 40, 30, whatever entries.
And then you don't find it at all.
Superb. So is Steve down as driving?
No.
Yeah, 1095, 129 miles an hour. I'm guessing that is a checkout pass. The pop went quicker though, believe it or not, with a 1056 at 127. So John Sleeth with the Camaro against, I think that is Ash Rawson, isn't it? With the Duster.
Right, Ash Rawson. See what I mean about the two green.
Yeah. I guessed right then. I did say that.
Ash Rawson and John Sleeth. So John should be in the 9s. Yep, 976. 10:28 there for Ash. Right, next up is going to be Ian Brown in Dadadoo Camaro.
First time I've seen this car for a while as well.
Yeah.
Actually, first time I've seen Ian racing. I've seen Harrison, I think, in 950 bike, haven't we, this year?
Yeah. Harrison has also run the other yellow Camaro they have.
That's not Ian Brown, because Ian Brown's standing over there. Harrison's over there. It may be Aussie.
Could be Aussie then.
Who's just rolled through stage, I think. Yeah. Yeah, Ian's down there.
Yeah.
So,
right.
uneducated guess.
Yes, in actual fact, it is Aussie on the entry list, so yeah, it's Aussie this weekend. Oh, cool.
But not in that car.
Yeah, not in the blue one, in the yellow one.
Yeah, they do have an all Camaro garage. You're probably jealous. 4, I think they have, don't they?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So was he just coasting up to the stripe? 1774, 45 mile an hour.
Good looking launch. Everything went well till then.
Well, you got Neil Francis coming underneath the tower in the slip tricks lane. I can't quite see the whole car. On the other side, all I can see it was black and it's got a big wing. There we are, makes the appearance. So James Griffin with the Willis in the Kestrel lane. Part of the Willis Wars, of course. Did you know the Willis Wars, they've got 23 entered this weekend. Massive fields from all classes. 10-10, nice run. And quickest of the day there for Neil. 12:58 so far. So, first run of the day for Gary Cork. And you got the Falcon. Falcon actually took part in Street Weekend. And a real good time.
.11.82 to the Dodge at 1:14. Nice looking run. I do like the fact the TV's got its hat on. It's a very good look up there. Although that's not live, is it, at the moment?
No, it's not. No.
It's not. Just thinking, that looks a bit empty.
Rob Terrell with Robster's Revenge, 10-12. And Rob wasn't going to run the car at all this year, but I think the lure of
biggest
70
field
cars,
ever. It's got to happen,
pulled him out. So really good to see him alongside the Falcon from the Gas Circus.
Well, whoever gets the trophy Sunday.
Oh, my, well and truly earned it.
Yeah, 100%. 10:30 with a 0. That'll be your dial-in later on then. 11:65 in the other lane.
Yes, that's Patrick Hobbs, who's the new owner of the Falcon there in Gasser Circus.
Not your dial-in this year.
No, I haven't got a clue. I think it's literally just going to put the number out the hat. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't got a clue.
Well, it hasn't been run since it's been rebuilt or anything.
11 and a half, I think.
You think?
Yeah. I'm just going to shove it in drive. I'm not going to go through the gears.
Okay.
No, there was a bit of a conflab as to what to do because it is purely a checkout pass. So I'm not going to rag it. So, yeah, 11 and a half, 11.7.
Whatever.
Just whatever. I don't care. Right. First one of the Williams brothers team, and it is Steve Lloyd with the Impala. And Lee helping out. Lee Lee's waiting for the rest of the team to arrive, actually. Going alongside... I can't remember who that is. Dodge. Let's have a look at the entrance. The list is so big, you have to keep scrolling backwards and forwards to see who everybody is. Oh, it's Andy Bosselworth. Proper support of the classes, Boz, and he goes through with a 10.43, 129. Nice one there for Steve, 11.09, 118.
Yeah, Steve Lloyd picking it up a bit.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door of the 10s again, so that's good. John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis.
Did I send you that picture when I was watching? I can't remember what it was. I think it was the US Nationals.
Yes,
I did, didn't I? Yeah.
Oh, it's hysterical.
But of all the, I mean, that is not a typical name, is it?
No.
Let's put it that way. Dalrymple. You don't meet a Dalrymple every day of the week. Any day of the week, unless you're here, obviously. But yeah, someone in Supergas in the US, name's John Dalrymple. Funny enough. Definitely imposter.
Yeah. Jared Heathcote in the Slick Tricks lane, round for another run. John goes 10.23, Jared goes 13.25. See, we've seen so much machinery, we're not even 2 hours in yet. Looking in the lanes, chock-a-block. Oh, the Ralph Speed Shop. Now, this car, I mean, fair enough, aerodynamics of a bungalow, but this thing does not hang about. It's as cool as you like. Going alongside Paul Hammond.
What we should do though through the weekend is that when pairs like this line up, say who do you think is going to be the quickest?
Yeah.
Just because just looking at them, you could never tell.
Just got a little bit out of shape.
It's catching him, no?
So yeah, I think Paul might just hold on to this one. It's tight, 10.98 and 11.10. But yeah, that like if you change that 11 to a 10, that's a little bit nearer where
that's normally,
yeah, it doesn't hang about. I'll have to check all my notes on that, but I think it's been in the 9s. But we'll soon see from crew reaction.
2 more of your competitors for later on.
Yeah, Nostalgia Superstock. Bob Gallagher with the Ford. Lovely, lovely looking. Just period correct all the way through. He's got a diamond on the back window there, 1490, alongside the Barracuda. And again, a popular choice of car in Nostalgia Superstock. That is Connor Hall's new ride.
Another one of those one-wheel burnout cars.
What's Connor's first run going to net us? It is a 12.47 at 107. And Bob goes through with a 16.59 at 89 mile an hour. But say lost a lot of that at the 60 foot. Look at that, 2.999. So yeah, just spinning a wheel there. Oh, left high and cut.
Yeah, from this angle.
Very quiet.
Is that a Pro Charger on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly hit the limiter and went nope.
It's sort of unassuming, but the clues are there, aren't they? You can just see the slick.
From this angle, this angle where you can see his parachute,
Yeah.
which is normally a good sign, because parachutes are...
Oh, someone's come off.
That looks like a hose connection. 984, 142 with the shoot out.
I think that's part of the exhaust. That's a departed company from the car.
Oh, it's always good to give Bob a run. Doesn't do much.
Yeah.
That is, of course, a joke. They all do a huge amount. Yeah, he's not touching it. Definitely looking like exhaust.
Yeah, exhaust.
How's he going to get it over the wall? That's the next problem.
So Steve Foreman, the Impala, going alongside
Lawrence Levy.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Said earlier, this is Simon Press messaged me the other day, and he's very excited because it's the first time he's ever raced a Comet with his Comet.
Ah, right.
And this is the first time for a few years actually Lawrence has actually been here with this car. Able to come here as well due to travel restrictions and the like. Well, the 949 dial-in kind of gives away what it can do. That didn't hang about. 947, 138 miles an hour. Simon, if you want a heads-up race, you're stuffed. However, I'm sure it will still be fun.
Yeah. Steve had a bit of good run there, 15.59. He's on that journey trying to get into the 14s again. All right, give you a time check. It is now approaching 11:30.
So if you've been drinking for 2 hours already, well done.
Yeah, Fuelers Bar is open now as well, don't forget. If you need to top up. So yeah, we've got an hour to go before the half-hour lunch break for our track crew. That's at 12:30, and then we continue Run With Your Run at 1 o'clock.
So coming next, a car that isn't called Hooligan, but Hooligan aptly describes. I was going to see if you could guess without looking, but you know.
Yeah. Right, just to do a few quick shout-outs, actually. The Pod Shop has got the Dragstlgia 2023 T-shirts in there, and it's not just one design this year, so you do have a choice. Pop up into the Pod Shop, they got all the sizes. I think there's dark blue, black this year for the colour theme. Look really, really good. So go and check out the Dragstlgia merchandise along with all the other stuff they've got in the Pod Shop there. And of course, the main Pod Shop is obviously in the pits just past half track. Then you've got the secondary unit in the catering area. I don't think the third one's open this weekend, which is up by the live action arena area. But having said that, it probably will be tomorrow, so we'll check out that later on. Don't forget, please visit all of our trailers, or certainly stop by and have a look. You've got some real cool stuff here this weekend, and it's vintage orientated, don't forget. Now, behind the grandstands, amongst the stands there, we've got Ian Guy, the artist, down there, and some of the stuff that he does is just brilliant. I had a quick nosy this morning. I'm going to have a better look later on. There's also old school clothing down there. Bev is down there with the merchandise unit down there. Always the first stall as you go through the pedestrian walkway on the left-hand side. Bev has been doing this for a long time, and got a nice presence here this weekend. And go and check out all of the stuff that Bev's got. Go and see what everybody has got down here as well. But also there's a lot of sort of vintage themed stalls. I need to have a good look around the trader area just so I can give you a rundown of what is actually here. Not forgetting actually the Vintage Hub. Now if you get hold of your race weekend program, which will tell you everything, it's £5 and it's available again from the Pod Shop. You've got the Vintage Hub, which is opposite the show paddock, which is like where Live Action Arena is. And you've got over there the big screen where you can watch everything that's going on. You've got the Vintage Fair, you've got the live stage, you've got the beer festival, and you've also got the NSRA Blast from the Past marquee as well. So it is a proper area. And that is the place to go in the evening, actually, the Vintage Hub. But don't forget, it is open during the day as well. So please pop round to the Vintage Hub. We've also got things like next to the show paddock, you've got the hair salon and pamper pod, things like that. We've got cars for sale, you've got the fun fair. So there is all sorts of things going on around the back of the spectator banking that normally people go, well, I'm just going to go on the banking or in the pits. But no, go the other side as well. Go and check out the Vintage Hub. Go and see what's going on over there. And it is certainly worth checking out. It just goes to show how big this event is when you look around what is actually here. Also, let's not forget the historic display marquee. And Daryl, I had the coolest journey into Santa Pod yesterday. I mean, yeah, okay, I was driving the Camaro, but I followed Vampire, the jet car, in yesterday. Oh my God, this is like unreal. So yeah, the Vampire jet car is back. And
not as cool as the story they've got about Bruce being behind them.
Oh, well, yeah. There was that. So, yeah, Vampire the Jet car is here. Also on display in the historic marquee, you've got Strip Duster. You've got the Kakuhas with Yesterday's Dreams. And, of course, you do have Ian Turbeville's Slingshot's going to be down there as well. And how about the Commuter and Tudor Rose together? My goodness me. Those cars here is fantastic. Tony Densham back in 1968 ran the first ever 8-second pass in Europe and went 8:49 to be the quickest racer in Europe. And yeah, fantastic to have cars like that there. Also, how about Satan's Lady, the 92nd Bomber Commandment Group tribute bike of Phil and Suze. That is in the marquee over there. Proper little setup, proper story about Satan's Lady, the aircraft from World War II. Just go. I'm not going to tell you any more than that. Just go and check out the display that Phil and Suze have come up with. Absolutely brilliant. They've got stickers, they've got hero cards. Pop in and see them, and they would really, really appreciate it. Not only that, you've got all of the Hall of Fame stuff in there as well. They're raising money this weekend because the Hall of Fame is it's a registered charity, of course, and of course it is the announcements of this year's inductees tomorrow. So that is a very, very big part of what we do, and that is at 5 to 1 tomorrow, where we will be announcing the inductees for the 2023 Hall of Fame Gala Dinner. And that takes place in November, and we'll give you more details about that as well, so you need to get your tickets sorted for that one. Same venue as we normally attend in Surrey. So really, really look forward to that night coming up after the race season. But go and check out all the stuff they got. They got silent auction running in there. So much memorabilia. And the displays. You will see stuff that you've never seen before. We've got historical trophies. You've got prints. You can buy. There's so much stuff you can buy, and all the proceeds go to the Hall of Fame. And it's run by a dedicated group of not just enthusiasts, but people that have been involved in our sport for a long, long time, and they work tirelessly hard. You know, I've sort of joined the Hall of Fame as, well, I think I'm a bit of a hanger-on, but yeah, as an advisor and stuff like that. But seeing what the Hall of Fame do is a real eye-opener, and they constantly go for it. So if you want to go and check that out, the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame, honouring those who built the sport. And as I say, you've got the auction. Starts this afternoon at 2 o'clock until 5, and then on Saturday, 10 a.m. till 5. And of course, then we've got loads of stuff up for sale as well. So go and check that out, please. Go and see them in there. All right, we did have an engine just far up beneath.
That was Twister, one of the world's coolest Autards, with an equally cool driver. I only said that because he promised me beer. Honestly not. Nah. So Andy Hadfield with wheelie bars almost as long as the car itself now. Even though the car looks similar to what it did 10 years ago, not much of it that is really, apart from the man in the seat. It's been a constant evolution, and let's just hope everything goes well for them after, or for Andy, after a couple of months worth of a rebuild, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hurt some parts, he's paid his dues. And went for the loud pedal to start the burnout, and the engine cut straight away. So just checking around the car there, making sure. And actually, I've just spotted they got new team shirts as well. Slight twist on the design.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, very good. So Tony's saying no. Let's get back to the pits. Let's check it out. Let's not risk anything.
Yeah, absolutely that.
And the right call, I think.
Supercharged Outlaws aren't running as a class till later on today, but it's still more the track time in today's Run What You Brung up until, I think it was 5 o'clock, you said, Colin?
Yeah, 4:30. Then we got a break, dinner break for the track crew, and then, we got round one. That. Just double check the timings again. Yeah, 4:30 dinner break, 5 o'clock. We come back with Gasser Circus round number 1.
Okay, we have Snake Eyes. More than likely with Andy Clifford in the hot seat. After many years of trying, finally dipping down into the 8s, which was quite handy because in his other job, if you like, in drag racing, he runs in Supercomp, which has an 890.
Yes, of course.
Well, the dial-in on the back is 8.86. I don't think he's not going to get any help from the weather this weekend, let's put it that way, because it's a bit warmer than it was before. Although the breeze is slight, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, the breeze yesterday was annoying, shall we say, because it was quite windy.
Like last weekend.
I was trying to get the gazebo, just wouldn't have it. I was strapping it down to everything, and of course the wind's in a better direction today for me personally, because I'm not, the marquee's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to blow into the caravan, it will blow away from it.
Well, I live right by the sea, and it's always breezier here than it is where I live, let's put it that way. Nice looking run. I think that'd be a low 9 though. Oh no, 893, 147. Wow. That was with a little misstep off the line as well. That's really, really good. Glad to see that car living in the 8s. Okay, another car that wants to live in the 7s. Coming round now. One definitely does.
Love the hat.
Is that a hat or a small bird bath? I think that's a bird bath, actually. Yeah. Someone's put on their head. One guy who needs a big shout out as well for both of these cars is Will McKenzie. He actually builds the engines for both. They both got small blocks. They both got small blocks in, both built by that man. That's his lad Aaron out there in the Kestrel lane with the altered. But again, yeah, they both run blown small blocks. And now I've said it, I'm pretty damn sure that he does actually build both engines for both cars. There is a trail out there for Paul Dale. Yeah, you can see where Chris was standing either side. It's going to be Aaron on his own with the Tiki Altered, which I think is again, Colin, you said about historic cars. I think it's a bit of a repop of a car that's been around a long while. Beautiful looking launch.
Yeah, sweet.
Good driving job, Aaron.
The quickest of the day so far. Yep, 8:34. 159 miles an hour.
Crew down there, you need to let us know whether those are actually bird baths you've nicked and got on your head, or they are hats. I'm not sure. But good looking run, Aaron. Well done. Yeah, there is actually a trail of oil for Paul Dale. This is going to won't take long to clear up. Our crew are very expert doing this kind of thing, but the tractor is rolling. Up next, we do have the first funny car of the weekend, which will be Robbie Grabham at the wheel of the West Country Shaker. You want to talk about a nostalgia funny car? That's it, full stop. Anyway.
Yeah, so you actually can see the trail of oil.
Yeah, all the way around.
From the pairing lanes. Oh, this is such a shame for Paul. But, okay, so whilst we have a pause, what we'll do, we'll give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. They will keep us entertained for a little while. And, of course, they'll hand it back over to us when we continue with our Run What You Brung here at Dragstlgia 2023. Okay. Robbie Brabham.
We're the one and only West Country Shaker. Well, I say one and only. I need to know where they found this body as well, because this was Dennis Priddle's Avenger funny car. You heard that right?
Yeah.
From back in the 70s that they found, brought back to life, restored, was expertly painted just round the corner from where I live by Pete Grange in Bexhill.
This is the first year that Pete Grange hasn't been at Dragstlgia because he sold
I know.
the car.
He had the up about it when he told me the other day. But anyway, Pete, if you're watching in,
He will be.
wish you were here. So this is going to be a test run for Robbie in the funny car. And if you notice as well, you're going to, when you see this car against, well, some of the other cars, I don't think many of them, I think most of them are like this as well. Very, very short wheelbase. The Altons like it too, obviously. Well, it's the same car, just with the body on it. But anyway, resurrected in memory of the great man himself. All being well, this is their first run this weekend. It's going to be a test run, but if it goes well, it will be a full run all the way through. And they said if they get the settings right, it will be a low 7. Hoping for, sure, somewhere like 190 odd miles an hour. Oh, is it?
So just coming up to the beams then, Robbie Carter, his first run of the weekend. That was bouncing all over the place to a 742 at 189. I just remembered actually, if you look back at the awards we've given at Dragstlgia over the year, Robbie Grabham has won driving job of Dragstlgia twice already.
Yeah, but you can't be accelerating if the rear wheels aren't on the ground. There's just, I mean, there's tyre shake and there's just that.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure what that was. But anyway, well done, Robbie. Successful run, I'm sure.
Oh, dear. Right. We look round the corner. There's just so much cool stuff down there. I think that's Brian Watson Going to be bringing the slingshot around the corner once again. It is indeed.
I think that definitely falls under the heading. You don't get to race much, so while you do, keep your foot in it, eh? Sounding well as it did before.
Oh, is this a pair?
Looks like it is.
Yes.
2 slingshots.
That's the Haggis Hunter, isn't it? What a beautiful looking car this is. What a match, what 2 stunning cars side by side. So both representing, well, both in Supercharged Outlaws.
Absolutely that. The Haggis Hunter's been in the Slingshot Shootout before as well.
I like the format this year. Put everybody together and gives you this huge entry.
It'll be fun.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh yeah, that's one plus.
I'm not entirely sure it's Duncan's first run of the year.
Right, we've got Mick Hanna.
Sorry, Mick Hanna, I beg your pardon, sorry.
And Brian
Thinking
Watson,
the wrong car. Yeah, Mick Hanna from Scotland. This car does go pretty well. I don't know whether that was a plan to click it off, but I was just praying it. That's small block.
Wow, that was screaming at the top end. Wow.
Well, Mick Hanna has come to an almost dead stop just after the finish line. It was on a really, really nice looking run. I'm not sure whether he clicked it off on purpose or something went pop. But yeah, that's screaming small block going 905 at 155.
Yeah, that was impressive. Okay, let's see who's appeared underneath the tower now as it's getting ready to do the burnout. It's the motor mouth, Steve Johnson. The thing is, though, it's right under the tower. I can't see the front of the car by leaning forward, and I can't see the back of the car either. I just can't. Yes, Steve Johnson is down there. Proper slingshot burn out there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're up there on the bank, watching in, or on the grandstand, thank you very much, Steve. Sid just popping up here just to say Steve Johnson's last event, this one.
Okay.
He is bowing out, hopefully in style. He's a member of he's part of the Cannonball. He has run a 6 with this car. But Steve Johnson, a name that's been around in UK drag racing for ever since I've been coming, let's put it that way. The Motor Mouse name has been around a long, long while. This car was built by John Webster with a blown big block Chevy in there. And Steve Johnson bought it a few years ago. But yeah, the car is for sale. And Steve Johnson will be retiring. I think this is the only event he's running this year, actually.
Yeah, probably.
But Steve's been around in drag racing for a long while. Used to do some amazing things with Cosworths. Remember those?
Yes.
Both the front and the rear engine car. But yeah, this car is actually up for sale right now. So you fancy joining in the fun at some point? This car's legal to run in the UK National Drag Racing Championship as well in Super Pro. But Also, Steve obviously likes coming to the nostalgia events with it too. Fabulous launch for Steve Johnson. This will be a 6-second run. What's the number? 692, knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour as well with 197. That's the cleanest run I've ever seen that car make. Why are you quitting now, Steve? You just got it sorted out. 106 to 60 foot and a 445 at 159 to the 8. That was pretty.
That was beautiful. Wow.
That was really, really good. Quickest time of the day as well.
By some margin, actually. Yeah, well done. First car in the 6s.
And the 7s. Oh, no, beg your pardon. We did have one.
Aaron went in the 7s, so... wow. Right, Colin Wood with the Husky. Oh. Right. The hits just keep on coming. Dan and I are like scrolling through entry lists.
No, Colin is. My eyes don't work well, which is a bonus at the moment.
Right, Ben Montgomery with the pop going alongside the MG. Unfortunately, I don't know who drives the MG. We'll try and find out at some stage. But say it is Ron what you've rung, so not quite sure who's running what. 12.19, 120, nice one. Getting 12.60, 108.
Is this going to be the biggest crowd we've ever had for a run what you've rung? I think it could well be, actually.
That's Paul Tarry with Triggers Broom down there. Paul, every meeting. Paul told me a little story, actually, when I was in signing on. Mm-hmm. He does his notes straight after the meeting he's just on, not... before he comes to the meeting that he's next at, and the pure reason being he doesn't want to forget anything. So he does his
That's a good idea. I'll go with
his
that.
Notes ready for the next one. So this used to be Mick Hillier's Pony Express back in the day, and the car was built in 1972. So we've got a battle of ages here actually, because we've got the Opus of Alan Sidwell, who's owned this car since 1974. Proper history side by side here. Right, now Paul Tarry's PB in this car is 1073, a speed of 124 mile an hour. It's got a bigger moon style fuel tank now, twin 4-barrel carbs, twin nitrous plates, you name it. Let's see what we can do. Adrian Sidwell just inching the car forward. There he goes into stage. Some dedication about the car for 50 years, isn't it? 12.35. 115. And Adrian goes 17.43 at 83. Right, Mark Huxley and Simon Devos. Now, Simon didn't come down to the start earlier on. The car wouldn't play ball. But hopefully this time a good A to B to open his account.
Looking for the 9s. Oh, has he been in the 9s?
Simon or Mark?
Well, actually, I know one of them has, definitely.
Yeah, good point.
It does look like one car could fit under the other, though.
Yeah, it does. Well, let's see what they got. So, Little and Large having a race. Little's going to get there with the 993.
Yeah.
Simon goes 1082.
Getting the hang of it. I say getting the hang of it. He's always had the hang of it, but you know, just getting his head round the new Fuel Tech stuff on board. Well done, Mark.
Actually, I was just thinking back to last weekend when you were in the tower and I was walking around the facility. When Pro ET and Mark and the gang were running, I was actually the camera tower at the end of the spectator bank. I was stood there watching the cars go through. It brings back memories.
It's nice actually not to be working, so you can get out and
yeah.
effectively out and about. Sorry, Colin,
and then
I'm nicking your phrase.
I walked to the main gate just to get my steps in, and somebody said, "Do you want a lift?" I said, "I'll get my steps in." Right, Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes. Oh, yeah, sorry. Right, so Peter McGuinness in the Kestrel lane, same lane as he ran in before. Going alongside, not going alongside Alan Ward. Alan's just stepped off the bike. Well, opening the throttle all the way through. That was 11:48. So sticking with the bikes. So next one then, that's Rod Spry in the Kestrel lane. And Rod's at first run today actually. We have a bike session on the way it works. We just like get all the bikes together and run them as a block. But this is Rod's first run. All the way through the gears, straight down Broadway, 966, 134. And just rolls off the throttle. You can hear the bike slowing down in the shutdown area. Nice run. All right, next up then, Chris Spry. So Chris earlier on went 10.25 at 127. So just holding just for a second. Just obviously just a little bit of concentration in the slick tricks lane as well. And Chris will be on his way. And into the nines this time, 9.93, 126, quickest of the day from him so far. So getting some good runs in. Right, the hits just keep on coming. Alan Ward switches lanes. The Suzuki. Oh, so Will's been off the line, almost made the bike turn hard right, but Alan corrected it, got it back straight and takes it down the quarter mile, goes 11.23 at 117 miles an hour. Still got bikes below us, or bike. No, make it a pair. So we've got Dean Stevens in the slick tricks lane. And you got Daniel Degli Esposti from Italy with the Suzuki 1262 machine. Daniele degli Esposti. So made the trip over from Italy. Oh, could be a solo, not quite sure yet. Yep, it's going to be a solo. So a bike I've certainly never seen before. The
Well, Dean Stevens with problems. That's definitely a colour of bike that the bugs will love this weekend, I think.
Well,
isn't
Moon Equipment. Oh, just clicked it at the stride there. 998 though, 99 miles an hour.
Looking good.
Yeah.
What time are we at? 2 minutes past 12. So around about half an hour to our scheduled lunch break. We've still got 4 lanes, as you'd expect.
Oh yeah. Proper old mix down there.
I'm not sure I'm going to actually eat lunch. I think I might just go for a walk around the trader area, actually.
Well, I'm just going to go up and pitch check on my streetcar.
There's lots of streetcars
there is actually.
Nostalgia Superstock this weekend. So the jumping jalapeno, or the humping jalapeno, whichever you prefer. Gone.
Jason Hollenby, I think, I hope I have got this right, but Jason is going to probably do street weekend in this car next year.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
Obviously road legal.
Yeah.
It's going to be one seriously good car show, that 1075 122. Isn't it? That I mean, street weekend. What they should do is just sell tickets.
Yeah.
What they need to do is drive past certain pubs on the way, so everyone can sit down at the front and
You
wave.
need to be free that weekend.
Because you won't be.
Because I won't be. Yeah, we've got to see how the schedule works out, but I have every intention of taking part in that next year. So
see how this weekend goes first, obviously.
regardless, I'll be doing it. I'll be doing it. Right, Sam Glenn with the straight shooter. Right alongside another one from the 1930s. Ah, right, okay. Do you know what? I thought it could have been, but I didn't want to say anything. But Chris has now been in touch. It's Chris Head who's driving. Oh, and the message has disappeared. The Black Pig 2.
Right.
Okay, so it's Chris.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Thanks for letting me know on that one, mate. Because I didn't see you on the line. I thought, I wonder if it's Chris. But yes, it was. So, well done, Chris. First time ever driving the car. But he's loving it. Deservedly so as well. Right, Chris Coburn with the Willis. And that Morgan. I mean, it shouldn't work, but it does.
It's not... It looks more like a hill climb type car,
Yeah.
which I presume is what it is.
But
I'm
it
probably
comes
presuming
to all
correctly.
of these events, like Nostalgia Nats, Hot Rod Drags, it comes to all of those. And I've had a look at the car a couple of times, and stupidly, I'd never take my notebook and make notes about it. I will next time, I guarantee it. But yeah, good to see it here. He's normally one of the first to actually enter all of these events, so he gets in, basically. That's looking good, that's in the 10s again. Yeah, 1084, 126. Chris goes 1276 at 106.
So the Scooby's Revenge Willis taking on Damage Case.
Yeah, Pete Wiseman had a quick chat with Pete yesterday. So Sean Hindon is the driver of that Willis now. So Pete into the high nines. well, can't get much higher than that apart from a 999. 998, 134.
Can't get much higher in the nines than that. Yeah.
Goes to show how long we've been. Oh, looks like it's like Skippy has just walked into the tower. Oh dear! I say Skippy's just walked into the tower. Oh no! Just seen what's just arrived in the tower. Thanks, Skip. When I say Skippy, there's a guy with a kangaroo on his head. Oh, yeah, that's how random this weekend is. So it's the time lock altered. And
Jim Tucker.
Yeah.
With a Hellfire Hemi.
Jim's just disappeared with an 87. Nice.
157. Getting it to hook off the start line makes all the difference. Well done, chaps. He's just yeah, that's a great looking run for Jim Tucker. I think that's one of his quick. I've only ever seen that car run in the nines before. Never seen it quite nip into the sevens. And track crew out there doing a bit of check-in. We also have more supercharged outlaws. We've got the bootlegger down again. And I can see Banzai too.
Oh.
In Merryweather.
Yeah. I keep seeing you associate cars with drivers, and that was always at the Atkinsons with time lock. But it's actually Greg Tate who's driving the car this weekend. Yeah, got it right.
or not driving at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately being pushed back. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Just being pushed back at the moment, but they'll be back for another one later on. Running with the Wild Bunch this weekend. Pete Dodd down there.
Yeah.
Very good morning to Pete.
I didn't know a stickathon was a thing until I looked at that bonnet.
Yeah, well, if you're going to collect stickers, you've got to have somewhere to put them.
That's the one. See if they peel off.
Pete was working yesterday, so he literally called in, moved his van, moved the race truck into the pits, and had to disappear. But no, very happy because the car's lifting the front wheels up again now, so the car's going well.
And repaired as well.
Yeah, he's all good. Sounds like Greg's got the car fired.
Yep. And not.
Not. So, looks like a small block Chevy in there. That's without notes. Yikes. Could be wrong. But no, it certainly looks like one down there.
Being given a signal to fire up, so hopefully it'll work this time and stay fired and it'll get to run. So has he driven the car before?
That's
could well be. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the clues are there. Nice new suit for the driver. So yeah, could be Greg's.
Well, if he hasn't driven the car before, that's good. Making a good job of it.
Well, that's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Look at that, 1034, 126. Take that.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Lee Johnston and Pete Dodd.
And those of you who don't know, probably, I can't imagine that anyone doesn't now, but this car was the winner of a worldwide challenge for the next Hot Wheels car to be produced.
Have you got one yet?
I haven't.
I searched high and low, and I eventually found one in Smith's Toys in Milton Keynes.
Okay.
And I thought, yeah, I got one. So yeah, it's part of my die-cast display at home. And then you find out, if you go to Hot Wheels, you find there's long card and short card versions. Oh dear. Well, it's Pete Dodd. Oh, look at the reaction time for Pete, 002. Now then, how about a 916 as an ET? 932, right. A little bit of work to do on the ET. But, yeah, certainly nothing wrong with the reaction time there. 10.25 for Lee, 131. But, yeah, Pete will either run a 9.1 or a 9.3. It's pretty rare he runs a 9.2. If you watch it, it's quite unusual.
Good job, though.
Yeah.
Had a real nice looking run. Yeah, loads more cars.
Yeah, some of them are going to be there for a little while because in 10 minutes' time it's lunch break. But the tow vehicle for Bob Glassop is back down, the Bubblegum Capri. Good mix of cars in the lanes. Quite a few of the Nostalgia Superstockers are down there. Coming forward now, Ozzie Brown with the Camaro. That'll do racing.
Yep, that one was the 330. Perfectly done.
Yeah, 160 to 60 foot, that's not hanging about. Yeah, you can see Paul Smells at Thirsty Work Chevelle now. Real cool car, that.
So was that how the car was imported, or is
Yes,
it? Yeah?
yes, imported. Chris Goodale had a lot to do with that. Does look good. So, Jared Heathcote, another run for Jared, 13.21 at 106. He can be well and truly dialed in by the time we come around to qualifying later on. I think that's his third or fourth run.
Yeah, one of the more unusual clear-ups we might have to do. You can see with the marshal who's standing over there in the Slick Tricks lane, there is something to be cleared from up there.
Quite a lot of it as well, actually.
Yeah.
I think that could bring forward the lunch break. I'm not quite sure. We've only got 8 minutes to go for that.
Yeah, that could...
I think Kieran knows something we don't.
No, he doesn't. He knows nothing.
He just disappeared?
No. You're presuming too much. Yeah, that could actually be effectively the start of the lunch break, folks. We are going to be down for a little while anyway. There's lots to clear up over there. Of all things for the track crew to clear up, they were hoping to actually have a lunch, but there we go. Anyway, we'll hand back to Nitro FM, and that may be, like Colin said, on pause until we get official word. We'll let you know.
I'm going alongside Chris Bryan. Chris is on the Kawasaki. Looks like you're going to get there first. 10.25 at 127. And Alan Ward on the Suzuki. 10.85.
Two-stroke machine in the slick lane. Backs off before the finish line. That's another, normally another good, really good 8-second machine, that one.
Don goes 10.09 and a 10.70 there for Paul. I think he's just gone about 3.5 seconds quicker than he's ever gone before. So well done, Paul.
I was going to say that a car I don't think I've even seen in Nostalgia Superstock before.
Well, he's giving everybody a chance to have a good look at it. The reason being, the little problem is he's left the line.
That's what you call putting a positive spin on it, folks. There we go.
It is lovely, though.
It's like a mate. Well, that went.
There's one thing that Dalton isn't shy of, and that's putting his right foot down. That is for sure.
That may have got his attention, though. It might need to be slightly calmer than that, though.
Yeah.
129 to 60 foot and then headed for the wall and thought better of it. But still...
.26 at 101 there for Ian. But very purposeful machine indeed. Oh, wheel spinning all the gears as it goes up the track.
1360.
Going alongside Chris Coburn with the Willis. Andy would like to get back into the 9s if possible.
That could well be a 9-second run.
Yes.
998, 134 miles an hour. Thank you much, Andy. Make us look like the air than that.
Is it the new lighting?
You're exactly in the right place.
Is it that it's all Union Jacks this weekend?
Every single flag is a Union Jack along those poles.
Yeah, they changed them during the week.
Yeah, that's it. Balance it out.
Right, Clive Charles runs again with the 100E. And it's Mick Sharp and Neil Francis. Well, issues there for me. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Fingers crossed it's something that's an easy fix. 13.16 and 14.97. Unfortunately, I don't know who's in the beatable, but it's not one cool little car. From the early 1970s, that particular one. 10.29 with the straight shooter. But it certainly is today. .43, 100 mile an hour, and that in effect is a shakedown pass. So well done to them. Right, so what's Steve got for us this time? I was actually looking back through my notes actually. 15.3s Steve Foreman's run, but he has gone 15.1. I think he even said on the 15.0, but anyway, let's see what he's got for us this time round. 16.91, going the other way. Actually, he backed off by the stripe, actually. Dodge. And 67 Mustang.
If that's tyre smoke,
it
which
is
I
tyre
think
smoke. You
it
can
is.
see the black stripe going.
Well, I was waiting for a right-hand turn at some point then.
very similar looking car. Orange. Which is Steve.
Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, they do have a very similar silhouette, don't they? 1154, 116. The Rambling Man.
Oh, I just and treads. Not even on slicks, on treads.
It's another car that really shouldn't have an engine in it like that or go anything like that. And it's immaculately turned out.
Good looking run for Collingwood there. 1072, 125.
It's a lot of fun. You got everything.
Good job he had the wheelie bars.
Yep. Gets the launch nailed, and that'll be, you know, 8-second run all day long. Still goes 952 at nearly 160 miles an hour. 1048, 126 in the other lane.
Yeah, there's more to come. They won the UK round, and then it was chosen from all the cars around the world. And this car, you can go and buy this in the toy shops if you can find it. And it was turned into a Hot Wheels legend car. There we go, 1018, 133, alongside Graham's 1113 at 130. But yeah, to hang on with Agent Orange, the 4-pop. Nice opener there, 1146, 117 for Andy. And Glenda goes 1483 at night. So many cars have so much history, and when you look back at what these cars have done over the years and the formats that they've run in, i.e. engine combinations.
Well, that's what I think is so cool about Nostalgia Superstock, is there's a lot of people with cars that have had them for years, but, you know.
Oh, lifting the fronts up as well.
So Luke is going to get there first with a 1018 at 130 and a 1094 for Adrian. Good looking run, actually. 11.01, 118 miles an hour.
Now the car normally runs 19s, can dip into the 18s. I think it has done it a couple of times. Remember when Loz drove Phil's car and went quicker than Phil ever went?
That tends to happen with female drivers in...
Whoa, 1796, 74. Nice one, Loz. Hopefully we get to see Loz on the start line outside. Dragstlgia last year, he set a new PB, 1465, knocking on the door of 90 mile an hour. Well, Tim did lift the front wheels off the line.
And they almost touched the ground.
Yeah. .57, 125, nice opener there for Tim. Right, so Keith Freeman, 9.2 would be really cool. Phil, if he can get back in the 90s, he did get in there, then he went into the 10s, been in the 10s for quite a while. And 9.40.
I think grounds for divorce.
Yeah.
Of Al Golding.
Yeah, the Vauxhall.
Not hanging about like usual. I think something's burst, actually, looking at that about half track. 908, 134 was losing pace through the last half of the run. Still great to see it. Yeah, 1095, 129 miles an hour. I'm guessing that is a checkout pass. The pop went quicker though, believe it or not. I did say that.
Ash Rawson and John Sleeth. So John should be in the 9s. Yep, 976, 1028 there for Ash.
Yeah.
So was he just coasting up to the stripe? 1774, 45 mile an hour.
Good looking launch. Everything went well till then.
field from all classes. 10:10, nice run. And quickest of the day there for Neil. 12:50. Falcon actually took part in Street Weekend. And a real good time.
.11.82 to the Dodge at 1:40.
Proper support of the classes, Boz. And he goes through with a 10:43, 129. Light spot there for speed, 11:09, 118.
The US name's John Dalrymple, funny enough. Definitely imposter.
Jared Heathcote in the Slick Tricks lane, round for another run. John goes 10:23, Jared goes 13:25.
Pairs like this lineup say, who do you think is going to be the quickest?
Yeah.
Just looking at them, you could never tell.
Just got a little bit out of shape.
It's catching him, no?
So I think Paul might just hold on to this one. It's tight, 10:98 and 11:10. But yeah, that. If you change that 11, it's Connor Hall's new ride.
Another one of those one-wheel burnout cars.
So what's Connor's first run going to net us? It is a 12:47 at 107.
Which is normally a good sign. Another one of those one-wheel burnout cars.
So what's Connor's first run going to net us? It is a 12:47 at 107.
Which is normally a good sign, because parachutes are...
Oh, something's come off.
That looks like a hose connection. 984, 142 with the chute out. Well, the 949 dial-in kind of gives away what it can do. That didn't hang about. 947, 138 miles an hour. Well, let's put it that way. Nice looking run. I think that'd be a low 9 though. Oh no, 893, 147. Wow. That was with a little misstep off the line as well. That's really, really good. Glad to see that weekend.
That was bouncing all over the place to a 742 at 189. I just remembered, actually, if you look back at the awards we've given at Dragstlgia,
that was going pretty well. I don't know whether that was a plan to click it off, but I was just praying it. That's small block.
Wow, that was screaming at the top end. Wow.
Well, Mick Hanna has come to an almost dead stop just after the finish line. Fabulous launch for Steve Johnson. This will be a 6-second run. What's the number? 692, knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour as well with 197.
With the pop going alongside the MG. Unfortunately, I don't know who drives the MG. We'll try and find out at some stage. But say it is run what you've run, so not quite sure who's running what. 12:19, 120, nice one. Getting 12:60, 108. Well, let's see what they got. So Little and Large having a race. Little's going to get there with the 993.
Yeah.
Simon goes 1082.
Getting the hang of it. I say getting the hang of it. He's always had the hang of it, but you know, just getting his head round the
Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes. Oh, yeah, sorry. Right, so Peter McGuinness in the Kestrel lane, same lane as he ran in before. Going alongside, oh, not going alongside Alan Ward. Alan's just stepped off the bike. Well, opening the throttle all the way through. Goes 11:48. Rod's first run. All the way through the gears, straight down Broadway, 966, 134. And into the nines this time, 993, 126, quickest of the day from him so far. Lots of wheels been off the line, almost made the bike turn hard right, but Alan corrected it, got it back straight and takes it down the quarter mile, goes 11:23 at 117 miles an hour.
Problems. That's definitely a colour of bike that the bugs will love this weekend, I think.
Well,
isn't
Moon Equipment. Oh, just clicked it at the strike there. 998 though, 99 miles an hour.
Looking good.
Yeah. Ah, right, okay. Do you know what? I thought it could have been, but I didn't want to say anything. But Chris has now been in touch. It's Chris Head who's driving. Oh, and the message has disappeared. The Black Pig 2.
Right.
Okay, so it's Chris.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, good to see it here. he's normally one of the first to actually enter all of these events. So he gets in, basically. That's looking good. That's in the 10s again. Yeah, 1084, 126. Chris goes. So Sean Hindon is the driver of that Willis now. So Pete into the high 9s. Well, can't get much higher than that apart from a 999. 990. So it's the time lock altered. And
Jim Tucker.
Yeah.
With the Hellfire Hemi.
Jim just disappeared with an 7. Nice.
157. Getting it to hook off the start line makes all. Well, if he hasn't driven the car before, that's good. Making a good job of it.
Well, that's absolutely perfect, isn't it? Look at that. 1034, 126. Take that.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Card versions. Oh, yeah. Well, it's Pete Dodd. Oh, look at the reaction time for Pete. 002. Now then, how about a 916 as an ET? 932. Right. A little bit of work to do on the ET. But, yeah, certainly nothing wrong with the reaction time there. 1025 for Lee.
Yep, that one was the 330. Perfectly done.
Yeah, 160 to 60. So, Jared Heathcote, another run for Jared, 13.21 at 106. He's going to be well and truly dialed in by the time we come around to qualifying later on. I think that's his 3rd or 4th run. yeah, just bring it on, basically. Bring it on. That's all I can say. Right, first pair go through. Ian Smith with the minor goes 12.18. Nice little run for him to open his account this weekend.
Squarely at the 330 block.
Yeah,
right.
actually, we'll harpoon it if he doesn't steer away from that, but no, he's absolutely fine.
Nice to see you taking a break from dieting to come and commentate as well.
Oh, dear. Yeah, there's 2 barbecues I booked into this weekend, so... I'm allowed
so much weight.
Oh dear. Right, Danny Wilson. He was telling me a great story last night. He went alongside the Lamborghini.
Tucker.
So Lee Johnston behind the wheel today.
So it won't be a 9-second run then.
Oh, you never know. This could be one.
Great looking run for Jim Tucker.
Has actually done a Sportsman ET napping around with that car.
Yeah, you're right about the rod. Goodness me.
So this will be a mid to low 10 if all goes well. Oh, 10.92, but he's in the 10s. Good opener for Paul. And Steve. 15.78. 86. Hell, she runs a boarding kennels for bunnies.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so if you go away on holiday.
So bunny holidays.
You go on the Bunny Hotel. Right, John Sleeth with the Camaro. What's he got for us? 9.78, 138. Nice pass from him.
You got Camaro envy at all of a sudden.
Yeah. This is nice. Also runs in Comp Eliminator as well.
That's right. A quirk of the tree as well. It looks like the staging lights are on in the left-hand lane.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't just my eyes anyway.
That's an 11. Yeah, 11.37, 117. Quite a lot on the straight, actually. So a lot of fun. Remember Chris before had that blown, was it 32.4? Can't remember what he had now. But he got this one now, absolutely loves life with it. 12.39 against 12.94. But anyway, Rachel Warburton. Had a lovely chat with them yesterday, saw him again this morning. So let's see. 8 seconds at 87 mile out the 8th, 12.49 at 109.
Yeah, in the early days of this event, only, 13 years ago actually, even though it's the 12th version, the run what you brung on Friday wouldn't even start until 12:30, I think,
yeah,
lunchtime,
right.
wasn't it? That's right. And it was a very, what's the word I'm looking for? As low key as you could get, basically. It was 9.
Yeah, anything between 9.6 and 9.8, I think, for Don, on a good day. Yeah, 9.8, that'll do. And 12. Oh, a nice little 0.3 light there. But then that's the racer in the Glenn family coming through. So it's Sam Glenn this weekend, normally Simon.
Wow, 10.32 at 128,
yeah.
And...
Well, bearing in mind, this car used to run like, he was knocking on the door of the 9s. It was like going 10-0, 10-0. Then the car woke up and Mark sussed it all out and it went 9.7 in the end. But
that would be
just
a 9.
Test pass there, 10.55 on that one.
Speed's good though.
Yeah. Yeah, 188 to 60 tells the story.
Yeah, they'll get there.
Going alongside Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth. 10.20 for the Volvo Tour Pop. He's in the Kestrel lane. Oh, good side by side. Look at that. 10.48, 11.32. We're certainly one of them. Building it up, launches it, and clicks about 200 feet out.
Is that the plan? It was the plan.
Good.
Fantastic. Yeah, it looks very nicely. 134 to 60 foot actually for that heavy old thing's pretty good. And the car's quite weighty as well. 34 of them. It will be the Pop getting there first with a 15.08, 103 miles an hour, and 2. Kind of easy, lazy looking run. Still goes a 9.89, 139 miles an hour. That's something to work with. They all appear very...
.953 for Lauren. Oh, they're clear as well. That's even better.
That'll be a perfect shot for somebody standing out there on the barrier. Little cough off the line for the slingshot, and then picks it up and carried on going. Which I'm guessing is where the name comes from.
Live from Pete, 10.75 in the morning, so they get it sorted out and come back down later on.
Hopefully.
Simon comes to all the events like the Vintage, Nationals, Hot Rod Drag, stuff like that. Proper run what you're bringing and absolutely floors everything out of that car. Plymouths, so if you get them a little bit confused. So this is definitely Paul Singer.
If you get confused, I've got no hope.
Oh yeah, because I'm not going to be up here when Nostalgia Superstop.
Yeah, but I'll have a screen hopefully.
Yeah, that's true.
The trouble is, I was trying like, when they were running. When you were out there, I was going right.
Well, considering you've only got one page and there's 4 copies of this, and as long as the right foot's further forward than the left foot, he's happy.
Except if you're stepping off a cliff.
It's true, yeah.
Why did I say that?
I don't know.
Sorry,
I've got absolutely no idea where that came from.
No. Well, no, I know where the connection. I just thought stupidly because I know Chris. I know they live down in Eastbourne. Just
time temperatures down there. So what's he got with the Dodge? 10.79, 125 to open his weekend's account. 168.64, a little bit down on where it should be. That.
Now, Kev Mellings is one of the quickest, if not the quickest, I think, in the world. Yeah, 8.83, 120, and that was backed off before the finish line too. 11.18.
Right, just bring everybody up. And going alongside Chris Sprine. All right, Chris is on the Kawasaki. Looks like he's going to get there first. 10.25 at 127. And Alan Ward on the Suzuki. 10.85 at
2-stroke machine in the Slick lane. Backs off before the finish line. That's another, normally another good, really good 8-second machine, that one.
Yeah, nice launch. Really gave it everything off the line. Nice opener there. 9.42, 143. Don goes 10.09 and a 10.70 there for Paul. I think he's just gone about 3.5 seconds quicker than he's ever gone before. So well done, Paul.
I was going to say that a car I don't think I've even seen in Nostalgia Superstop before.
Well, he's giving everybody a chance to have a good look at it. The reason being, a little problem as he's left the line.
That's what you call putting a positive spin on it, folks. There we go.
It is lovely, though.
It's like a mate. Well, that went.
There's one thing that Dalton isn't shy of, and that's putting his right foot down. That is for sure.
That may have got his attention, though. It might need to be slightly calmer than that, though.
Yeah.
129 to 60 foot, and then headed for the wall and thought better of it. But still,
12:26 at 101 there for Ian. But very purposeful machine indeed. Oh, it's wheel spinning all the gears as it goes up the track. Going alongside Chris Coburn with the Willis. Andy would like to get back into the 9s if possible.
That could well be a 9-second run.
Yes.
9.98, 134 miles an hour. Thank you much, Andy. You make us look like air than that.
Is it the new lighting?
You're exactly in the right place.
Is it that it's all Union Jacks this weekend?
Every single flag is a Union Jack along those poles.
Yeah, they change them during the week.
Yeah, that's it. Balance it out.
Right, Clive Charles once again with the 100E. And it's Mick Sharp and Neil Francis. Well, issues there for Mick. Not quite sure what's going on there. Fingers crossed it's something that's an easy fix. 13.16 and 14.97. Unfortunately, I don't know who's in the Beetle, but that's one cool little car. From the early 1970s, that particular one. 10.29 with the straight shooter. So it certainly is today. .43, 100 mile an hour, and that in effect is a shakedown pass. So well done to them. Right, so what's Steve got for us this time? I was actually looking back through my notes actually. 15.3s Steve Former's run, but he has gone 15.1. I think he even took on the 15.0, but anyway, let's see what he's got for us this time round. 16.91, going the other way. Actually, he backed off by the stripe actually. Dodge. And 67 Mustang.
If that's tyre smoke,
it is tyre smoke. You can
is.
see the black stripe going.
Well, I was waiting for a right-hand turn at some point then, which fortunately
didn't
well
happen.
happen.
That's.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was only giggling because Vinny stuck his hand up and all of a sudden it went. Crawled off the start line and 117 out the back door. There's lots more in there than that.
That's actually pretty good because I can be here for Outlaw Anglia and then...
I love the way you're planning what racing is. Not you actually running, but you're planning what you can watch.
And then when the Nostalgia Superstock are called, I can just go.
10.87 at 125 for, I think, was a Morgan.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah, it has been low 10s, believe it or not. There's a very similar looking car, orange, which is a Steve.
Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, they do have a very similar silhouette, don't they? 11.54, 116 for the Rambling Man. Oh, I just
and
think
treads. Not even on slicks, it's on treads.
It's another car that really shouldn't have an engine in it like that or go anything like that. And it's immaculately turned out.
Good looking up Collingwood there, 10.72, 125.
It's a lot of fun. You got everything.
Good job we had the wheelie bars.
Yep. Gets the launch nailed and that'll be, 8-second run all day long. Still goes 9.52 at nearly 160 miles an hour. 10.48, 126 in the other lane.
Yeah, there's more to come. They won the UK round and then it was chosen from all the cars around the world. And this car, you can go and buy this in the toy shops if you can find it. and it was turned into a Hot Wheels legend car. There we go, 1018, 133, alongside Graham's 1113 at 130. But yeah, to hang on with Agent Orange, the Ford Pop. Nice opener there, 1146, 117, Andy. And Wendigos 1483 at night. So many cars have so much history, and when you look back at what these cars have done over the years and the formats that they've run in, i.e. engine combinations.
Well, that's what I think is so cool about Nostalgia Superstock, is there's a lot of people with cars that have had them for years, but, you know.
Oh, lifted the fronts up as well.
So Luke is going to get there first with a 1018 at 130 and a 1094 for Adrian. Good looking run, actually. 11.01, 118 miles an hour.
We are back, and that was a slightly extended because our track crew didn't really get a break at all, and that's dedication to get the track back up and running. We're used to spillages and things like that on the track, but when you get a side window come out of a car and shatter into God knows how many pieces, that was quite an intense clean-up just to make sure they got every single last piece of it up. But,
well, everyone's had a breather and some lunch, apart from the guys that are still out there working.
Yeah. Got it. There we go. It's that one, isn't it? Or is it that one?
You all right? Another great looking launch.
Yeah, Paul Smell really getting comfortable in this new ride. Crosses the stripe and gets a 1056, 124. Very good afternoon to you, those who've joined us on the live stream.
We're on. Fantastic stuff.
Just in time to see Bob Glasser with
side-by-side supercharged Outlaws, one of UK drag racing's originals out there in the Kestrel Lane. The Banzai name's been around for a long, long while. Ian Merriweather, now from the Isle of Man. Just a superb car. One of those things as well, Facebook's grateful, is memories. And one of the memories that Ian shared that popped up the other day was when they were building this car. And yeah, it's just a work of art, absolutely immaculate. Also, Steve Wright down there crewing for Bob Glasser.
Yeah, really good to see Steve.
It is. Wants to say hi, I'll do it again tomorrow as well, but hi to Steve Harrison, who's one of the crew members, not able to make it due to recent surgery. And Steve Harrison, that is, all the team, wish you well, mate, and I hope you get up and about and around and about as soon as you possibly can. So yeah, Steve, who normally races with the Supercharged Outlaws, had a bit of a bonfire going last year. We'll be back again with the Pacer sometime soon. And Bob Glazup as well, he said that this is first time Bob's raced a door car. Really? It must have been an altered. Is it either an altered or a fuel car?
Yeah.
Yeah, or yeah, altereds every time, I think, isn't it? But he's always had Capris as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's what test runs are for. Bob goes 9:32, 148 miles an hour, almost literally off the trailer. Well done, gang. 10:32 at 98 miles an hour for Ian and Merriweather. Bit of a misstep off the start line. He'll get that sussed. Supercharged Outlaws have got their first session later, have they, Colin?
Yeah, it looks like we got a belt or something that could have come off Bob's car just past half track. Can't quite tell, but literally bang on half track. There is something on the track in the slick tricks lane, so that's what we are on hold for just at the moment. Our spotters are going out to retrieve whatever it is. But it's laying flat, so it could be a belt or it could be
a snake.
Something else. It could be a snake. Well, we'll soon find out. See, that's the pod crew at work. The track crew is just making sure with radio communication. Yeah, it looked like a broken belt. There we go. So said item retrieved, and the next pair will go down the racetrack. Mike Dandridge with the Chevy.
Right, on that subject, I've got to show you this video, okay? You can't announce or mention whatever it is, just keep watching. So yeah, Paul Houston, so good to see Paul back from up in Scotland. The first run earlier on today was a really good checkout run to 3:30. Hopefully we're going a bit further down the racetrack this time. Well, again, Paul up to about 3:30.
Okay, so our next pair. Just go up to the line. 57 Ford pickup truck. And a Ford Pop not in Dragstlgia, which is red rag to a bull for Colin Miller. See if we're going to have a word if hasn't already. Come on, got to join us.
Nice
13-14 and 14-25 for that pair.
Yeah, much to our surprise, actually, we got Colin Miller down for a test run. Is that what you just were mentioning?
No.
No, it's over there. Barnaby Levy as well. All the way from Ireland. On subject of the Irish, I think the McDonald's are in Dragstlgia this weekend.
Yeah, they posted a photograph. I think it was on the ferry with the view from the windscreen with the Dragstlgia on the roof. Such a great way of doing it. It really is.
I bet they get some. It obviously because they're driving, you can't. But it would be so good to get what the people's funniest comments are. Probably something along the lines of that doesn't look like a roof box. Or you can't fit much in that roof box. Let's put it that way. So Danny Wilson is in the slick tricks lane against another one of Colin's competitors.
Actually, this is where it gets just. I've just got to double check this. No, this is Steve Matthews' car.
Okay.
Because typically confusing, we've got two almost identical cars. This is Steve Matthews.
Well, good looking run for Steve.
Whoa,
906.
906.
Knocking on the door of 150 miles an hour.
Outstanding pass. Well done, Steve.
Well, there's not much in it in performance either between them. They look the same and they go the same as well.
Oh, that was a superb run.
When I said Colin Miller was there, I think he was helping out. Or I think the wagon is helping out Barnaby.
So Carl Kenyon putting a run in Nostalgia Superstock, and busy run there, 14.95. And welcome back, Barn.
Yeah, Barnaby Levy all the way from the Emerald Isle. Needless to say, it's a fair old journey, as it is for an awful lot of people here this weekend.
It's been a while since Barnes been here, actually. I'm trying to think back to when it was. I think it was like 2019, something like that. It's been a while.
I don't
think he's been here post-COVID.
I think probably it was the fact he could actually take the mick out of Ben Rushforth in person that probably brought him all the way back.
Alongside Stuart Thompson, everybody knows him as Kiwi.
So New Zealand versus Ireland for this one. Good looking run for Barn as well. 940, 139 off the trailer. And a 993 for Kiwi.
Right, Don Scott has disposed of the bonnet.
Yeah, it's just unnecessary and in the way, isn't it, really?
Right, finally found out. I had to go and have a chat with this guy, and the name's actually Simon Smith with the 483 cubic inch, or 8.1 litre if you like in there, supercharged. Yeah.
Wow.
Model A with Pontiac bits, or Pontiac with Model A bits on it. He lives in Norwich and he drives the car here and stays at a local Airbnb. Perfect way to go racing. Absolutely brilliant. Well, perfect way.
It is, yeah.
But, yeah. So, yeah, Simon Smith, finally, after seeing this car for a couple of years, I get a chance to actually go and have a word with the guy. Oh, he's hooked up and got a lot better off the line this time round.
It's looking like 140 plus, actually.
Yeah, best is a 10.5. He's just gone 10.79 at 126. Well done, Si.
Well, your way of going racing ain't overly bad. Come and sit up here for commentate for the weekend and occasionally get in your race car.
Yeah.
Street car.
Street car. We could have that debate forever, couldn't we?
It's a street car you can race with. It's a race car you can go on the street with. There we go. Fantastic matchup between two pretty iconic race cars out there. Andy Park with the Model A in the Kestrel Lane, taking on...
It should be Ian, I think.
It is. Or Alan.
It's Ian. It's got to be Ian.
Ian's over there by the barrier.
Ah, must be Alan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see him.
Yeah, looking for that elusive 7.5 second timing ticket. I mean, way back when in the 80s, when this car was first brought to life, if you will, or first built.
Yeah, well, that's confusing.
Oh, yeah.
But they're both on there.
Well, Ian's definitely over there watching.
Yeah, so it must be Alan. But then, yeah, perhaps they're sharing it this weekend. That's good to see.
Not a smooth run though. 9:40 to 1:45 and a 9:96 again for Andy Park. 1:33.
Right, I think that's Jason Dodd down there. Indeed it is. Going alongside Dan Sanderson. Dan Sanderson, I think, Dragstlgia 2 years ago had #1 qualifier all sewn up until the very last qualifying session, and Gary Carr did a perfect ET. It's the only way that Dan was going to lose that #1 spot was by a perfect ET.
Well, problems with Jason Dodd that time, backed out of it at the top end. So this is Vince, or Vinny Killington.
I was going to say, I recognise that roll cage anyway. Yeah, Vinny. In Sonic Attack #2.
Steve Garland's down on a start line directing traffic. Unfortunately, Vinny didn't wait for the green light. There will be no time on the board up there. Yeah, he didn't wait for the green light, Steve. Right, Steve, if you can hear us down there, he didn't wait for the green light. He went before the tree ran. Okay. Well, this was previously Davey Murdoch's Street Eliminator car in the Kestrel lane. Colin's looking as quickly as he can.
Yeah.
Willis Wars, I presume.
Oh, yeah. I'm just keeping my options open at the moment, actually.
Taking on Lee Taylor. Again, with the Outlaw pickup. Anyone else think the pickup needs a blown Hemi in it? I know. Answers on a postcard and money in a post. In an envelope addressed to Lee. So the purple Willis in the Kestrel lane. So Lee nibbled into the 9s earlier on. 10:04 this time at 1:38. And 11:18 for the Willis. Do you know what? Is this the first time a 57 Chevy's been entered in Nostalgia Superstock?
No, but that is the first 57 Chevy to enter Nostalgia Superstock, because it has done a hot rod
in the class before.
Yeah, it's done the class before. But yeah, I can't remember another 57 Chevy that's done it.
And it's one that doesn't hang about at all as well. Yeah, 1167 and a 53 for the Rambling Man.
It's AJ Denning driving that car. You know when Lee Pike and Jerry Denning were helping that car? It's that car.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why it's going well. Right. Oh, look at this pairing. Oh, how proper is this? Pick your Ford. Got the Falcon and the Galaxy.
Well, the Falcon takes it by some margin.
So Patrick Hobbs and Clive James. No, Clive James. It's Clive Charles. Apologies. Why did I call him Clive James? Why? Never mind.
$11.63 and $12.70.
Propaganda Circus match up here between Honky Tonky number 2 and, of course, Green Onions. So Lee Pike behind the wheel of Honky Tonkin. And, of course, Ray Turner in Green Onions.
I was just going to say, for sale sign in the back of Honky Tonkin number 2. I wonder what the next plan is, if there is one. $9.50 and $10.92.
Mick Sharp and Andy Cunningham next pair, or Anglia, represented by Andy here. And Mick, well, his day hasn't gone perfectly so far, but we can get a good run in here, settle him down.
Heavy right foot will sort that out. Ready?
Yeah, that's a better launch.
Not much in it, actually. Someone's coasting.
Yeah.
It's Mick.
Well, nothing wrong with the launch at all. So yeah, it's still not going entirely to plan there for me.
So I'm guessing Richard is in
Richard's
the car.
back in the car now, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. I had a chat with them in the lanes when I was walking back. And Rach had a lot of fun this morning in the car. Very, very good indeed. Jason Stegel, new name to us in Nostalgia Superstock. That lovely Nova. Welcome, indeed, Jason. Part of history this weekend, the biggest class ever. In, is it Europe as well? It's just UK. We don't know, do we?
Europe.
It is. Wow.
As far as I know, anyway. If all of you out there would like to check your records, but a fully qualified, a 72 car entry, a qualified 62 car ladder with, 64 car ladder with 64 cars taking part, because obviously back at Door Slammers we had front wheel drive with 69 or 70 entered, and 59 made the call for round 1, so obviously there were 5 by runs effectively. Really depends on how many make it for round 1 tomorrow evening.
Right, Paul Tarry with the Triggers Broom, and of course Jason Hollenby.
Glistening terrifically. You know what you said about the street weekend next year? Yeah, if they could just do like a tour of driving past pubs, obviously it'd be torture for the guys sitting in the car. But you know, if you could just sit outside with a drink and watch that car, you know, like a rolling car show, wouldn't it? Terrific.
Well, I think that's the whole thing for the stop-off points. I know Ben Rushforth at
EDA.
They were just like, what a welcome. He had just got so much, you know, all these refreshments in for everybody. Really cool.
Same for straight to the point racing.
Yes, exactly
with,
the same there.
Benito Chiarella and the family. $10.75, 122, and the 12.04. Forwards average. So, Jamie Faulkner with the crossfire. I actually read the side, actually says caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
Not just crossfire these days.
Sam Glenn, the straight shooter.
Running very well indeed, running low 10s actually.
Yep.
Ooh, gonna like the next car round a lot.
I had a chance to catch up with Jamie in the lanes actually. It's a different engine in the car. So they're just stepping up on the performance. Like 11:36,
Yeah, that's the right
16.
direction.
It's doing all right.
Okay, up next we have one of our very big Cannonball entry participants. And the second, third, fourth, I can't remember how many slingshots we've seen today, but it's Christian Zulauf from Switzerland.
Yeah.
I had a long chat with Christian this morning. And I just really hope this goes well for him, as with everybody, obviously. But he said they tested last weekend at an event not far from home, and everything was fine. They checked it all, packed it all up, brought it here, and then this morning he had the axle in bits. That's kind of the way it goes. But this is actually the poster car for Dragstlgia 2023. If you look on the front of your programs or the ads or all the online stuff, you will see this immaculately turned out front engine blown dragster. The way it used to be. With the supercharged big block Chevy in there, built by John Webster. It spins the tyres effortlessly as well. Now Christian makes a regular trip over here at this time of year. Last year I seem to remember I had issues getting off the start line, but then when he did nail it, he went over 200 miles an hour through the finish line. Twin parachutes tend to give away how quick and fast this car is.
It does, doesn't it?
But yeah, it's a proper weapon, this thing. Now we've already had one big block front engine car in the 60s today. I'm sure Christian would love nothing but another one. One of the interesting things again about this kind of event, I was having a chat with Christian about like where he lives in Switzerland and that kind of thing. And he lives in a valley in the Swiss Alps, surrounded by pine trees, and that's why it's called the Pine Valley Speed Shop car. What a place to live. What a car to have. And they don't get taxed much in Switzerland either. There we go, I'm moving. So good luck, Christian. Great looking run. 684, 202 miles an hour for Christian Zulauf. His quickest and fastest ever run, I think. And it might be a tractor. Okay,
Yeah,
folks, we're going to be on hold for a couple of moments. You can see the dust cloud at the end. Christian has, the chutes didn't come out. Christian has, I think, gone into the field. The safety team, everybody on hand to see what they can do. So we're going to hand back to Nitro FM just for a couple of moments as the safety crew do their thing up the top end. We'll be back with you as soon as we can.
Happen. Yeah, just bring it on, basically. Bring it on. That's all I can say. Right, first pair go through. Ian Smith with the minor goes 12.18. Nice little run for him to open his account this weekend.
Squarely
yeah.
at the 3:30 block.
Yeah,
Right.
actually, we'll harpoon it if he doesn't steer away from that. But no, he's absolutely fine.
Nice to see you taking a break from dieting to come and commentate as well.
Oh dear. Yeah, there's 2 barbecues I booked into this weekend, so. I'm allowed.
So much weight.
Oh dear. Right, Danny Wilson. He was telling me a great story last night. He went alongside the Lamborghini.
Jim Tucker.
So Lee Johnston behind the wheel today.
So it won't be a 9-second run then.
Oh, you never know. This could be one.
Great looking run for Jim Tucker.
Has actually done a Sportsman ET national round with that car.
Yeah, you're right about the rod. Goodness me.
So this will be a mid to low 10 if all goes well. Oh, 10.92, but he's in the 10s. Good opener for Paul. And Steve. 15.78. 86. Hell, she runs a boarding kennels for bunnies.
Oh, wow.
And so if you go away on holiday.
So bunny holidays.
You go on the Bunny Hotel. Right, John Sleeth with the Camaro. What's he got for us? 9.78, 138. Nice pass from him.
You got Camaro envy and all of a sudden.
Yeah. This is nice. Also runs in comp eliminator as well.
That's right. A quirk of the tree as well. It looks like the staging lights are on in the left-hand lane.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't just my eyes anyway.
That's an 11. Yeah, 11.37, 117. Quite a lot on the straight, actually. It's a lot of fun. You remember Chris before had that blown, was it 32.4? Can't remember what you had now. But you got this one now, absolutely loves life with it. 12.39 against 12.94. But anyway, Rachel Warburton. I had a lovely chat with them yesterday, saw them again this morning. So let's see. 8 seconds at 87 mile out the 8th. 12.49 at 109.
Yeah, in the early days of this event, 13 years ago actually, even though it's the 12th version, the run what you brung on Friday wouldn't even start until 12:30, I think,
yeah,
lunchtime,
right.
wasn't it? That's right. And it was a very, what's the word I'm looking for? As low key as you could get, basically. It was
yeah, anything between 9.6 and 9.8, I think, for Don, on a good day. Yeah, 9.8, that'll do. And 12. Oh, a nice little 0.3 light there. But then that's the racer in the Glenn family coming through. So it's Sam Glenn this weekend, normally Simon.
Wow, 10.32 at 128,
yeah.
And...
Well, bearing in mind, this car used to run like, he was knocking on the door of the 9s. It was like going 10.0, 10.0. Then the car woke up and Mark sussed it all out and it went 9.7 in the end. But
that might be
just a test pass, yeah, 10.55 on that one.
Speed's good though.
Yeah, 188 to 60 tells the story.
Yeah, they'll get there.
Going alongside Stuart Arthur with the Plymouth. 10.20 for the Volvo Tour Pop. Kestrel Lane. Oh, good side by side. I like 10:48, 11:32. We're certainly one of them. Building it up, launches it, and clicks about 200 feet out.
Is that the plan? It was the plan.
Good.
Fantastic. Yeah, it looks very nicely. 134 to 60 foot, actually, for that heavy old thing's pretty good. And the car's quite weighty as well. 34 of them. It will be the Pop getting there first with a 1508, 103 miles an hour, and 2. Kind of easy, lazy looking run. Still goes a 989, 139 miles an hour. That's something to work with. They all appear very...
$9.53 for Lauren. Oh, they're clear as well. That's even better.
That'll be a perfect shot for somebody standing out there on the barrier. Little cough off the line for the slingshot, and then picked it up and carried on going. Which I'm guessing is where the name comes from.
5 complete, 10.75 in the morning, so they get that sorted out and come back down later on.
Hopefully.
Simon comes to all the events like the Vintage Nationals, Hot Rod Drag, stuff like that. Proper run what you're bringing on, absolutely floors everything out of that car. Plymouths, so if you get them a little bit confused. So this is definitely Paul Singer.
If you get confused, I've got no hope.
Oh yeah, because I'm not going to be up here when Nostalgia Superstop
runs. Yeah,
dear,
but I'll have a screen hopefully.
Yeah, that's true.
The trouble is, I was trying, like, when they were running, when you were out there, I was going, right, Jesus.
Well, considering you've only got one page and there's 4 copies of this. And as long as the right foot's further forward than the left foot, he's happy.
Except if you're stepping off a cliff.
It's true, yeah.
Why did I say that?
I don't
Sorry,
know. I've got absolutely no idea where that came from.
No. Well, no, I know where the connection. I just thought stupidly because I know Chris. I know they live down in Eastbourne. Just
time temperatures down there. So what's he got with the Dodge? 1079, 125 to open his weekend's account. 168, 64, a little bit down on where it should be. That.
Now, Kev Mellings is one of the quickest, if not the quickest, I think, in the world. Yeah, 883, 120, and that was backed off before the finish line too. 11.18.
All right, just bring everybody up. And going alongside Chris Bryan. All right, Chris is on the Kawasaki. Looks like he's going to get there first. 10.25 at 127. And Alan Ward on the Suzuki. 10.85.
2-stroke machine in the Slick lane. Backs off before the finish line. That's another, normally another good, really good 8-second machine, that one.
Yeah, nice launch. Really gave it everything off the line. Nice opener there. 9.42, 143. On goes 10.09 and a 10.70 there for Paul. I think he's just gone about 3.5 seconds quicker than he's ever gone before. So well done, Paul.
I was going to say that a car I don't think I've
even
even seen in Nostalgia Superstock before.
Well, he's giving everybody a chance to have a good look at it. The reason being, the little problem is he's left the line.
That's what you call putting a positive spin on it, folks. There we go.
It is lovely, though.
It's like a mate. Well, that went.
There's one thing that Dalton isn't shy of, and that's putting his right foot down. That is for sure.
That may have got his attention, though. It might need to be slightly calmer than that, though.
Yeah.
129 to 60 foot and then headed for the wall and thought better of it. But still...
.12.26 at 101 there for Ian. But very purposeful machine indeed. Oh, wheel spinning all the gears as it goes up the track. Going alongside Chris Coburn with the Willis. Andy would like to get back into the 9s if possible.
That could well be a 9-second run.
Yes.
9.98, 134 miles an hour. Thank you much, Andy. You make us look like air than that.
Is it the new lighting?
You're exactly in the right place.
Is it that it's all Union Jacks this weekend?
Every single flag is a Union Jack on those poles.
Yeah, they change them during the week.
Yeah, that's it. Balance it out.
Right, Clive Charles runs again with the 100E. And it's Mick Sharp and Neil Francis. Well, issues there for me. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Fingers crossed it's something that's an easy fix. 13.16 and 14.97. Unfortunately, I don't know who's in the Beetle, but it's one cool little car. From the early 1970s, that particular one. 10.29 with the straight shooter. But it certainly is today. .43, 100 mile an hour, and that, in effect, is a shakedown pass. So well done to them. Right, so what's Steve got for us this time? I was actually looking back through my notes, actually. 15 threes Steve Foreman's run, but he has gone 15-1. I think he even said on the 15-0, but anyway, let's see what he's got for us this time round.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was only giggling because Vinny stuck his hand up and all of a sudden it went. Crawled off the start line. And, yeah, 117 out the back door. There's lots more in there than that.
That's actually pretty good because I can be here for Dragstlgia, and then
I love the way you're planning what racing is. Not you actually running, but you're planning what you can watch.
and then like when Nostalgia Superstock are called, I can just go.
1087 at 125 for I think was a Morgan.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Yeah, goes. Has been low tens, believe it or not. There's a very similar looking car, orange, which is a student.
Oh, it is, okay. Yeah, they do have a very similar silhouette, don't they? 1154, 116. The Rambling Man.
Oh, I just and treads. It's not even on slicks, it's on treads.
It's another car that really shouldn't have an engine in it like that or go anything like that. And it's immaculately turned out.
Good looking run for Collingwood there, 1072, 125.
It's a lot of fun. You got everything.
Good job we had the wheelie bars.
Yep. Gets the launch nailed and that'll be, you know, 8-second run all day long. Still goes 952 at nearly 160 miles an hour. 1048, 126 in the other lane.
Yeah, there's more to come. Yeah, they won the UK round and then it was chosen from all the cars around the world, and this car, you can go and buy this in the toy shops if you can find it, and it was turned into a Hot Wheels legend car. There we go, 1018, 133 alongside Graham's 1113 at 130. But yeah, to hang on with Agent Orange, the 4 Pop. Nice opener there, 1146, 117, Andy. And Glenda goes 1483 at night. So many cars have so much history, and when you look back at what these cars have done over the years and the formats that they've run in, i.e. engine combinations.
Well, that's what I think is so cool about Nostalgia Superstock, is there's a lot of people with cars that have had them for years, but, you know.
Oh, lifting the fronts up as well.
So Luke is going to get there first with a 1018 at 130 and a 1094 for Adrian. Good looking run actually. 11.01, 118 miles an hour.
Now the car normally runs 19s, can dip into the 18s. I think it has done it a couple of times. Remember when Loz drove Phil's car and went quicker than Phil ever went?
That tends to happen with female drivers in...
Whoa, 1796, 74. Nice one, Loz. Hopefully we get to see Loz on the start line outside. Dragstlgia last year, he set a new PB, 1465, knocking on the door of 90 mile an hour. Well, Tim did lift the front wheels off the line.
And they almost touched the ground.
Yeah. .57, 125, nice opener there for Tim. Right, so Keith Freeman, 9.2 would be really cool. Phil, if he can get back in the 90s, he did get in there, then he went into the 10th, been in the 10th for quite a while. And 9.40.
I think grounds for divorce.
Yeah.
Of Al Golding.
Yeah, the Vauxhall.
Not hanging about like usual. I think something's burst actually, looking at that about half track. 908, 134 was losing pace through the last half of the run. Still great to see it. Yeah, 1095, 129 miles an hour. I'm guessing that is a checkout pass. The Pop went quicker though, believe it or not. I did say that.
Ash Rawson and John Sleeth. So John should be in the 9s. Yep, 9.76, 10.28 there for Ash.
Yeah.
So was he just coasting up to the stripe? 17.74, 45 mile an hour.
Good looking launch. Everything went well till then.
Did you know that Willismore, they've got 23 entered this weekend. Massive fields from all classes. 10.10, nice run. And quickest of the day there for Neil. 12.50. Falcon actually took part in street weekend. And a real good time.
$11.82 to the Dodge at 1.40.
Proper supporter of the classes, Boz, and he goes through with a 10.43, 129. Nice one there for Steve, 11.09, 118.
The US name's John Dalrymple, funny enough. Definitely imposter.
Yeah. Jared Heathcote in the Slick Tricks lane, round for another run. John goes 10.23, Jared goes 13.25.
Pairs like this lineup say, who do you think is going to be the quickest?
Yeah.
Just because just looking at them, you could never tell.
Just got a little bit out of shape.
It's catching him, no?
So yeah, I think Paul might just hold on to this one. It's tight, 10.98 and 11.10. But yeah, that like if you change that 11, it's Connor Hall's new ride.
Another one of those one-wheel burnout cars.
So what's Connor's first run going to net us? It is a 12.47 at 107.
Which is normally a good sign because parachutes are.
Oh, something's come off.
That looks like a hose connection. 984, 142 with the shoot out. Well, the 949 dial-in kind of gives away what it can do. That didn't hang about. 947, 138 miles an hour. Let's put it that way. Nice looking run. I think that'd be a low 9 though. Oh no, 893, 147. Wow. That was with a little misstep off the line as well. That's really, really good. Glad to see that weekend.
That was bouncing all over the place to a 7.42 at 189. I just remembered actually, if you look back at the awards we've given at Dragstlgia,
that was going pretty well. I don't know whether that was a plan to click it off, but I was just prying it. That's small block.
Wow, that was screaming at the top end. Wow.
Well, Mick Hanna has come to an almost dead stop just after the finish line. Fabulous launch for Steve Johnson. This will be a 6-second run. What's the number? 692, knocking on the door of 200 miles an hour as well with 197.
With the pop going alongside the MG. Unfortunately, I don't know who drives the MG. We'll try and find out at some stage. But say it is run what you've run, so not quite sure who's running what. 12.19, 120, nice one. Again, 12.60, 108. Well, let's see what they got. So Little and Large having a race. Little's going to get there with the 993.
Yeah.
Simon goes 1082.
Getting the hang of it. I say getting the hang of it. He's always had the hang of it, but you know, just getting his head round the
Nostalgia Pro Stock bikes. Oh, yeah. So, right, so Peter McGuinness in the Kestrel lane, same lane as he ran in before. Going alongside, oh, not going alongside Alan Ward. Alan's just stepped off the bike. Well, opening the throttle all the way through. Goes 11:48. So Rod's first run. All the way through the gears, straight down Broadway, 966, 134. And into the nines this time, 993, 126, quickest of the day from him so far. Oh, so Will's been off the line, almost made the bike turn hard right, but Alan corrected it, got it back straight and takes it down the quarter mile, goes 11:23 at 117 miles an hour.
Problems? That's definitely a colour of bike that the bugs will love this weekend, I think.
Well,
isn't
Moon
it?
Equipment. Oh, just clicked it at the stripe there. 998 though, 99 miles an hour.
Looking good.
Yeah. Ah, right, okay. Do you know what? I thought it could have been, but I didn't want to say anything. But Chris has now been in touch. It's Chris Head who's driving. Oh, and the message has disappeared. The Black Pig 2.
Right.
Okay, engines fired up behind us. Our track crew are back out there as we get continued action here at Dragstlgia 2023. Good news from the top end. Christian Zulaf, obviously after that top end incident when he went into the field, got out of the car under his own steam and he's made his way, well, helped over to, without a taxi basically, to the medical centre and just been checked out, but Christian got out of the car under his own steam, so good news there. Right, okay, we continue then. It is that slammed Morris Minor of Ian Smith going alongside Pete Wiseman with the damage case. So I know Ian's put a few runs in already today. Pete, he's in the high nines at the moment. Uh, 10:01 on that particular pass, 134, and Ian goes 11:58. Laura Levi, and it is so good to see this car back after a huge, literally nut and bolt restoration by Dan and Nick Williams and the team over at OCS Paint and Williams Brothers Racing. Vic Parsons with the Belvedere. So the car is resplendent in its new colour scheme. Well, it's still red, but my goodness me, look at that paint. It looks absolutely gorgeous. You need to go and have a look at this car. It's had a lot of work done. Dan has done a lot of engine work. And this is the first run back for Vic. Straight into the nines, his first ever 9-second pass for Vic Parsons, and he done it on his test pass. Congratulations, Vic. 9.96, 135, and that was worth that wait. Well done, Vic. Congratulations, mate. 135 mile an hour at the stripe. 9.56, 137 in the other lane. Boy, oh boy. Right, next up then, Steve Lloyd with the Impala. He's going great guns, very low 11 so far today. Oh, a lot of spin there. So Steve Lloyd, 12.21, but as I say, he was wheel spinning a huge amount there. Going along, didn't quite have a chance to get his name out there. Dean Maudsley went through the slick tricks lane there, 12.33 at 107. Just trying to keep up with it all. It's so much. It's so good. Right, next up then. Not on score sheet yet. Glyn Dunford. His first run of the day. Yeah. Just can't get through these devices quick enough to get the relevant messages up, because it goes absolutely berserk this weekend.
Well, Scott in the slingshot doing very well indeed in the Kestrel lane, goes 9.54, 153 miles an hour. Well done, young man, though. 9.54 at 153.
Oh.
Okay, two of our Gasser Circus cars looking just, I was going to say immaculate, but patinaed, I think is the same thing. Looking very cool anyway.
Yeah, so Nick Hewison. And yeah, Nick's holding out in front of Graham at the stripe. Yeah, 10.24 plays 10.69.
So Ben Rushforth. First out of the season, or was he at the start?
I think it's the first one. Winner of best appearing car last year at Dragstlgia.
Not a surprise though. What a car!
Gorgeous looking car.
Really is. I think they've stepped up the overdrive slightly as well. This car's normally in the mid eights or thereabouts, about 8.6, something like that, which again is superb for any pop. This car does have quite a storied history as well. I'm pretty sure this used to be the Flavel brothers' car, isn't it? Long time ago. Doesn't even remotely resemble it. Nice looking test run for Ben. Going for a little bit of a wander, about 1,000 foot, and backs out of it. Still goes 9.14, 113 miles an hour. Was not hanging about in the slightest. First qualifying session for Dragstlgia today is about 7 o'clock, I think, isn't it? Something like that? Thereabouts.
Yeah, all the qualifying starts at 5 o'clock, kicking things off. I think it's Gasser Circus is the first class to start their qualifying. Followed by the Willis Wars Wild Bunch Supercharged Outlaws. Old School Stockers, Outlaw Anglia, around about 6:30. And then the Nostalgia Superstar.
Well, basically, it's getting through everything.
Yeah. So Peter McGuinness once again into the Kestrel beer lane, and should be joined there by Richard Peachy. Yeah, there he is.
Suffering from a bit of premature acceleration there. Just as the tree ran.
Yeah.
Jump started and faltered a bit.
$11.86, and Richard's going to go at $19.86. So Alan Ward rolls forward, on the burnout in the Slick Tricks lane. And Rod Spry in the Castro lane.
Isn't it easier when they all run at the same time?
It is, makes life a lot easier, so less scrolling
all
through
on
the
the
list.
same screen. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. The only one that can read. We also have, I'm pretty sure we have someone from Scandinavia here this weekend running in Old School Stockers. Good looking run, 9:54 at 1:35.
Yeah, quickest of the day for that bike.
So Dean Stevens next with the Quacker in the Slick Tricks lane.
Joined by Chris Spry.
We are just doing a bit of a retrieving off the first exit.
Both away well.
Good looking runs in both lanes, actually. Dean Stevens goes.
Wow.
9:26. Yeah, 1:41.
Yeah, very tidy run. 10 flat for Chris. But yeah, 9:26, 141. Quickest run of the day there for Dean.
About to go back onto four wheels again.
Yeah, it looks like a pair of Nostalgia Superstock, Gary Cork and Stuart Arthur. Still got a bike below us though. How's everybody's pod face coming on out there on the bank?
Probably too well.
Probably doing a bit well, isn't it? Hope you got some sunblock with you.
Okay, your last pair of stockers. I think we had 16 entered for this weekend. We might be 1 or 2 down, but still a great turnout.
So Kev Melling and Danielle. Oh, yes, caught it.
Kev Melling is one of the quickest in the world on these things. Can he keep it nailed? He does, to a 8.66, 142 miles an hour. Only a couple of tenths away from his quickest ever run. That looks perilously close. A certain part of his body I wouldn't want anything rubbing near. I've always thought that about sprinters.
Oh, it's a shame. I'm sure you remember it as well, Dale, but the days when in front of the barn we used to have the rollers.
Of course.
And used to start them up there, or they used to do the burnouts against the tower.
Start up fuel cars in front of the barn as well with the rollers too. But yeah, no, they still do that. Some of the bikes that you see this weekend still actually brace the front wheel against the base of the tower to do a burnout.
Yeah, that's cool.
And then have to be effectively trolley carried.
That's it, yeah.
That's right, trolley carried out onto the start line. Okay, we are back to four wheels this time. Couple of Nostalgia Superstockers coming your way.
So it should be Stuart and Gary. Look at how beautiful both of those cars look. I so nearly bought one of those.
And why didn't you?
Because the guy wouldn't sell it. It's quite
so
simple.
you didn't nearly buy one. You decided you wanted it, but it wasn't up for sale.
It was a good friend of Bill Thomas who I bought the Camaro from.
Okay.
And sadly, it was a bereavement sale. And the guy passed away, and she was looking to move the car on, and Bill messaged it to me. I said, yeah, we'd love to have it over here. And got all the photos and everything, and in the end, she couldn't part with it. So, and I believe she's still got the car. But that's what it is.
That's terrific.
It was that
colour,
a little bit lighter than that.
How different your life would be.
No, this would have gone alongside the Camaro.
Oh,
we'd already had the Camaro.
God's sake! I thought you meant instead. What? So which one would have been your wife's then?
The Range Rover.
Yeah, still the same car as it is now. Yeah. Has she ever driven Bruce?
No, she wouldn't. I wouldn't let her. Stuart Arthur then, and Gary Court. Gary out in front. Gary goes 11.91, Stuart 12.99. No, Claire wouldn't want to drive it. Low power steering, too heavy.
Oh, she would like it, most importantly.
No, she doesn't like the noise it makes.
No, I wouldn't appreciate it, I think. Coming up with the worst bunch of excuses ever.
Yeah. No, love her to bits, but she lets me have these toys, so can't blame her. So Spencer Tidswell, his first run of the day in the Slick Tricks Lane. Such problems in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 10.57, 125.
Good looking run.
Apologies, don't know who the driver is.
We also have the Hooligan down for run number 2 of the day. I mean the car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dave Schumacher down there in the Kestrel Beer Lane with the slingshot.
Having one of those yes-no moments with his right foot, but doing very well at it. 12.0320, lots more in there.
And quickest of the day, 15.78, 90 mile an hour for the car in the Slick Tricks Lane. All right, Chris Coburn getting some good runs in today, actually, in the Willis Wars. Willis? He'll be coming out in class when they put their qualifiers in, but he signed up for Run What You Brung today as well, so getting some good early runs in. outside. Big Christmas with the Fallen Angel.
Definitely a bit of anticipation going on there with the right
Yeah,
foot.
I think he was practicing trying to cut a light then, but went a bit too far.
12.82 for the Demon at 122. 12.97, 104 in the other lane. So for his second run, possibly ever in the car, Dalton Scarlett with the Hooligan. The car itself has been around for a number of years and made a trip to Malta as well. Was down into the sevens in its previous life, but Dalton and the team, I think they've had the car a little while, but just getting Dalton just getting the hang of driving it, the crew obviously setting it up as well, and Jed Guy, no one better really to be helping out with the chassis tune and everything else too. Bit of a shock Jed's not actually here, because he's another one of the 6-second Anglia Brigade.
He's been so busy this year. He had to take time out, and he appreciates it takes a lot of money to run these things. And when everybody else wants your services, he's putting his customers first, and it's the way to do it.
Well, the Scarlett family recently became the proud new owners of a Mercury Cougar as well. Not sure when that's going to be running. But for now, they've got more than enough to handle with the Hooligan, with a Pro Charger on the front of the big block in there. Lot softer on the launch this time for Dalton, but what a run! Oh yes, 811, 172 miles an hour. May well be back in the sevens sooner rather than later. Aren't you supposed to sort of take it easy and get used to it? Or is that it?
No, he's a Scarlet. He'll do take.
Yeah, that was not taking it easy and getting used to it. That was superb. Yeah, you've got a good smile for a good reason down there. Definitely. That was terrific.
Pulled the chutes, turned the corner. Lovely job. Lovely job.
Yeah. Nice gentle-ish launch as well. Loads more to come. Can't wait to see what that can do when they start getting after it, actually.
All right, Ash Rawson then. Goes 10.30 at 130 miles an hour. And if you dial that in and run that later, that's a perfect ET. So, Greg Tate with the time lock wild bunch entry and the 1930s Ford Rocky run. Ah, that's a cracking launch there for Greg. And goes 9.30 at 137. Very, very nice run indeed. I like that. Very tidy. Well, the hits just keep on coming. I say a lot of cars in Runway Brunk, so we don't know everybody's name that comes around the corner, and these two are perfect examples of that.
Great looking run in the Kestrel lane, 11:18, 116 miles an hour. Paul Houston once again with the Turbo Pontiac.
So Holly Butcher is in the Kestrel lane. Holly did rather well. This is the first time out, actually. I think she took a perfect ET virtually on her first run.
Well, Paul Houston, that one time it was all the way to 3:30.
13.84, well done Holly. Paul goes 11.31. The first of the watch shop cars, I think, today. So Duncan Watts, all being well, should be in the 9s against that very nice MG. .983, 141, and takes out the last block in the process. It was drifting towards the centre line, and yeah, the last of the timing blocks just got toppled over.
Well, thank you very much indeed to John's board for UK Drag Racing News and Nostalgia, UK DRN, as it's otherwise known. Done a Facebook Live of what's in the pairing lanes, and it's about to get a lot louder and a lot quicker, shall we say. It's going to be very good indeed.
Oh,
thank you, John.
Yeah. Especially one car that's at the head of the lanes.
So, Lee Huxley. Not Lee Huxley.
Mark.
Thank you very much. Jimmy Huxley. I should have said Mr. Huxley. Couldn't call that up, could I?
And of course, Adrian Sidwell with the Opus.
Yeah, Mark's dipped back into the 9s for a couple of times today. Just getting further and further with tune-up. .998 again, 133 miles an hour. Just chipping away at it.
15.14 there for Adrian. Are we going to be in the 9s again? Oh, not quite. 10.27, 138. And a 13.52 at 101. Connor Hall and Ian Twiddell, your next pair. So anxious for Papa Ian. Running in Outlaw Anglia, of course, and Connor in Nostalgia Superstock. They'll be doing their qualifying runs. Well, they get one qualifying run each today, another one in the morning tomorrow, then one in the afternoon, and then it's into elimination for Dragstlgia. Connor goes 12.56, Ian goes 10.87.
So Aussie round, run number 3 of the day, I think. Just progressively getting a bit further and a bit further down the racetrack every time. Which is kind of the way to do it. This car can run mid to high 10s normally, there or thereabouts. Yeah, we've got the nitro bug around there. We've got acute angle as well. And a number of other big supercharged cars waiting to run. I think that time Aussie was to the 8th mile. 12.34. Yeah, that looked good.
Yeah, got the thumbs up, so I'd imagine it's full passes now. Rob Terrell with Robster's Revenge. Going alongside. Alongside? What's that? What's alongside?
An old size is what you used to wear.
Yeah, something like that.
Against...
Seeing which one it is.
Duncan.
You know, it's Carly Watts.
Carly, okay.
Duncan just ran. So, yeah, this is Carly.
Another one of those teams that have a number of cars at their disposal.
You're too slow, Bob. So Rob goes 10.36, 130. And Carly Washington stays the car, so unfortunately she had no time or speed, but I think she just went A to B in the end. Simon Boot with a bootlegger Camaro. Another huge burnout from him. Going alongside Paul Dale with the acute angle. Now, Paul Dale did have a leak underneath the car, whether it was oil or fuel or whatever, but that came right from the pairing lanes to the racetrack, so they've got that fixed. No issues with fluid on this one, so all good to go. Going alongside, as I say, Simon Boot with a bootlegger Camaro. Simon had a pretty decent run earlier, about 160 mile an hour. See if he can repeat that. And Paul Dale, well, Simon doing another burnout for us there. Paul Dale clicking early there, 9.32, 122 and 153 mile an hour in 10.29 seconds there for Simon. But smoked the tyres literally just off the line again. But entertainment value, box ticked twice now there for Simon. But Paul Dale still fighting a little gremlin at the moment, so a little bit of a track check on there. So John Sleeth just backs up. I think Ian's going to pop out with the tractor. Looking in the lanes, looking very, very interesting over there. We do have the nitro bug of Andy Raw down there. And how about Dave Vincek? What an interesting little car that is. Even on the entry, it's been put down as a question mark. So we're not actually sure what it is, but we'll find out when it comes around the corner. But I think it's just going to be a pause for a moment in the Kestrel beer lane, as unfortunately may have a little bit of fluid out there. So it'll be time to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. If you can take the airwaves for a moment, we will be back as we continue Run What You Brung here at Dragstlgia 2023. And what a scorcher it is today.
Such
And going alongside Chris Spry. Chris is on the Kawasaki. Looks like he's going to get there first. 10.25 at 127. And Alan Ward on the Suzuki. 10.85 at
2-stroke machine in the Flittrick lane. Backs off before the finish line. That's another, normally another good, really good 8-second machine, that one.
Yeah, nice launch. Really gave it everything off the line. Nice opener there, 9.42, 143. Out there, and we are back ready to rock once again. And it is John Sleeth taking on Simon Smith. Well, I say taking on, they're lining up together. So John Sleeth with the Camaro running in Nostalgia Superstock this weekend, as he normally does with this car. It's a 9-second car as well. Doesn't hang about, but neither does Simon Smith's speed top entry. As a PB of 10.5, has been running plenty of 10-second passes this event so far. .93, 10.62 there for Simon. That's his quickest of the day so far. Very nice pass indeed, 127 mile an hour at the stripe, considering he drives it here from Norwich. That's no mean feat at all. So, good pairing, that one. Just a reminder, folks, there is just so much going on site here. Don't forget, behind the spectator banking, you have got the Vintage Hub. It's got the big screen over there, the Vintage Fair, Live Stage, Beer Festival, and the NSRA Blast from the Past marquee. That will be the place to hang out, especially in the evenings, because that's where the live music is coming from. So you need to check that area out, 100%. We've also got the NSRA show paddock, not fully in action today, obviously, but over the course of the weekend. That is behind the main spectator banking area in what is the area normally reserved for the live action arena, so you know exactly where that is. So basically you just go past the fun fair, you'll see some cars for sale, and then you'll see the show paddock. So make sure you go over the other side of the racetrack. Don't forget, all the caterers are in the catering area, well, most of them are, behind the tower here. Good selection of food. There's obviously the Pod Cafe as well, and there's other food available on site. We've got you covered, basically. That's what I was trying to say. Also, our traders, we've got plenty of them here this weekend. We've got some over in the Vintage Hub, and of course we've got our main trader area as you go around the back of Nitro FM. So plenty of traders there. As I look behind me, though, it's going to get rather loud, rather noisy, rather exciting. We've got the Nitro Bug of Andy Raw down there. So real good to see them putting in a pass here on the Friday.
First run of 2023 as well, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know, everyone around the site has been complaining about pesky bugs. They're not going to complain about this one, are they?
No, not at all.
And yes, we are aware there are lots of pesky bugs. However, that's not something we can do about, anything we can do about that one. So yeah, after a monumental thrash, I'm not entirely sure how much Carl slept in the last few weeks.
Not much.
Not a huge amount, really, and especially with Simon Barlow's car as well. I know last weekend while we were all here racing, Simon was nipped over to Holland, didn't he, to go and pick up the block of the crank that was repaired. Just a hell of a time. So thumbs up, good luck to Andy Raw.
So Christian on the starter, Carl on the bottle. Andy, of course, in the hot seat.
Now Andy's going to be competing as part of the Dragstlgia Cannonball. However, you don't want your first run of the year to be the first run of a competition. Hence the fact loads of them are coming out now.
No, stop. Parachutes come out. Oh.
Well, it's not the worst thing that could happen, I suppose.
No, I think they caught that early, so what they do is they'll push it back, crank it out to get the nitro out, and repack the chute, I think, or hopefully.
Yeah, pick the drone up as well, take that out of the way. Anyway, we have a couple more Nitro funny cars around there. Got Paul Harris with the Dennis Priddle Tribute Monza. And I'm not sure whether he's on Nitro this year or not, but Ricky Gowan as well with the Cannonball. Yeah, they're just going to repack.
I thought so. It's one of those, just one of those things. I've seen, it's happened so many times when you pull the safety on the parachute pin, and it just sometimes it catches the main release, and it pops the chute out.
The way that you pull the pin is in the opposite direction to the way it comes out.
Yeah.
So it should, in theory, not come out at all, and 99.999% of the time, it doesn't.
Yeah. But you do get that odd moment where it pops out. All right, so it is, the Cannonball car. I think that caught a lot of people by surprise when it appeared, because it was like, oh wow. Amazing what a funny car, a car scheme can do, really, isn't it? You bring something back, and it triggers so many memories.
And possibly a few people as well. But sorry, in the nicest possible way. This car has been around for a lot of years. It was the original Dom Prodome Army car that came over from the US in the for the 1990 World Finals.
1990, was it? 80?
Sorry, 80 even, sorry. Do you know what, I even remember what he ran in qualifying. I'm that sad. 622 boots, he was number one with the 621.
All right, looking in the lanes, look at that. That's just awesome, isn't it? Paul Harris. You can see Robin Reed's Dragster tucked around the corner there as well.
Real good to see Robin back, if for no other reason than Robin's had a lot of health issues to deal with, mainly back ones, very, very recently, and has been laid up for quite a lot of the time. And I'm just impressed that Robin's here and getting back in the race car. That's without being impressed with the actual race car. So Ricky's got a lot of good help, as he helps a lot of good people. Kevin Kent and some of the team from the Fuel Funny car. Ricky's actually one of the crew guys for Kevin normally.
Yeah.
Returning the favour this weekend.
Well, they got the West Ham Motorsport trailer in the pits, and this car is literally just parked right next to it. With its own little gazebo there, so we can all work together. So just getting set for the run. Starter is hooked up. The Angry bottle is there as well.
Well, that's still sounding very much at the moment like a methanol car anyway. But who cares? It's so good to see it out there on the racetrack once again.
Well, a little bit into drift spec on the burnout there, and just clicked it.
Notes for tomorrow. Keep those for Mr. P.
So Ricky just pulling over on the 330 block. So get that pushed back. Meanwhile, they're repacking the chute on the nitro bug, and the starter is attached, so they're not far away from giving it another go.
Well, I think Ricky's going to be pushed back in this direction, which is going to be a long push for everyone out there in this weather, and with a sticky racetrack too. Yeah,
very, very warm day indeed. What, 26, 27 out there now?
Hey, look, it's better than the soggy problem, isn't it? It always is.
Oh, yes, 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 yes. That is a long push, and especially got the fire crew helping as well. That have got all the layers on. Yeah, not a lot of fun, but yeah, it is what it is. So let's just have a little recap and update. It's 3:15 in the afternoon here at Santa Pod Raceway. Just a reminder, everybody, that the historic display marquee has the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame in there, and the silent auctions have now started, so we've got plenty of lots for you to be able to bid on over there. Some real cool stuff in there.
Loads of cool stuff.
So if you pop in there and have a look, I'm not going to go through the lots. They're all on the Euro Dragster, and of course they are all on display in there as well. But there are some very nice items available for you to bid on. Not only that, we've got some fantastic trophies in there. We got the SEMA trophies in there. And also, I think it's Harlan Thompson's trophy from way back in the 1980s when he won the funny car meet here at Santa Pod. I'm just trying to see if I can find all the details in the program. But a fantastic display in there. You really do need to go and check it out. There's also, in that same marquee, you've got Vampire, the jet car. That is on display there. They've also got Yesterday's Dreams and, of course, Ian Turbeville's slingshots, which will be wheeled out twice a day from tomorrow for fire-ups. And you've also got Commuter and Tudor Rose. And I think they've actually put them outside the front of the marquee now when I walked past earlier on. So that is definitely worth checking out.
Very quickly as well, Russ Hill saying, could we please wish Max Cooper good luck on his stack weekend? I'm sure Max is out there somewhere. Down there by the fence, is that right? Anyway, yeah, Max, good luck. I'm not sure why you need good luck on your stag weekend. Yeah, that sounds a bit ominous.
It's good luck from your wedding day onwards, really, isn't it?
Yeah, well, or something like that. Anyway, so while the track crew do their thing out there, we've still got Nitro Funny Cars, well, backed up round the corner. We also have the Aussie Altered round there in the lanes, and Robin Reed with the Nitro Damo. Nitro FM for just a couple of moments, if you don't mind, and we'll be back as soon as we can. bug catcher. Yeah, let's see what I did there. Handful of bug catcher. Although actually, that's more like a buzzard catcher than a bug catcher on the front of that. A bug catcher's like what's on the front of Ricky's car. That's more like a buzzard, due to the size of it, obviously. Still seems to be idling a little bit on the high side, which might affect the clutch wear, but I can't imagine they're going to be too worried about that. This is probably only going to be a 60-foot or a 330 squirt, just to make sure everything went back together right, and it still works. I think Andy Raw's quickest ever run is a 6.3. And that was on fire as well, wasn't it, as I seem to remember, a couple of years ago at the Bug Jam. There we go. Okay, so tuner Carl Harrison. Brings Andy forward, under the watchful eye of everybody. Just want to say a very, very, well, seriously good luck to Andy Raw and the whole team. Hopefully, this will be what they're looking for. .730, 157 miles an hour. 106 to 60 foot. It was a really good looking launch, but from then on down, it almost sounded like the throttle hung or something like that. I think Andy was trying to shut it down. He definitely has done that now, and that was still a good looking launch. One of the best looking launches they've had, actually, to be honest with you. So well done to the whole Nitro Bug team. Hopefully that gives them what they need to do going into the Dragstlgia Cannibal starting tomorrow.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I was watching Christian, and he was just looking at the, for argument's sake, a tablet, obviously just connected to the car remotely, and I think he's just observing all the numbers that.
Maybe he was driving it.
No.
Maybe he had his finger on the wrong bit and he was going wee. Yeah, never mind.
But,
anyway,
no, very, very interesting, and certainly not here for. You know, they're not playing. They want to go fast. They want to make sure that everything is working the best it possibly can.
Yeah. Well, that seemed like a good start to the weekend, even though, like I said, it sounded like the throttle hung a little bit or something like that, but nothing on the racetrack by the looks of it. Very well-deserved round of applause. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to set a record for people in the pickup again. You've got a long way to go to get ahead of the Hawkins team, though. Sorry.
All right, here we go then. Ricky Gowan with the Cannibal funny car. Fingers crossed, all goes well.
So right round there is Paul Harris and Robin Reed as well for his first run of the season, actually, in either of his race cars. He's got two of them. One is the quickest and fastest British engined dragster in the world. So they just hang the starter back on the front of Ricky's car, and okay, not looking like it's going to happen, unfortunately. You wouldn't believe the amount of work that goes into getting ready for just that moment, and to have it not happen is a little bit heartbreaking, to say the least. So they're going to move Ricky's car out the way, and it will be either Robin or Paul Harris. Looks like Paul Harris getting the thumbs up.
Yeah, apologies for the gaps in neither of us speaking as we sort of look around the lane thinking, is it, you know, it's just keeping an eye on all the proceedings at once and sussing out which order or who or what is going to come around the corner and who's going to move, who's going to flinch.
Most unusual for the pair of us, because normally we completely put our foot in it and then worry about it afterwards.
That's right, yeah.
Does tend to be the way forward.
Well, that's the sound of Paul Harris's Chevy Monza funny car. And that will be coming around the corner very shortly indeed as Ricky as the Cannonball car gets towed into what used to be the old return road.
Far Up Road?
Far Up Road, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
I always used to remember years back when we used to sit on the old
The
grandstand.
little ones.
And all the funny cars came down with their bodies propped up.
Yeah, until they got shouted at by the spectators and they put them all down so we could see.
Yeah.
So Paul Harris actually he was at the main event and did very well indeed, didn't he? He was down in the 6.3s, I think, that weekend. Quickest ever runs for this car. Nice new shiny windscreen, I see him brace. Slightly larger throttle stop as well.
Yes.
Which is a good thing. Just to explain what we're talking about, these nitro engines like to produce horsepower. They don't like to rev much. So the idea is that there is a very, it's very basic, if you like. It's a clip almost on the throttle mechanism on the side of the injector, and it limits the amount that the throttle can open, and that's in place for the burnout.
Yeah, he's not been able to engage reverse though.
No, he's going to be
go forward instead, take it off the end of the track.
That is a real shame, actually, after a great weekend back at the main event.
Yeah, didn't want to delay proceedings any longer than he wanted to, so just decided to take it up the track, clear the track, and leave it for the next one to come around, which we think will be Robin Reed.
Robin sitting there ready to go. We also got the Double Trouble Altered of Paul Stephen from Australia. Yes, you heard that right. Yeah, so Paul Harris cruises on off the top end. Yep, just making the second turn off by the looks of it. So this car, Robin Reed, sat in at the moment, is his original nitro Daimler car from, goodness me, late 80s, I think he actually built this car. And it's been around many, many years in UK drag racing. He's run well into the 6s with it. However, it stubbornly refuses to go over 200 miles an hour. He's been 199 point something before. So much so, Robin thought, oh blast, I'll just build a new car. So he did that, and that was pretty instantly successful. Down into the 6.3s, well over 200 miles an hour a number of times. However, as this is a nostalgia event, this is a 1980s supercharged Daimler fuel car.
We just need to really appreciate the size of that engine compared to a modern fuel car.
It's about a third, no, not even a third of one. I think it's like 152 cubic inches, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a modern fuel Hemi is 500, so it's a third of the size.
Yeah, 2.5 litre Daimler. For those that don't understand cubic inches, it's an absolute masterpiece.
And it takes a lot of engineering, tinkering, everything else as well, to come up with a combination where A, the engine lives, and B, goes as quick as it does.
Yeah.
I would say this is one of the world's smallest nitro engines. However, it isn't if you include all of the radio control cars. There's plenty of them like that. Yeah, no, nitro is used big time in that kind of racing.
Percentages are a bit
That's
different,
right.
though. I mean, maximum. Well, I used to run was about 30%. These are way north of that. Yeah, that's the burst panel going, I think.
Yeah. Almost sounded like it left in high gear. Actually, it sounded very didn't leave like it normally would. Let's put it this way: the noise didn't match the go for Robin. I do hope whatever that pop was, it looked like the relief panel, like you said. Hopefully that's easy to sort out and fix. And Robin will be back for tomorrow. As we look behind the tower, my goodness me, there's alters all over the place all of a sudden. Now, this is much more like the weather that Paul Stephen is used to racing in, although he probably doesn't miss it because it's probably sweltering sitting in the car. This is the Double Trouble Auto, part of the 2-car container that came here all the way from Australia. And when John Willard said, I'm bringing the car over, Paul just basically said, oh, that's handy. I'd like to do that too. And so here he is. The first event was last weekend at the Summer Nationals. Paul had a bit of a troubled weekend, almost living up to its name. But they've been working on it all week. He knows what he's doing. Runs with the Supercharged Outlaws in Australia. This is a real good 6-second race car. One of the things he did tell me was his wife Dee. They did have 2 cars, and out of the pair of them, she was the first one into the 6s.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Which he said he planned completely just to make his life peaceful at home.
just covering himself.
That's the one. Yeah. So if anybody is still up watching on the other side of the world, thank you very much indeed for sticking with us. We've got this. We've got obviously John Willard in Outlaw Anglia a little bit later on this evening to be coming out and qualifying, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So Paul with the altered, getting the signal to spin the car over. Put together a team as he comes over here with Matt Seamarks and Dave Gibbons as well. So his quickest run last weekend was in the low 7s. The car's well capable of going more than a little into the 6s. And this weekend is part of the Dragstlgia Cannonball. I tell you what, once again, I can't help looking behind us, but looking behind the tower, I can only imagine Mr. Fadster is currently wetting himself with anticipation. He's sitting next to his other favourite altered on the planet. I can only guess to be running side by side in a very short order. So again, by run for Paul Stephen. This isn't qualifying or anything like that. This is just testing. Practice, if you will, for tomorrow. They did have a few issues with the car last weekend and over this week too. So I go Dave Gibbons, directs him into stage. And his wife reminds him to do something as well. As you'd expect, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, 2 altered drivers in the family. What could possibly go wrong? Here we go then. Good luck, Paul. Hope this is a lot smoother. Massive tyre shake before 60 foot. He was 102 to 60. And then I'm sure all of you sitting in the grandstands or up there on the banking saw the flash of flame from the left-hand side of the engine. Lots of work to do, unfortunately, before tomorrow. Yeah, lots of that.
I was just looking at those tyre shape marks. My goodness me, that's very
You're
violent.
gonna have to rub his back, D, after that one, I think. Definitely, yeah, definitely that. I'm sure he's done the same for you when you've had this. Yeah, no, never. Okay, all right. Sounds like a gentleman. Anyway, hope everything is a-okay with the auto, but yeah, something definitely came unstitched out there around about 60 foot or thereabouts. Got a feel for anyone that travels that far to race for doing it in the first place, but definitely if you don't have anything like a good time, yeah.
So yeah, he just getting the quad out, and they're just going to turn around the corner. But as you say, eyes diverted over to the pairing lanes now, and the return. I think is it 5 years since we've seen this car?
At least, I think.
Yeah. Havoc.
One of the most successful cars in Dragstlgia history. Going to be coming out alongside by the looks of it. Put your hands together for the little rental car going up to get Paul Stephen, please. That's an awful long way to come and do that. But thank you to everybody on the team. Let's hope they can get that back together for round 1 of the Cannonball tomorrow.
Right. The signal is given. Nick Davis and Andy Hadfield.
You can only imagine what's buzzing through Andy Hadfield's mind at the moment, sitting next to his favourite altered on the planet.
Yeah.
I do remember a Facebook thread rather recently where he said, I want to buy it, I just want to buy it. And Nick said, I'm not entirely sure it's for sale.
I think Andy said, well, can I rent it and look at it?
Yeah. Well, he might be able to, he's going to be able to look at it in the other lane. This is absolutely one for the ages, especially if you're a fan of these two cars. Two of the UK's most iconic altereds going side by side here on a Friday afternoon at Dragstlgia. The return of Havoc and Twister. Take that, you fuel altered. I think that was what that Andy said, sitting in there. You got to love it. It's moments like this that people build race cars for, let's put it that way. When Nick and Rob said they were bringing this back for this weekend, I did mention that there's cars that come along in your lifetime in this sport that just stick out.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely one of them. It's one of the most amazing cars ever built in this country. And for no other reason than it went to the US and won the Hot Rod Reunion. It won Fuel Altered at the Hot Rod Reunion. So this is a text pass for Nick. He hasn't driven the car for, what, 4 or 5 years then as well? Also a test pass for Andy Hadfield as well. The first time Twister will be back together again since Easter of this season. There's a good second difference in the normal ET between these two cars. But I don't think the man in the Kestrel lane really cares much right now. Nick Davis, Andy Hadfield. Here we go. He's going to frame that timing ticket because he got there first as well. 8:36 for Twister, 119. And it all looks good. 8.91 at 95 miles an hour for Nick Davis. Went over towards the wall and actually had to back out of it, unfortunately. But 122 60 foot for Twister is a lot quicker than he's been in previous years, I think. Yeah. And a 105 for Havoc, but still great to see.
Yeah, I think the photographs of those two on the start line will be framed and up on Faster's wall
forever.
Probably Monday morning.
Yeah.
When he gets home. Oh, fantastic moment. We're not done yet. We've got Apache round the corner. Tim Garlick.
Not sure who's behind. Oh, Robbie Grabman's around there as well.
Yeah.
Well done to the Twister team. Put your hands together for all of them, please. There's not many times you're going to get a win like over Havoc. That'll be it. That'll be the one time, won't it? Yeah, that'll be it. But well done anyway. Looked like a pretty good run and something to build on for the rest of the weekend too. So the rattling roar you can hear now is Apache. Yeah, give both teams a round of applause. So good to see Havoc back out on the quarter mile.
Oh, they go side by side. Fantastic.
Another one for Robbie Grabman to frame as well. Although saying that, he's actually raced this car a number of times, hasn't he? But with the altered body on it. Still, I find it hard to believe that car's got a throttle stop on it, you know. Those burnouts are lush. So yeah, Robbie Brabham with the West Country Shaker put in a very, 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 very bouncy 742 earlier on today. Hill's just popped some notes up, saying bounced around a little. I'd call that a lot in second gear. Oh dear. Then more drama after the finish line. The throttle stuck wide open and he only had one shoot. Oh. Even though Robbie got a safety stopped before he ran out of road. Not the number they were looking for, but they're going to try again. The body is the original Roland Pratt Hillbillies Avenger. My apologies for what I said earlier. Tim Garlick, officially 10 years old this weekend, that car.
And it's been one of the most consistent.
Don't say that.
Oh, no, we can't. You can see the 6.1, 6.0, 5.9. It's...
Well, Tim clicks it before the finish line and still coasts over the lines with 6.91 at 1.37. Robbie went before the tree was activated, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a 6.1 or a 6.2, definitely for Apache, but 404, 178 at the 8th. But it would have been a low 6, but 691, 137. But as you say, Apache, 10 years that car has been piling down the quarter mile here at the pod, and it's just what that car has achieved as well.
The kind of the flag bearer for nostalgia funny car racing in the UK, definitely, maybe even Europe.
The trouble is, because that car runs so well, we almost get a bit blasé with, oh, it's another 6.1 for Apache, but that's fantastic.
Oh,
it
yeah.
really is. Really, really is.
Well, that's what he needs in the tank to be winning the Cannonball. That's the idea.
Yes.
Go out there, make runs, be consistent, don't do anything silly. Once again, put your hands together for the team, please. They will be in action again tomorrow and Sunday. The UK's most consistent and most successful Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car.
All right, Keith Freeman and Michael D'Souza, your next pair.
That console is parked rather off to the right, isn't it? As Ian's just saying. So, Colin, how are the nerves going before Q1?
I don't even thought about it.
Oh, good. Glad I mentioned it. I'll keep mentioning it then, just to help.
Fine.
I'll look forward to receiving a dead leg very shortly.
Yes,
thank you very much.
indeed.
Yeah, just enjoy the racing. At least you're in the best place to take your mind off it, I suppose.
Yeah. So Keith Freeman, 9. Where is he? 9.2s? Is he 9.3s today? 9.3s, I think.
No, I think he's been 9.4.
Oh, 9.41. So yeah, we're looking for the 9.3 points. It's very, very warm out there. Michael D'Souza with the Ford. .45, 141, consistent. 11.65 there for Michael, 113. Paul Tarry with Triggers Broom.
Yeah, Keith's car deadly consistent. I think that was why he won the championship last year, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That was what it was all about.
No, 11.84 plays in 13.21. All right, next up, John Dalrymple with the full tilt Willis. Who's he got alongside him? Ah, Pete Dodd. Now then, Pete messaged me. I think he's got a passenger for this one.
Wow. A brave soul that's about to find out just how brave they are.
Actually, this is good, actually. It's Lewis having his passenger run, and Lewis is crew on John Dalrymple's full
Is
tilt.
that right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
This is how you make racing car drivers, is you give them a passenger run.
It was his birthday last weekend.
Look at that, 10:36 at 95.
Yeah.
Do you know, I remember one of the funniest things that ever happened like that. Well, I remember the story, I'll tell you. Warren Johnson's crew were very unsympathetic to his driving and everything else as well. So he sent his crew guys to school to learn how to drive pro stock cars. Do you know who those two guys were? Kurt Johnson and Greg Anderson.
Oh, right, yeah.
Who then turned into some of the most successful pro stock racers ever.
He hired his own assassin.
Basically, yes, he did. You know, they did it and thought, well, actually, this is so much fun.
Yeah.
But that's how it happens.
So, to Lewis, hope he enjoyed from his birthday last weekend. As the next two go through, Sean Glenn. Who's his name?
So the crossfire once again. Up against the very nice black-winged Willis in the Kestrel lane. So Jamie Faulkner gets a thumbs up. There we go.
Right, just to give everybody a heads up, the pairing lanes will close in 5 minutes.
Whoa.
Because there's quite a lot of stuff in there, and we want to make sure that we get everybody cleared. So if you want to get a last run in, you need to get into the pairing lane, so they're going to shut them in 5 minutes' time.
That is obviously because the lanes are full.
Yes.
We need enough time to run.
Yeah. James Griffin just going through there with 11:67 to 89. Jamie Faulkner. Hopefully he's going to go forward. Yep, going to be a solo for Jamie then. So with a 1090 at 120 miles an hour. Happy days. So Vinny with Sonic Attack. Assuming it's still Vinny in the car. Yeah. Steve Garland looking on. And finds reverse. So Vinny takes it down the groove, gets his best run of the day, 10.83, 120 mile an hour. Well done, Vinny. Oh, Steve, give Vinny a pat on the back for us, mate. I think he's probably well pleased with that. Excellent job. Right, Honky Tonkin, the original. Steve Matthews behind the wheel. Going alongside Jason Stegel with the Nova. That's a new name to us in Nostalgia Superstock, so welcome to the party. 70 plus cars here this weekend in Nostalgia Superstock. Unbelievable entry. The biggest entry ever in certainly in Nostalgia Superstock, but also not just in British, but in European racing history. The prospect of a 64 car ladder with a bump spot is insane. Beautiful launch there for Steve Matthews. Could be on his way to a lovely mid 9-second pass here. 9.75, 132. Jason goes 13.01 at 102. Oh, how cool is this? Pair of Beetles. First time we've seen the Beetle in the Slick Tricks lane today. The grey one in the Kestrel lane. We've seen, I think probably its third, possibly even fourth pass today. And the VW DRC, obviously the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club, a huge part of drag racing here at the pod, and the club has been going way over 30 years now, and responsible for introducing a lot of people to the sport of drag racing. And their big event is in 2 weeks' time, of course. Bug Jam, VW Pro and VW Sportsman represented at that event, and it is a proper get together. It really is. So Lee Charles with the Charles play in the Valiant. Nice launch off the line, going alongside the Morgan.
Lee will be round again soon to qualify in.
This Superstock, yeah. 992, 135, and 1094, 125. Right, a call out, please. Anybody got a Brad 5 cylinder head and gasket? Unfortunately, it wasn't a good pass there for our Australian friend. So, yeah, if anybody's got a Brad 5 cylinder head and gasket amongst their armoury, it wasn't good news for the team, for Paul Stephen, when he got back to the pits. So they desperately want to remain running this weekend. And please, if anyone's got a Brad 5 cylinder head and gasket, let them team know. See what you can sort out with them. Cheers.
Well, that is Duncan Beard down there in the Thunder God. Unfortunately, not thundering very much at the moment. I think every time he goes to stand on it, it just dies. Yep. Duncan would dearly like to get into the sevens in this car. The car itself's been there a number of times. Not going to happen, I don't think.
So come around the corner then, Don Scott. And still without the bonnet. Excess weight, don't need it.
Saves on maintenance as well, you know. Aerodynamics, who needs it? It is on the warm side out there, as I don't need to tell anyone that's out there watching, obviously.
Now he's got Sean Hindon for company with the Willis.
The Scooby Willis.
Yeah, Don's door's not closed. Bob spotted it. There we go.
Maybe Don wanted a bit of extra air conditioning, you never know.
Oh. I think Don was expecting a pro tree, then got a sportsman one. He's still going to get a time, but it's not the one he wanted anyway. He's pulling over to the right. 24 mile an hour. That's slowed down proper. To the point where he's actually stopped. Now Don wouldn't stop on the track for no reason, so he's, oh no, he's got going. He's rolling. So the last thing you want is issues on your last run with your bum pass when your next pass is going to be in class for the standard superstock. So.
Yeah, well, he's got a few qualifying runs, but you want to banker on the first one, don't you? Definitely.
Well, I do.
You more than anyone, I think, really.
But yeah, fingers crossed, Don. Hope it's not too bad.
Yeah, you more than anyone, because we're never really into it, was we?
No.
Ah, you'll be all right. I used to love the amount of people that used to say that to you before you get in a race car, and you always used to think, yeah, okay, go on then, you do it. All the people just the other side of the wall said, oh, you'll be fine, don't worry. Don't feel it. Well, commiserations to Duncan and the Thunder God team. That was one of Duncan's goes this season, getting into the sevens. So, in and Alan Lloyd. That's Alan in the hot seat, in standing down there by the wall. UK Drag Racing Hall of Fame member as well, actually.
Yeah. Gonzo was coming back rather rapidly then, and he caught Bob out.
Something starting in the 7 is good. Something starting with a 7.5 is incredibly good, which is what they've been shooting for some time now. The only thing is, I'm not entirely sure an event in the middle of the sun in the summer is the thing to be doing.
A lot of concern around Gonzo.
I think it may be whether the nitrous bottle is on or not, as the case may be. Yeah, if the bottle's not turned on or the air shifter isn't turned on.
Right, just to remind everybody, pairing lanes are now closed. So we are basically just going to run what we've got down there. And there is a break at 4:30 as we get ready for round 1 qualifying, starting at 5 o'clock.
That could be to let our crew actually have some lunch, because they didn't get it.
They missed it.
Yeah, they didn't get it, did they?
Right, Paul Smell coming through with thirsty work. Going alongside Chris Goodell with Rosso's Rat.
What a pairing, actually. If you squint from the back, there's not a lot of difference between the two of them.
No, there isn't.
I don't think there's much difference in ET either, is there?
Of Chris should be round about 9.8, I think. Oh, 9.97 on that one. Paul goes 11.03. Right. A few bikes. So first up then, Alan Ward, Suzuki man. .10.24, 1:17. Bizarrely, that's his quickest run of the day, but it didn't go the way he wanted it to.
I was just going to say, still not really running on song.
So, see what Sean can do. His first run.
Rolls off the trot at the top end.
Yeah, 12.73 there for Biffo, as he's known as.
Gonzo, take two. Now this car does actually run a small block Chevy, which is normally good for low eights, possibly tickling the high sevens sometimes. But to get coaxed mid-sevens out of this thing is quite some effort. With the nitrous oxide turned on, hopefully. There we go. Car normally pulls the wheels up and carries them for quite some way. And just having a bit of a weave at the top end. 780, 165 miles an hour, dips back into the sevens. The engine's still not quite singing properly, but good start to the weekend nonetheless. Something to work from, most importantly. A little bit of smoke in the shutdown there. I'm not sure whether actually just dust is running over or that's him. Yeah, the track crew out checking.
Yeah, he's turned the corner fine. Underneath the tower then, I think there's Aussie Brown. And I think she's on full pass now.
Well, we'll be in a moment. It looks like there is something to be taken care of right down the other end of the shutdown area. Duncan Beard waiting patiently as well.
Yeah.
Still strapped into Thunder God, hopefully sorted whatever issue it might be. So as we go, the track goes silent again. We've still got the staging lanes to empty. The track crew do their thing at the top end. We still have a number of cars to run through. Then we have a break, and then we have the start of qualifying.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not that I'm going to keep reminding you, Colin, but there we go. Anyway, so back to Nitro FM for a moment, and then hopefully we'll be back soon.
Then Aussie Brown with the team Vadadu Camaro just rolling into the burnout box.
Fortunately, the very briefest of holds. So I'm guessing. So is this licensed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Even though she's running Nostalgia Superstock before, I guess because this car's that much quicker, is that right?
Well, bearing in mind this is a lifestyle event, so I think she's just doing a national license.
Must be something along those lines anyway.
Yeah.
But doing very well so far. Run to half track. All being well, this will be a full run. Expertly done all the way through to 11.07 at 1:20. That'll work.
Yeah, sweet. Well, on to the Harrison team. Brown team, sorry. It's Harrison Brown. What do I call the Harrison team? Ian Brown, Harrison Brown.
Well, unfortunately, I think that's Duncan Beard's chance gone. He just tried to start the engine again. They cranked it over, but it wouldn't fire, unfortunately. That is a shame, because I know that's one of his, one goes of the season, to try and run the car into the sevens with him in the seat.
So, Jason Dodd. I think he had an issue earlier on. Can't remember exactly what he ran.
Slowly for him.
And I think that's Neil Francis down there. So let's have a look and see what these two can do. Perfect light, look at that. If he can do that in competition.
006.
Very nice light.
Jason Dodd, much more like it with the 1081 at 124.
I think actually Neil rolled the beams a bit there. I think that's how he got the light.
Hey,
but nevertheless, he'll
way.
take it. He'll take it. Right, Phil Stillwell with the blue Camaro. And go alongside Dan Sanderson. Phil goes 30-36, Dan goes 30-75.
Today is kind of a day of guessing who's in the cars, isn't it, as well?
Well, we know it's Andrew Bishop now because Jack was stood behind the car earlier. And then if I could be bothered to look at the entry, it does say Andrew Bishop on
It does on there, okay.
Going alongside Glenda Thompson with the Charger. Nice 10-12 there for Andrew. And 13.90 for Glenda. Two good passes there. Right. How about this one? Guy King. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's the car he's bought along this weekend.
I love the way you say it like that. This is one he's brought with him.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Keith. You all right, buddy? Good to see you. And of course, Patrick Hobbs with the Falcon. Patrick, 11.65. Guy King goes 13 to 53. Well, from not having a clue what the car will run, he's now got an indication of what to dial in the car in qualifying for Nostalgia Superstock.
So, Simon Devos with the Frankie 57, or the 50 Frankie 7, or, well, that car, anyway.
Going alongside Paul Tarry in Trigger's Broom.
I think there's a lot of cars here this weekend, especially that could be named that, aren't there?
Yeah.
Because there are so many of them that have had quite a few new heads and new handles. But they're still the same broom. Like a fun ride for Paul Terry. Wheels up off the start line. Nudging the nines. 10.02, 135. And a 10.81 for Simon Devos, 120.
So Ben Montgomery in the Slick Tricks lane. His final pass in Outlaw Anglia, well, his final pass in his Anglia before he goes into class for qualifying later on. And goes 12.82 at 106. And the 30s Ford goes 15.56. Oh, that's pretty. Like that. That's Tim Lane, isn't it? Going alongside Mick Payne with the retirement package. $10.70, Laser 13.29. Right, Chris Tyhurst. Don't know anything about the Chevy Nova that's appeared in Slick Tricks Lane. Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange, and it's KB, Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat, putting his first run of the day in. Actually, this is going to be quite a decent little match-up between these two.
They're not far off,
They're
are they?
not, no.
You're dead right there.
Andy in stage, waiting patiently for the governor. Oh, Andy went way too soon there. Good looking run for Keith. 10.51 and 11.99. Keith's so much happier driving Roaring Rat these days. He's got a few things in there which he didn't have before. His line lock used to be a manual valve.
Yes,
he's
I
now
remember.
got a button, so it makes life a lot easier for the line lock. And I believe he's got a shift light now as well, which makes things a lot better. So Paul Singer with the Plymouth. And believe it or not, number 24 in the Nostalgia Superstock is not on the list. I think that's the ex-Paul's Mail El Camino in new hands, but we'll find out. Spencer Tidswell comes round the corner and onto the track with his Anglia. Going alongside Boz. Andy Bostonworth, of course, with his Nostalgia Superstock. Still loads of stuff in the lanes to get through before we have our break to get ready for round one qualifying. Yeah, it's not that far away. Bosco's 10.39, Spencer 11.97. Adrian Portelli with the Charger, regular 10-second runner now. Lovely launch off the line. And a 10.92, 122. Finally, Simon Prest gets his wish.
Side-by-side comets coming your way. I bet Simon wishes he'd got in the wrong car, though.
Yeah,
Lawrence is considerably quicker. That doesn't matter when it comes to racing. Simon says, hi, Dale, on the back of that. I presume that's Dale Snoke, tuned in from California. But yeah, both of these two very excited about this matchup. Simon rolls the light, goes 08 red. Trying to get a little bit of a head start to make it a kind of a fair race. It will be Laurent over the finish line first to a 9.53 and an 11.07 for Simon. Good start to the weekend for the Rockets. And Laurent has actually put in a few runs already. They'll be out qualifying in the not too distant future. Side-by-side Orchards this time, even though they look relatively similar. One of them is injected. That's the car in the Kestrel lane. And the other one is supercharged with a small block in there. That's Aaron Windridge. Previous car owner and driver Sam Freeman helping out on the Orchard in the Kestrel lane. Going to be running with a wild bunch this weekend. So Aaron already put one run in, about an 8.3.
Yeah, John Sharrod in Kestrel Lane.
Aaron with a beautiful wheels up launch. So much so it unloads the rear tyres when it comes down. 8.05 at 165, quicker than earlier. Well done. And an 8.95 at 142 for John Sharrod. I think they're very pleased with that too.
I bet. So, honky tonkin number 2.
So who's on board today? Is it Lee? I can't see.
Yes.
Can't see him hobbling about. So that's always a good sign. Ah, yeah. There's Jerry. Jerry standing over there. So it's definitely Lee. .989, 122, a little bit off pace. Okay, the Rambler Man taking on the postcoded wheels in the Kestrel Lane.
Oh, Beavis Allen, yeah. Oh, he's big, that car.
So the very nicely presented dart in the Kestrel Lane going to be against car.
Oh, had the microphone in the wrong place there.
Car very much made for this event, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's an indication of how warm it is out there. Paul Hammond goes 11 to 62 at 119. He's normally in the 10s. But, yeah, very, very warm out there. Phil Moores with the Willis. And AJ Denning with the Chevy.
That's got to be the quickest launch on stock rims I think I've ever seen, that thing.
So 10.34 for Phil, nice
What a
run.
run.
132. Just getting these, getting the car back to where it was. I think it'll be a while before it goes into the 9s. That's when he was trying all sorts of things, but yeah, just taking it a bit steadier these days. All right, Gary Cork. One of the Nostalgia Supercars. They've got a fair old time to wait before they do their qualifiers, so hence that's why there's quite a few of them in the lanes at the moment.
Yeah, we've also only got about 5 minutes left of our scheduled run time. As Colin said, half an hour dinner break. Those look like an early dinner. Before we start qualifying.
Right, now this is Danny Wilson. And as soon as I called his name out, he didn't go to plan. Picked it up again now, though. 14.31 at 93 there. 11.85, 114 for Gary. Richard Warburton and Lauren Moles, your next pair. 1922 there at 103 for Richard. And Glasgow 2021 at 63.
So Vic Parsons and Mark Huxley, two guys in the nines.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they're both pleased to say. Mark wants to say a big thank you to ASD Engines, whose name's on the car, on the front and the back as well, actually.
But Vic, on his first run back to get a PB off the trailer, so to speak, after all that work, was staggering.
So basically it was stripped down to nothing.
Yep.
And then put back together again.
Yeah.
Anything that needed replacing was?
Lots of interior parts, quite a few panels actually.
Really?
Yeah, there's quite a few panels that were rotted out.
Good side-by-side race, actually.
Oh, 980! Oh my word, where did that come from? Nick, fantastic pass there for Vic. Wow, 136 mile an hour, 980. That is a staggering pass, 10.02.
How much quicker than before?
Oh, he had never run a 9 before.
Well, there you go then.
10.1, maybe 10.05 before. But that's huge. Second pass, 980. Oh, box ticked. Well done. Mike Dandridge with a Chevy. 350 small block in there. A different 350 small block. He found, I think, some issues with the engine that he had before. Pulled it out, got the other one in. Then started stripping his original motor down and realised it was quite a decent engine in there, so he's keeping that as a spare, going to get it rebuilt. But this one, let's see how he gets on. He's already put a few runs in.
He's getting the hang of that.
Yeah, 15.03, place 13.39.
So this is the other Zodiac. It's part of today's proceedings. We've already seen Danny Wilson. Must be really weird for Steve Field as well to see someone else driving his car.
Yeah.
Just got a few more vehicles, and I say vehicle because there are a couple of bikes down there too, to go.
So this should be Steve Matthews driving the other Zodiac. That's a proper tank slapper. Managed to keep it in the lane, well done.
10.21 at 1:30. And, well, he's definitely got the Steve Field wiggle down to a T.
He has, yeah. Well done, Chris.
That's what it looks like for us when we're watching you, Steve. Well, every time. Every time. So Mick Sharp and
I can't see the
there's someone down there. Oh, there we go.
I think it's Adrian. It is, yeah. Adrian Sidwell. Because I saw the car in the lanes and all of a sudden it disappeared. So by purpose of logic, he must have been under the tower. Once again, thanks Mick for helping me out this morning with some bolts from my door bar. Appreciate that.
Hopefully all the way through this time.
That's more like it. 10.46, 124. Work with that one.
And Adrian 1561 at 81 miles an hour. What a car to go racing with.
Ah, it's just cool, isn't it?
Apart from the rear tyres, you would think it was original. And probably most of it is. It's probably still as heavy as the moon. This could be the last car. $13.42, 100 miles an hour. Yeah, just like it came out the factory. Or not, as the case may be.
Look at that, perfectly judged on the time. It is bang on 4:30. It is dinner break for our track crew. So time to get yourselves refreshed, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back at 5 o'clock, it's going to be qualifying for our race classes, kicking off with Gasser Circus.
I was just going to say who's up first. So, yeah, Gasser Circus in half an hour's time. It's going to be fun. Oh, look at that. And the return of the old Santa Pod sign as well.
Yeah, it's going to be all coming at you. Yeah, to give you a run order, Gasser Circus then, Willis Walls, the Wild Bunch, Supercharged Outlaws, Old School Stockers, Dragstlgia, and to wrap things up, Nostalgia Superstock, and then the Force of Nature Steam Bike. There we go. We're all coming at you. So, Nitro FM going to take over the airways for half an hour. We will see you at 5-ish with qualifying for Gasser Circus.
supercharged cars waiting to run. I think that time Aussie was to the 8th mile. 12:34. Yeah, that looked good. Another one of those teams that have a number of cars at their disposal.
You're too slow, Bob. So Rob goes 10:36, 130. And Carly Washington stays the car, so unfortunately she had no time or speed. But well, Simon doing another burnout for us there. Pulled out clicking early there, 9:32, 122, and 153 mile an hour in 10.29 seconds there for Simon. But smoke event so far. .93, 10.62 there for Simon. That's his quickest of the day so far. Very nice pass indeed. 127 mile an hour at the stripe.
7:30, 157 miles an hour. 106 to 60 foot. It was a really good looking.
North of that. Yeah, that's the burst panel going, I think.
Yeah. Almost sounded like it left in high gear. Actually, it sounded very, very. Didn't leave like it normally would. Let's put it this way. The noise didn't match the go for Robin. I do hope whatever that pop was, it looked like the relief panel, like you said. Hopefully. Massive tyre shake before 60 foot. He was 102 to 60. And then I'm sure all of you sitting in the grandstands or up there on the banking saw the flash of flame from the left-hand side of the engine. Lots of work to do, unfortunately, before tomorrow. Yeah. He's going to frame that timing ticket because he got there first as well. 8:36 for
6059. It's
well, Tim clicks it before the finish line and still coasts over the lines with 691 at 137. Robbie went before the tree was activated, unfortunately.
Forward. .45, 141 consistent. 11.65 there for Michael.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
This is how you make racing car drivers, is you give them a passenger run.
It was his birthday last weekend.
Look at that, 10:36 at 95.
Yeah.
Do you know, I remember one of the funniest things that ever happened like that.
He hired his own assassin.
Basically, yes, he did. You know, they did it and thought, well, actually, this is so much fun.
Yeah.
But that's how it happens.
So, well, to Lewis, hope you enjoyed from his birthday last weekend. As the next two go through, San Glenn.
That is obviously because the lanes are full.
Yes.
We need enough time to run.
So with a 1090 at 120 miles an hour. Happy days. So Vinny takes it down the groove, gets his best run of the day, 1083, 120 mile an hour. Well done, Vinny. 64 car ladder with a bump spot is insane. Beautiful launch there for Steve Matthews. Could be on his way to a lovely mid-9 second pass here. 975, 132. Jason goes 1301 at 102. Miles play in the Valiant. Nice launch off the line. Going alongside the Morgan.
Lee will be round again soon to qualify in.
This
That's it. Yep.
Superstock, yeah. 992, 135, and 1094, 125. Right, a call out, please. Anybody got a Brad 5? Oh. I think Don was expecting a Pro Tree, then got a Sportsman one. He's still going to get a time, but it's not the one he wanted anyway. He's pulling over to the right. 24 mile an hour. Right, slowed down proper. Well, Chris should be around about 9.8, I think. Oh, 9.97 on that one. Paul goes 11.03. .10.24, 1:17. Bizarrely, that's his quickest run of the day.
Just rolls off the trot at the top end.
Yeah, 12.73 there for Biffo, as he's known as.
Gonzo take two. Having a bit of a weave at the top end. 780, 165 miles an hour, dips back into the sevens. The engine's still not quite singing properly, but expertly done all the way through to 11.07 at 120. That'll work.
Yeah. Perfect light, look at that. If he can do that in competition.
Triple 06.
Very nice light.
Jason Dodd, much more like it with the 1081 at 124.
Right, Phil Stillwell with the blue Camaro. And go alongside Dan Sanderson. Phil goes 13.36, Dan goes 13.75. Nice 10.12 there for Andrew. And 13.90. And of course, Patrick Hobbs in the Falcon. Patrick, 11.65. Guy King goes.
That looked like a fun ride for Paul Terry. Wheels up off the start line. Nudging the nines. 10.02, 135. And a 10.81 for Simon Devils, 100.
His final pass in Outlaw Anglia. Well, his final pass in his Anglia before he goes into class for qualifying a little later on. And goes 12.82 at 106. Oh, man, you went way too soon there. Good looking run for Keith. 10.51 and 11.99. And believe it or not, number 24 in the Nostalgia Superstock is not on the list. I think that's the ex-Bulls male El Camino in new hands, but we'll find out. Spencer Tidswell comes round. Bosco's 10:39. Spencer 11:97. The Charger, regular 10-second runner now. Lovely launch off the line. And a 10.92, 122.
Match up. Simon rolls the light, goes 08 red. Trying to get a little bit of a head start to make it a kind of a fair race. It will be Laurent over the finish line first to a 9.53 and an 11.07 for Simon. Aaron with a beautiful wheels up launch. So much so it unloads the rear tyres when it comes down. 8.05 at 165, quicker than earlier. Well done. Before we start qualifying.
Right, now this is Danny Wilson. And as soon as I called his name out, he didn't go to plan. Picked it up again now though. 14:31 at 93 there. 11. Lots of interior parts. Quite a few panels actually.
Really?
Yeah, there's quite a few panels that are rotted out.
Good side-by-side race, actually.
Oh, 980! Oh, my word. Where did that come from? Nick, fantastic pass there for Vic. So he's keeping that as a spare, going to get it rebuilt. But this one, let's see how he gets on. He's already put a few runs in.
He's getting the hang of that.
Yeah, 15:03, place 13:39.
Hopefully all the way through this time.
That's more like it. 10:46, 124. Work with that one.
And Adrian 15.61.
good time having you by my side. It was such good times, baby, with you by my side. When my work is done, we go back to having fun. Honey, baby, I've been on the road for so long. Honey, baby,
through for the NSA shootout of all classes. Really good to see. Plenty of bikes here this weekend. It's not all about four wheels. We got two-wheeled machines as well. And these have been sat around on the rollers. This is Gary Norman on the Norton. Going alongside George Hughes with the ramrod. Very distinctive. Now, tomorrow we'll have Keith Lee up here. Well, no, he'll be on down there actually. Go around with Radio Mike as he takes photographs at the same time.
He's good at that.
He's very good at that.
Well, let's face it, we don't give him any choice.
True. So 1184, 106 there for George. Gary Norman with the Norton. Just coasting across the line there, 1727. George Hughes on the Triumph, 750. And of course that was a Norton there for Gary. Right, here we go then. Gasser Circus, qualifying session number 1. Last time out, a 16-car field for Gasser Circus. 9 of them ran bang on their darling. It was insane. And they only had 3 qualifiers to do it. So 9 of the 16 cars were 00 on darling. Unbelievable it was. Anyway,
that was all in the last session as well, was it?
Well, no, it was the 3 sessions they had, obviously, but unbelievable. Anyway, the points chase after 2 rounds. It's the cherry bomb of Jason Pickett, the man who's just appeared in the Kestrel Beer Lane. He leads the points chase from Green Onions, which is Ray Turner, then Honky Tonkin with Steve Matthews, currently number 3. So your first pair. Willis Wars, we need you into the pairing lanes, please. Willis Wars, we need you into the pairing lanes, please. So Lauren Levi with the Comet and Jason Pickett with Cherry Bomb. The Darlings, 952 and a 1095.
So Jason Pickett's first run of the day. Lauren has actually had about 3 so far, I think. Doesn't matter about the red light for Jason. Whoa, Lauren going way out of shape. Stick with it. 976, 1110. 0.15 off and 0.24 off. I think, like you said, 16-car field. I think there's 23 or 24 entered this weekend.
That's right, yeah. Oh, is it 16-car field?
No, I was just going to say, it's going to be run as all-run 32-car.
Good.
As far as I know, anyway. Right. Subject to confirmation.
Graham Barton and Ray Irish got high anxiety, the Devon, and the Willis of Ray. He dials 1005, Graham at 1069.
$10.15, that's closer. We'll get the number 1 spot. Graham Barton, though, with a 63 on a 69, broke out. What we're talking about, folks, if you haven't seen this kind of racing before, everything so far today has just been running to times. If you look towards the finish line, you can see their predicted times on the board. 10:45 for the pickup in the Kestrel Lane of Simon Glenn and Dean Maudsley with the coupe in the Slick Tricks Lane, looking for 11.99, 11.19 and 12.04.
That's all right for Dean, number 1, just 500ths off. He'll take that for the time being.
Okay, the jumping jalapeno for Jason Hollenby. Taking on Cypressed, or Commander Cy, as it says on the window. I'm not going to pass judgment, comment, or anything else like that, Cy. I'll just tell you later. 11 flat for Simon in the Kestrel Lane. He wasn't far off that on his run earlier on today. Jason Hollenby again. See, that's the good thing about running earlier on in the run what you've run. I knew that was good light for Simon as well. 0.29, he'd be happy with that. Yep. The good thing about running earlier is you get a good idea of where the car might be. 76, 11.04, your numbers 1 and 2 qualifier on that pair, as if by magic. There we go. Practice makes. So, Steve Matthews.
Yeah, and Nick Langham down there. Langham, sorry. Nervous Nick, easier to say that with the Anglia. Gutted for Neve. Unfortunately, Not Bad the Bad won't be in class this weekend. Serious engine damage in Neve. Just horrible to see the pictures of that.
Yeah, you've been there, you know. Well, we both have plenty of times.
Steve looking for a 975. Nick looking for an 1180.
67 too quick. 46 too quick. Both
Way
broke
too
out.
quick, yeah.
Huge breakout for Nick Langham that zone. That's as good as half an hour in drag racing, that one. Adam Kaczynski with the not so mellow 55 Chevy. Kestrel Lane 11.20 against Nick Hewson with the short fuse. 9.98, which I think was what he actually ran earlier today. .990 with a 9, too quick. 763, not too quick. Bizarre, isn't it, the way bracket racing works? Miles off your dial-in didn't break out ahead of the one that went too quick, but just the way it is. There is a series, isn't it, the Wild Bunch that run closest to your dial, whether it's too quick or too... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, of course it is.
Patrick Hobbs and Ray Turner. Ray, number 2 in the points chase coming into this event. 03 light.
.1097. Patrick Hobbs breaks out number 10. Ray Turner goes to number 4. Again, it has to be stressed at the moment, and we're only halfway through session 1. They have, is it 3 altogether? Another 2 tomorrow? Or 3, I think.
I know
at least 2.
Have got 3, but that's purely because of the size of the class. No, Gas Circus have got Q4 tomorrow.
And then eliminations on Sunday, I think.
Correct, yeah.
Everything else starts tomorrow evening, doesn't it? Yeah. So, Andy Cobb and Chris Lyram. 10.31 with a 6 will be number 2 qualifier. Andy Cobb goes to number 10 with a 68 on 05. Again, it's the closest to the dial-in. That's the important thing at the moment. That's the numbers we keep mentioning. And a dial-in is at any given car's predicted time. It's a great way of evening out cars that have different performance. Because heads-up classes can be notoriously expensive, can't they?
Yeah.
So Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis and John Gibson with High Roller. Oh, the crowd pleaser, beg your pardon. Not High Roller. So John will get there first with a 10.99, goes to 9. Brian in at number 8 with 11.57, 11.38. I bet they planned this.
Yeah, I bet they did as well. Oh, I bet they did. Harvey Turner with a Nova, and it's Lee Pike with the other Nova. The Honky Tonkin, number 2, taking on Nurstone. The dial-in's 960 and 1198.
And a for sale sign for Lee. Just noticed that it was Jerry driving earlier on. Now Lee's in there when it comes to qualifying. $9.65. That's the number 4 spot.
And number 5. Right, Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat. Starting in 10:20.
You know, I should be down on the start line, really. I need to get his wife's reaction to him running as opposed to his reaction to his wife running. Done that a few times. I think that's it. The last car, actually, for Gasser Circus.
Good looking run. Straight and true. 10:38. 127 mile an hour. Slots him in at number 10. Right, Willis Wars.
Session 1.
Chris Coburn and Lauren Moore. So that was the timing system reboots.
Yeah, there will be lots of cars coming round now that you haven't seen all day because, yeah, all during the day it was run what you brung. And a lot of the cars that you'll see in effectively competition, i.e. qualifying now, won't have run. So the idea of Willis Wars is they come out and make a number of runs and then whoever is the quickest effectively wins.
.40.48 there for Chris. Loz gets .24.36, so I think a little problem sneaking into the car there. 43 mile an hour at the 8th, 44 mile an hour at the quarter.
Yeah, they can run, definitely run quicker than that.
So they'll get that back to the pits and have a good look at it. Until tomorrow to sort it out. James Griffin going alongside Ian Ratton. A 514 cubic inch motor in James's Willis, 383 in Ian's. James goes through with an 11.11. 12.69 for Ian. Next up,
Pike Murray and Richard. Is Richard in the seat?
Yep.
He is. Fingers, toes, legs, eyes, everything crossed.
Yeah. Have they changed the pulley? That's the what I want to find out, because he wanted to get a bit more into the old engine department, so to speak. No, not a bad looking run there for Richard.
Pretty even as well. Richard goes 12.55 at 105. And a 13.02 at 103 is the time. So the Bacon Boys You know those extra seats in the boot? Why didn't they just all have pickups? Never understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Damien Bacon and Matt Hollins.
Yeah, the Violet Springs Willis, such an iconic Willis, that car. Remember the film Hot Rod, I think it was? Sleep at Violet Springs is the only place that he wanted to stay at. It's been a long time since I've seen that film, need to watch it again. Check it out.
.11.03 at 1:19 for Damien, and cruising across the finish line at 59 miles an hour is Matt Hollins.
Well, two different takes on the Willis theme.
Pick up in 33, I think.
Ah, Johnny McClure driving the retirement package.
So it did get sold.
Yeah. I confused me because I saw Mick Payne's trailer in the pits. There we go. And Alan Mearns, who say that with the 38 pickup against the 33 Willis.
Good looking run for Johnny. 10.15, 1:29.
Nice.
And 12.77 for Al Mearns. I was just going to say there's a number of cars for sale, but I think any car is for sale as long as you turn up with the right amount of money.
Yes.
Apart from John Willard's.
Yeah, despite it being tried to be bought. I don't think
Yes.
John's budging. Right, Guy Davenport with the mistreated 38 Willis.
Guy, one of the driving forces behind the Willis Wars, helps a lot of people out, and thus a lot of people help him in return. For 80 miles an hour for Guy. Not bad considering he didn't have a gearbox in it earlier today. Ah, we got Wild Bunch round as well. Shortly.
John Dalrymple and Sean Hindon. So it's the full tilt alongside Scooby's Revenge.
Quickest run so far, 9.84, 1:43 for John Dalrymple. And a 12.80.
Right, Graham Harrison and Ian Challoner. The 33 and the 41.
You're allowed to get excited, like,
I know,
come on.
I'm just playing it cool.
It's
mate.
the first time in, what, 2 years?
2 years. I need to get the Dragstlgia monkey off my back. I really do. And I say that, it's only this event I've ever had a problem with. I'll probably curse myself now, but there we go. Let's see. As Graham and Ian leave the line.
Whoa! Ian all over the place. I think whatever that billowing is, he's sliding around it. 10.85 at 1:21. Nice run for Graham. Ian Challoner still goes 11.52 at 1:22. Right, last pair for the Willis Wars. Did we see Spencer Tidswell win that? We didn't, did we? Oh, no, he's got the pop
Anglia,
this weekend.
yeah.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Yes, I beg your pardon. No, it was wrong year. Right car, wrong year.
All right, so Phil Malls. Just having a look at the track because that was a bit of a bizarre run, that.
Just making sure.
That looks like real good.
Wild Bunch right behind.
So low 10, hopefully for Phil. Oh. Yeah, 10:41, 133. Let's move to the number 3 spot. Get ready for the
So this is actually a time trial for the Wild Bunch. I don't think this is effectively going to count.
Yeah, they always run at a time trial. It's because they just do all their. It's not like sometimes it comes as a QE combo depending on how it's set. But yeah, they all add their times together and just get as close as they can to ET. So we don't have
Dive-ins or ladder or anything.
No,
that's right.
Not at all. So Andy Clifford and Jim Tanner. It's Snake Eyes and the Shindigger, your two slingshot dragsters out there.
I've just noticed out there, looking out the window, that's the first time I've been able to see Josie down there all day. Wearing all black with black hair, she blends into the racetrack perfectly. You wouldn't even notice she was there, but the sun's in the other direction now, so I can see a shadow. It's the only way you can tell she's moving around. So yeah, Jim Tanner and Andy Clifford. Andy Clifford's been out earlier. Takes the green on his own on this one. As the Jim Tanner's car poops out. Oh wow, 876. 149 for Andy Clifford. Well done. Well done. That was great. That could well be his quickest run ever. Subject to Claire's confirmation. So Peter Whitfield. Jim Tanner, yeah, he's going to be lining up this time. They got him refired and ready to go. Jim Tanner with a good looking run going in the slip tricks lane. 9:38 at 1:45 to 11:49 at 1:29 for Pete Whitfield. Just quickly, Cole, you've got that open there. What's the order? So we've got Wild Bunch now.
Yep, followed by the Supercharged Outlaws. That should be pretty entertaining. Old School Stockers, Outlaw Anglia, and then Nostalgia Superstock.
Yeah, which alarmingly, those few classes are going to take the best part of 2 hours.
I know. Well, you
Well,
can
it's
see
a good
that's
thing,
why I'm
not
not
alarmingly, sorry.
not sprinting up to the pits to get myself ready, so it's going to take a while. Then, of course, at the end of that, it will be the Force of Nature steam bike, and aiming to finish around about 7:30. Time now is 5:30.
So Paul Tarry with a 12:53 at 1:12. I think he's been quicker than that so far.
All right, Rich Butcher with the Fourth Dimension slingshot.
And Ian Wild with the Wild's Cat. I've noticed they've added an S in the middle. Wild Bunch is basically rung what you brung, and hope you've brung enough, if you will. All kinds of different cars, combinations, altered dragsters, Front engine, rear engine, yeah, just about everything. $12.46 and $12.77 respectively. Well, up next a car I don't think I've seen before, actually.
The Shaw Crank Redemption. Like it. This is Andrew and Gordon Roy. There's a team entry, so I don't actually know who is driving, which one of the two it is. 350 small block in there.
Go on, second gear, I dare you. I think we run out of gears before the finish line. Still not bad going at all. 15-second run. That was good all the way through. Yeah, once you manage to get the gear change in there, I'm sure that'll be a lot better. A lot better. So, James Ald. Underneath the tower. Up against Dave Schumach. We've already seen Dave earlier on.
Dave going to get to the stripe first. He's going to run 11.32 against a 12.92 for James. Pretty much where James is these days, right?
A couple of practice launches that time today.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, one of the very original members of the Wild Bunch, Crazy Chris Hartnell out there with backdraft in the Kestrel lane. Now, Chris has actually taken to two-wheel racing these days as well. Yeah, he's got a Sprinter as well. That's Claire out the front. Claire is a coordinator for Wild Bunch and does just about everything for them, with them.
And talking about racing on two wheels, Claire would just love to live on the Isle of Man because the TT is basically it's what her thing now. Absolutely loves it.
Last week at the Summer Nats when she came up here, she didn't talk about race cars. She just talked about what happened at the TT. So it was fabulous, absolutely fabulous. I think she's definitely got family there. So I think that's where the love of the place and the love of the event comes from. So Chris Hartwell and Robert Wright with the all-turd. Terrific looking launch for Chris. Not like it ever isn't. 8.75. Just short of 150 for Chris Hartnell.
Very nice run.
That's the kind of run off the trailer you want.
Yeah.
I think he's the quickest in the class so far as well, actually.
Is at the moment. Well, this car run it close. This is, of course, the King's Topolino Callum Swinchad. Don't see Callum much these days, to be honest.
I haven't seen him this year, I
don't think I
actually.
have.
I've seen Chris and...
Yeah. Well, he hasn't got Darling, but this should be around about 8.8.
Taking on Brad Cooper. Yeah, Callum's pretty killer in any class he runs in, which obviously includes the Wild Bunch and includes Super Pro as well.
Yeah.
In the National Championship.
All right, let's see how these two get on then. Bradley Cooper with the slingshot. Only 296 cubes in there with a flathead. And of course Callum, 400 cubes, a little bit bigger. So an 8 of some description, please, for Callum. He gives us an 8.99. And the 11.07 there for Brad. Right, next up, Greg Tate with the time lock Topolino going alongside Dan Wilson with the antique toy. So you got the slingshot alongside the altered.
Yeah, that car of Dan Wilson is very, very much the way it used to be, especially in this country anyway.
Greg goes through there with a 9.43, a 10.25 there for Dan. Just a little bit of a check in the Kestrel lane. And it's all good, so the next pair are going to come underneath the car. Sees the Raging Cajun of Elliot and Danny Jones, and nice to see Liz Malcolm joining him with the Wild Bunch with the Just for Fun Racing Dragster. $10.99 plays 10.36. There's Malcolm. Nice run there. Not too shabby either there for the Raging Cajun. Wait to see who's going to roll forward. Thomas is back with that really cool outfit that he wore a few years back when he went to his Levers Ball, I think. So good to see it. Good to see he can still fit in it. Going alongside Braveheart, that's Rory Hart, of course, with the Opel GT. Oh no, going to be pushed back, unfortunately, for Rory. So it's going to be a solo then for Keith Crampton, the Soultown Shaker. Still got the moves, Thomas. Still got the moves. $9.91, 139 for Keith. And Thomas, you can take the hat off now. It's a bit warm. Well done, buddy. Good to see you. That's a sharp suit, that. Look at that. Even on the live feed, it glistened like a quality street. Ah, shame for young Rory. Just being pushed out of the way. So next up, so chuffed to bits that the Mariners, a huge rebuild, and to get it done in time for Dragstlgia, and I didn't think they would have been done until sometime in August, but well done, boys. So it all works out okay. So Rob Brown behind the wheel. No, sorry, Pete Brown behind the wheel. Haley just bringing Rebel up to the line. Fingers crossed, all goes well. $865, 158. Well done, lads. Well and truly back. Yes. Supercharged Outlaws, the Fadster and Simon Boot.
Well, both of them putting some runs today. Simon Boot, if they can just get the car to hook off the start line, he'll be in the 8s, which is what he's long dreamed of doing. For Andy Hadfield, something in the 7s would be lovely. Something in 1 piece would be even better. However, he only ran about an hour and a half ago, so the fact he's ran for this round of racing means everything hopefully checked out after that first run against Havoc. Tony says, come on, it's not that much further. So if they both hook and go, fingers crossed for a real good race. Well, they both kind of did. Andy Hadfield was racing for the finish line, goes 8:19. Oh, look at that for Simon Booth. Oh. Simon Booth, as close as you can get without being in the 8s, 9 flat with an 8, at 159 miles an hour. Andy Hadfield was on a good one that time. 8:19, he rolls across the finish line at 1:24.
Well done to the Maros. I've got to say that they're back, and all that perseverance, all that toil, everything. It looks like they've got a race car back. And to tell you what, they are deliriously happy. And why not? Brilliant stuff. Well done. Right, so was our Starline crew just to take a swig of water. And fingers crossed for the Fadster, obviously, that flash of flame wasn't part of the plan.
No, if it was out of his ears, then it's fine. Yeah, that's all right, exactly. Just make sure it was, please.
All right, next pair.
Going to be Andy Park and
Keith Freeman, nice.
Indeed.
2 9-second cars.
So, through very, very different ways of doing the same thing, i.e. racing in supercharged Outlaws. Andy Park with that immaculate. Both of these cars street driven. Both of them do a fair bit of road miles in the summer. Andy Park definitely does, doesn't he?
Yep. Yeah, both of them do take the wheelie bars off when they go on the street.
I imagine parking in a multi-storey or in Sainsbury's is a bit of a mare with wheelie bars on.
Yeah, I think the public liability insurance, if you drive into the parking bay, and the repair bills if you reverse into the bay, would be quite high.
Yes, you got it.
Model Y of Andy Park, and of course
You'd
Loco.
be bound to get someone trip over them and all, wouldn't you?
Hence, that's why I said the public liability.
Right, so side by side 9-second cars, hopefully. Andy Park gets the whole shot. Has Pete Freeman got enough to run him down? Looks like he's already gone past him, actually. He has 9:47 against the 9:95 at 1:32 for Andy Park. Well, I think that was Ian Kerr with the pop underneath, us. Not a full pop, the pop, as in.
That's going to be Jim Tucker with the Hellfire Hemi.
Yeah, freshly into the 8s, I think, when 880, is it 7 earlier on? Nice and softly off the start line with the Hellfire Hemi. There'd be another 8. 9:25 at 1:55 with the shootout in the breeze at the top end. I was just going to say something not sounding quite right with Ian Kerr's car down there. When they fired it out the second time, it definitely sounded a little less than optimal. But he's still got a number of goes throughout the weekend. We've got some great matchups coming up as well. For the first time in Supercharged Outlaws, I think the van with no name going to be taking on the little Hemi Hustler.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's actually going to be taking on Ian Merriweather. With the look at that in the sunshine. Beautiful, isn't it? Look, glistening.
Absolutely immaculate. Look at it. Superbly finished Topolino.
That's a long way for him to reverse back, so Dave Russell just waiting patiently before he does his burnout.
Dave Russell was waiting in the water box before he even came round.
Yeah. What an awesome view you had on the live stream of the burnout from the van with no name.
Who was that getting in the way? Barney.
That was good.
Although, let's just say the live view isn't quite as good because we can't see a damn thing now. Oh, there they are. Yeah, if you can see the Banzai Topolino absolutely glisten in the sunshine. Has he been in the sevens with this car yet?
No, 8 O's, and he came up with the best excuse ever.
Which is?
I lifted at the 1,000-foot blocks because I thought that was the end of the track.
It's not the best excuse I've heard, let's put it that
the
way.
reason why it was the best excuse ever because the 1,000-foot blocks weren't even out.
Ah.
You know, the orange markers. I said to Ian, I said, I'm going to use that forever.
Was that a pre-prepared blag that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, fantastic one, man.
So, first time the van with no name is going to be running with supercharged Outlaws. Got a potential 7-second car in the other lane.
That's a good-looking run for Ian. That's a stout-looking run for Ian.
Will it be there?
Oh, 792!
Yay.
Get in there! Yes!
175 miles an hour, the quickest and fastest he's ever been with that topo. Well done to the whole team from the Isle of Man.
No excuses anymore.
Dave Russell,
Boom.
9 flat, 152.
Oh, there's Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper. So Aaron virtually to half track with that burnout. He's an unassuming young lad, is Aaron. And I'm totally lying. But no, every time he drives this thing, he drives it like he stole it. He really does. He just has this way of being at one with the car, but sometimes, I don't know, just watch him drive it. It's brilliant.
Lead boot, I think is the phrase.
Yeah.
He made a couple of runs today. Both of them had dangled the front wheels past the 60-foot blocks. And that car is very, what's the phrase, sit up and beg, I think,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Feather the throttle on the wheelie. My word.
A little too far sit up and beg that time. What a show nonetheless. Goes 8 flat, 1/6. Still his quickest run of the weekend. Well done to the team. Very entertaining. And we have the quickest car in the class for this weekend. Cars have been quicker before anyone picks me up on it, but he's the quickest here this weekend in Supercharged Outlaws. That is Joel Kerr with a stiff shifter. If you haven't seen the car before or heard the name, Joel basically runs an Undertaker's. Hence the name is Stiff Shifter, not Stick Shifter. Ran his first ever 6 back at the Door Slammers. Unfortunately broke something in the process. I think the car was silent when it went over the finish line. But again, hopefully a good A to B run, everything in one piece. I think that's what Joel will take at the moment. There was a lot of celebration after that first 6-second run because it's been a long time and not a small amount of money in the making. Well, maybe that was a checkout run just past 3:30. Nice looking launch. Good run to that point. Side by side from Scotland next. Mick Hanna. And the Clark and Rigdon good guys. Topolino. Recently been down in the 8s on a number of occasions, actually. Mick Hanna, I think his quickest is a 7-second run. However, if that car goes from start line to finish line with the throttle wide open, it'll be quicker than that, almost definitely. Beautifully prepared car. I think built by Roy Wilding, who is sadly missing from the ranks this weekend. He is here. Roy, oh, there he is, actually standing on the start line behind the car. Get well soon, Roy. I know he wouldn't miss this event unless he absolutely had to. So the good guys against the Haggis Hunter. Which I think Haggises are quite easy to hunt though, because they don't really move. Anyway, so Mick Hanna's already in stage, deep stage actually. Here comes the Topolino. Expertly feathered by Mick Hanna. Still goes 961 to a 905 at 133. Not a bad opening run at all for the good guys. Mick Hanna was on a pretty decent run, got out towards the wall, backed off, and just tickled it a little after that. Mick is actually stationary by the looks of it, over towards the wall in the left-hand lane, but he's not far away from the second turn. The ever-present and excellent top-end crew, I'm sure, will have him shifted shortly. Great pair, this one. Dorcar against Dragster. Hopefully. If Jim comes back again. He does. So this is Bob Glassop. This is his debut weekend in the Capri. He's already been in the 9s with the car. Up against Jim Usher with the Hemi Hunter. Supercharged big block in there. Been deep into the 7s as Jim. Just trying to get Mick Hanna's car moved off the top end. The Altered's gone round the corner. Mick Hanna's car, there we go, hooked up to the quad and moving. Won't be a minute though. Won't take long at all. There we go, behind the wall. As soon as the car goes behind the wall, they'll be called forward. There we go, perfect timing. As if by magic, the crew at the top end close the gate and the next pair are ready to go. So, 7-second run, hopefully for the Dragster in the Kestrel lane. Maybe an 8 for the Capri. We shall see. Good looking runs in both lanes, no drama at all. Jim goes 760 at 178 and another low 928, 148 miles an hour for Bob Glassop. Well, considering that's the 3rd run on the car, pretty outstanding. Well done, chaps. And also well done to the whole of the Hemi Hunter team. This is a pretty damn cool matchup as well. Both of the Watts family. And both of them, just to make life even more difficult, getting here from the Isle of Wight. So Luke Watts in Al Capone. I have to say it like that because if I say Al Capone it doesn't make much sense, but anyway, it's an Alki car. I think he's going to be shutting it down though. There seems to be a lot of smoke still coming from, is that from the engine bay? Certainly looks like it. Bob's having a good look. Yeah, I think he's telling him to click it off actually. No, maybe not. Yeah, there is a lot of smoke gathering around the Altered in the Slick Tricks lane on the way back. In fact, more and more and more. Yeah, I think it might be time to turn it off. Well, maybe not. It's like something like from the front end, whatever it is anyway. Yeah, okay. Mr. Marshall says it's okay. And he's the man that knows. Although it can't be comforting going into stage with smoke billowing out the front, not being able to see the Christmas tree that well. Well, miraculously cleared up as soon as he booted it. Going to be a coasting race at the top end. Paul gets there first. Still with a lot of smoke coming out of Luke's car, but obviously nothing to be concerned about, otherwise they wouldn't have let him run. Right, old school stockers, excuse me. Qualifying session number 1. There are 16 bikes entered for this weekend. Yeah, Luke's car still smoking quite heavily all the way around the shutdown area. And the fire crew just going down the top end just to check out. Looks like the racetrack appears to be okay. So on the schedule, we do have the old school stockers up next, followed by Outlaw Anglia. You don't want to miss any of this. A Nostalgia Superstock, biggest field ever, qualifying session number 1. To close out the day, the Force of Nature Steam bike. Mr. Graham Sykes. Okay, yep, just a quick sweep, hopefully, of the Slick Tricks lane. Won't be too long. The easiest way to get the track running again, as you get an up-close look of Mike Couch's beautiful little Hemi Hunter. Give us a wave, Mike. Hope for better luck tomorrow. But, yeah, quickest way to get everything rolling again is hand back to Nitro FM. So if you don't mind for hopefully a moment, half a song, and we're back to racing.
good time having you by my side. It was such a good time, baby.
As if by magic, we are back again. Thank you very much indeed for the umpteenth time to the track crew, everybody involved in running the place. They never, ever stopped working. Like I said, lunchtime, when everybody was taking a break, they were busy working, cleaning up. In the dinner break this evening, while everybody else had a break, they were pairing up all the cars to come round for qualifying. And the bikes as well. So this is the first qualifying session for the old school stockers. Heads up racing, first to the finish line wins. The quickest elapsed time will be the quickest qualifier. Claire Rule with the number 1 on the bike in the Kestrel lane against Alan Ward. We've seen Alan a few times already today. Actually, that isn't Claire Rule, because Claire is standing next to the bike. A little bit further in, there we go. Much better run for Alan Ward as well. 10.07 and a 9.06 at 1:44 in the Kestrel lane. Good run for an old school stocker, or Nostalgia Pro Stock bike if you prefer. Is around about mid to high 8s. That will probably be what you need to take the trophy at the end of the weekend. Okay, next up is Kev Melling in the Slick Tricks lane. Another very, very quick bike indeed. Up against Danielle Esposti. All the way from Italy in the Kestrel lane. Seen Danielle putting a few runs today, as we have Kev Melling. So Kev Melling on the H2. Very capable of taking out the bigger inch bikes. Great looking run for Kev in the 8s, but how far? 8.60, 146, and a 9.76 at 1:04 for Danielle. That's your number 1 qualifier for now, Kev Melling. I think he actually holds the record as being the quickest ever. Down in the 8.4s on previous occasions. So, Rod Spry. Kestrel lane against Peter McGuinness. We've seen both of these two out here earlier on today. Actually, most of them we've seen, I think. So, Rod Spry off the line first. Probably going to be a low 9 thereabouts. 9.54, 136 and 11.71. Magic. Okay, Dean Stevens. Should have been taking on Chris Spry by the looks of that. But Dean has been down in the 8s as well. That's his dad, Nipper. Now, Chris Spry is actually rolling forward. Dean's already in pre-stage waiting. Little hop off the start line for Dean Stevens would have cost him a little bit of ET. Still goes 9.21 at 1:42. Takes him to the number 3 spot. Chris Fry goes to number 6 with a 9.94. A few more bikes to go before we get on to 4 wheels. And what a show we have for you. So, Chris Reed, or Boyce if you prefer, with the 2-2 in Slick Tricks lane. Up against Rich Peachy. A bike Boyce isn't used to riding, but I'm sure we'll get the hang of it, like, instantly. Problems off the line for Rich Peachy. Boyce on his own through to a 10.03 at 1:37. He will be qualified. Actually, I hope we have, even though we've had a number more bikes. We've had 8 put in elapsed times. So the sound you can hear now is of a V8. And as I just mentioned, what a show we have for you. The last 2 classes, ladies and gentlemen, have over 110 cars between the 2 classes. That is just outstanding. One will be a 64 car field. Outlaw Anglia, which you're about to see, will be 32. It's utterly amazing in the modern era of drag racing that we have over an hour allocated in run time. For just 2 classes. Just 2. So, qualifying session number 1 for the biggest Outlaw Anglia field ever assembled in the world. Yes, you heard that right. And you're about to hear it again when we get to Nostalgia Superstock 2. This is Q1. Ronnie Mercer, Spencer Tidswell. Ronnie Mercer with Annie in the Kestrel lane. Runs in Pro ET as well, normally. Pretty successfully too. And Spencer Tidswell in the Slick Tricks lane. Qualifying based on elapsed time. Spencer bumps in. Here comes Ronnie. Well, if it's a race, it will be Ronnie there first. Will it be an 8? The answer is yeah, 8.97, 1:42. Spencer goes 8.67 at 1:43. Thank you very much indeed, Gina. If any of you drag race fans out there have ever seen a guy called Fast Freddy Fagerström from Sweden with a pickup truck, Gina rivals his backup speed. As you can see, there we go. Burnout to 3:30 and he's back before Al O'Connor has even finished burning out. These two go way back. In fact, when Al crashed the gasser a few years ago, it was Gina that was the man, along with Dave Eady and a few other friends, primarily responsible for restoring that iconic race car in the Slick Tricks lane. We just have an immense field. I can't explain just how cool it is to see this. So, Phil Middleton, if you prefer, otherwise known as Jenner. Not sure his crew guy's going. The start line's much further back than that. There we go. Maybe he just wanted to go for a run. He's in the Kestrel lane. Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser in the Slick Tricks lane. It's kind of fitting as well that the biggest field of Outlaw Anglias ever is Al O'Connor is involved, because he's been racing these cars since goodness knows when. The 70s, I think. Well, that looks like a real good run for Gina. It's an 8.60 at 1:57. Al O'Connor goes 10.46 at 1:24. There are 34 cars entered again. There are 32 available spots in the draw for round 1. We have 3 qualifying sessions over the next 2 days. This is the first one. They'll have 2 more shots at it, and we will have a bump spot. So, Luke Hoskins, Kestrel Lane against Ian Tweddle with the Dragstlgia. I think anybody that drives one of these has got to be anxious in some way, shape or form, just because of what they are. Ian Tweddle with a 10.53, Luke Hoskins 11.07 to open their accounts for the weekend. Okay, next up, Mark Bracking in the Slick Tricks lane, the East Coast Racing Anglia, who has been to every single Dragstlgia. Taking on a guy who is involved in his first ever Dragstlgia, as far as I know, especially with this car anyway. Dalton Scarlett with the Hooligan Fordson. Well capable of taking the _1 spot away from Jenner, who's currently there with an 8.60. This Fordson wagon is a fearsome machine. He's been well into the 7s previously. Dalton just getting his feet wet driving the car on his second run ever, went 8-1 earlier today. So he's knocking on the door of the 7s already. And that has got a big block in there with a Pro Charger, which is a crank-driven supercharger for its power. You're going to see some supercharged, i.e. with a blower on top of them. But I think this is Dalton's first outing in the car, and what a time to do it. Biggest field of Outlaw Anglias ever. You can see around behind in the pairing lanes, just to see them, like literally Anglias as far as the eye can see in the staging lanes. So the fourth pair. Hooligan left lane, Mark Bracking, Slick Tricks lane. Dalton Scarlett with another beautiful launch. Is it going to be another low 8? 785, 177. Already in the 7s on his third ever run in the car. Outstanding. 1040 for Mark Bracking. Also, Dalton Scarlett goes to #1 at the moment. Fabulous speed as well. 177 miles an hour through the stripe. Okay, Graham Scriven and Rob Turrington, whose crew guy has done himself proud again. Check out the Slick Tricks lane. He's actually got a horse and a sword and a shield. There's me thinking he couldn't outdo himself from the other year with a full chainmail. This year he's brought a horse. Hope the horse doesn't get scared by loud noises. So Graham Scriven will be the quickest ET. 10.54, 131. And a 13.18 at 107 for Rob Turrington. So Barry Woodford with the Woodford family pop in a Kestrel lane. Or as it says on my screen, Grumpy Bottom Racing. Taking on Lee Taylor with the Outlaw. Lee's putting 2 runs today, one in the high 9s, one in the low 10s. Be interesting to see whether he turns the gas on, because he does have it for this run. I'll tell you what, someone's got to go a long way to beat a knight on a horse for backup. Let's put it that way. So, got to outrun Dalton Scarlett with a 785 if you want the number 1 spot. Not sure these two are going to make it quite that quick, but a good number on the board will help all the same. Lee Taylor gets over the line first with a 988, 139, and a 1041 at 126 for Barry Woodford. Well, it's so good to see these two racing each other. Whoever loses this race, in fact, well, it's a qualifying run, no one's going to lose it, but you know what I mean. Whoever doesn't go over the finish line first is never going to live it down. Ever. These two spend their lives ribbing each other. Now they're actually in lane from the other. Both immaculately turned out cars, both 8-second cars as well. Barnstormer, that's Barnaby Levy from all the way from Ireland. He's not going to get to run. No, they're both not going to get to run, actually. I think somebody's stranded up the top end, right up the top end. Yeah, someone's stuck up there. I think actually it's hard to tell who it is because both cars were orange. Anyway, right down the end of the shutdown area, they're stranded. So it's best thing to do is just back them up. They can either refire and go if they think everything's warm enough, or they can back up and try again, one of the two. But yeah, whoever's stranded up there is not moving just yet. So all you people in the grandstands and on the banking, what do you think of the Outlaw Anglia show so far? You enjoying it? It's going to get quicker and faster. A lot quicker and faster. Again, this is absolute history, folks. The biggest field ever on the planet for these little cars that were never, ever designed to run as quick and fast as they are. So Ben Rushforth does actually back up with the short trip. Presumably either to cool down a bit or, yeah, refuel, actually. Scott Collier sprinting over with the jug. They are both going to back up and wait a moment and try and run again side by side. There we go. So the hood comes up on the short trip. Also very, very good to see Paul down there. One of the originally quick Outlaw Anglia guys in the 7s with the blown Hemi Alco Pop. Yeah, so just allowing to cool for just a moment, refueling quickly, and then we're on again with Outlaw Anglia. So just to recap, once again, if you didn't hear that already, Dalton Scarlett on his 3rd ever run in the car, 785, 177 miles an hour is number 1. Number 2, Jenner at the moment with an 860. Number 3, Ronnie Mercer, 897. However, both of these two capable, well capable of jiggling that top order. So I think they're about buttoned up, ready to go. Ben Rushforth's fired again, as is Barnaby Levy. Both these cars, the attention to detail, they still have vinyl roofs as well. So Ben actually won Best Appearing Car, I think, last year for that immaculately turned out machine. He had a bit of a wobble last year as well. He did actually put it up for sale for all of about 10 seconds, and everybody said, "What the bleep are you doing?" And that was the end of that. Got it out, raced it, came to the Hot Rod Drags and won. So I don't think he'll ever be up for sale now. Now Barnaby Levy would normally get the long distance award coming from Ireland. Not this weekend. Well, Barnaby won't get a time because he actually tripped the beams. Ben Rushforth will. It'll be an 8. What will it be? 8:38. Quickest ever run, I think that is, for Ben Rushforth. 161 miles an hour. Goes to number 2 at the moment. Unfortunately for Barn, no ET recorded. So Ben Montgomery and Ben Kennedy. It's a battle of the Bens. Ben Montgomery is in the green car in the Kestrel lane. And Ben Kennedy with Relentless. Last week, that car is powered by a turbo Lexus engine. Last week at the National Championship round in Outlaw Anglia, he went 9-1 in this car. It does not hang around. And this time it's gone straight as well. You never know. Could an 8-second run be on the cards for Ben Kennedy? Not quite. 9.61 at 1:36 this time. And a 12.67 for Ben Montgomery. Okay, up next is Wayne Power in the Slick Tricks lane against Andy Cunningham. So still at number 1 is Dalton Scarlett with a 785. However, there are a few more cars lurking that have the potential to shake that up quite a bit. Again, potential is one thing. You've got to come out here and do it. At 127 for Wayne Power and a 1082 at 123 for Andy Cunningham. Actually, Wayne goes into the number 8 spots for now. So we've had 17 cars put in runs. We've still got at least another 15 or so left-ish. Your next two. Mick Taylor with the Banshee in the Kestrel lane. Up against Mr. Brindle. I know that Mick has 7-second potential. He's done it before a few times. Rob Brindle, I think the quickest he's been is a low 9 or a high 8. Now, can't let these cars hang around too long on the start line. A lot of them don't run radiators or anything else as well, any sort of cooling. So anything other or any sort of overrun extra time obviously creates extra heat, uses extra fuel. Not always a good thing. Okay, so Mick Taylor, Rob Brindle, your next pair. Fingers crossed for a pair of 8s, maybe even someone nibbling a 7. Mick Taylor driving it down the centre line to an 802 at 168. Nicely done. That'll be the number 2 spot for now. Rob Brindle goes 882 at 143. That gets him the number 5 position at the moment. So Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian. Immaculately turned out car in the Kestrel lane. Up against the one and only Dougie McClure, the Slugcess. Dougie was racing last weekend And so was his wife, actually. Couple of nice looking runs. It will be Martin Payne over the line first with 982 at 134. I'm guessing no nitrous. And a 1032 for Dougie at 126. Right, folks, if you're not in sprinting distance from a fence, a grandstand or a banking, now is a good time to run. It's not often you get to see side-by-side blown alcohol pops, but you're about to in just a second. So, Gary Bird with the lucky penny. Very lucky after the run he made at the Hot Rod Drags last year. In the Slick Tricks lane against Aaron Bird with the antisocial pop. We've had 21 cars on track now. We still have a few more around the back of the tower. Whoa, Gary Bird finished starting where he left off kind of at the end of last year. All over the place. 14, 17 and 14, 15 are not really going to be representative of what they can run. However, the most important thing is they get a number on the board. Well, when I said side by side, I got ahead of myself because John Webster was actually alongside John Willard in the pairing lanes. But it looks like it's going to be Colin Miller and John Willard alongside each other. So this will be Simon Swarbrick with the none too slow pop. Probably with the nitrous on in the Kestra lane. Taking on John Webster with one of Europe's quickest and fastest blown alcohol pops. The 60-foot times this car produces are immense. Absolutely amazing. If you can just stitch it all together without any tyre shake or any deviations, you never know. He could get that magic 6-second run. He's been 7-0s on a number of occasions. That's a blown small block in there, bear in mind. A screaming small block to run that quick. Well, John Webster with it's not behaving itself at all. It's going to be Simon Swarbrick by the looks of it. Over the stripe first it is, 11.45 to 11.63. Most important thing for John Webster, though, he's got a number on the board and he will be in the order. OK, folks, I know a lot of people have come this weekend for one reason, and it's to see 6-second blown alcohol for pop. But this one comes all the way from Australia. You've got to raise the roof when these two come round. It's going to be Colin Miller against John Willard. A week ago, side by side, 6-second runs. It's the Flying Viper against the one and only Aussie Outlaw. Now, if you follow these cars as much as the rest of us do, you know what's coming. If you haven't seen them before, for once, I'm not going to spoil it for you. Because what you're about to see is something you don't get to see anywhere else in the world. What we're looking at, I'm not going to tell you how quick or fast they go. I'm going to give you an idea. Last weekend, side-by-side sixes from Ford Pops. That's correct. Also, the man in the Slick Tricks lane, John Willard, has been here for the best part of 3 weeks. He's raced 3 weekends almost consecutively. The numbers that he's run have been outstanding. This is the quickest. I think he holds the record for being the quickest in the world. And he's just creeping up on being the fastest in the world as well. And he has come all the way from Sydney, Australia for your viewing pleasure this weekend. Now, if the bodies on these cars look very similar, it's because they're both produced from the same mould that the guy in the Flying Fifer owns, Colin Miller, in the Kestrel lane. Let's see if John Willard has turned it up for this one. He hasn't travelled 12,000 miles not to go for it. And neither's Colin Miller. Travelled a few hundred either. So it's the Flying Fifer against the Aussie Outlaw, take 2 here in qualifying at Dragstlgia. It's going to be John Willard over the line first. 671, 197 miles an hour. Colin Miller goes 721 at 187. It looks like something may have paid the price at the top end for John Willard, though. Lots of smoke through the finish line. The speed is well down as well. The numbers for John Willard are the quickest we've seen for him in the last few weeks he's been here with the Aussie Outlaw. He makes the turn-off at the top end of the racetrack, but I think he may have unfortunately wounded it in the process. However, that is a new Outlaw Anglia record, ET in the UK, everybody. Not to do the man anything short as well. It was just such a shame because we wanted to see him go all the way through, foot to the floor, because that probably would have been the quickest and fastest run in the world for an Outlaw Anglia. But anyway, John Willard's team, his son Doug, and his wife down there as well. You can see them on the little golf cart going up to get John. I really want you to raise the roof for all of them, please. A fantastic effort, a fabulous run. We do hope he hasn't hurt it too much for the rest of the weekend. Okay, we do have a bit of cleaning to do in the Slick Tricks lane. That is the first leg of a new official Outlaw Anglia ET record in the Slick Tricks lane. For all you number freaks out there, 107 to 60 foot for John Willard that time. That's quicker than he's been so far since he's been here. 4.32 to the 8th mile at 168. And at the stripe, 671, 197 miles an hour. So, yeah, anyway, let's hope that was a bit of heavy breathing and nothing worse for John Willard. So we'll be down for a few moments. We still have 2 orange pops to go. And then we have the biggest class ever assembled in drag racing with Nostalgia Superstock right behind them. Nitro FM, we won't be long. Doesn't matter about the red light for Jason. Wow, Lauren going way out of shape.
Still stick with it.
9.76, 11.10. 0.15 off and... Point. $10.15, that's closer. We'll get the number one spot. Great running earlier on in the run what you brung. I knew that was a good light for Simon as well. 0.29, he'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
The good thing about running earlier is you get a good idea of where the car might be. 76 in 11.04, your numbers 1 and 2 qualifier on that pair, as if by magic. There we go.
Steve looking for a 9.75. Nick looking for an 11.80.
67 too quick. 46 too quick. Both break out. $9.90 with a 9 too quick. 7.63.
03 light.
$10.97. Starts tomorrow evening, doesn't it? So Andy Cobb and Chris Lyram. 10.31 with a 6 will be number 2 qualifier. Andy Cobb goes to number 10 with a 68 on. So John will get there first with a 10.99, goes to 9. Brian in at number 8 with 11.57, 11.3 sign for Lee. Just noticed that it was Jerry driving earlier on. Now Lee's in there when it comes to qualifying. $9.65.
Good looking run. Straight and true. 10.38. It's 127 mile an hour. Slots a minute. Number 10.
So the idea of Willis Wars is they come out and make a number of runs and then whoever is the quickest effectively wins.
$40.48 there for Chris. Loz gets go through with the 11.11. No, not a bad looking run there for Richard.
Pretty even as well. Richard goes 12.55 at 1.05 and a 30 11.03 at 1.19 for Damien, and cruising across the finish line at 59 miles an hour is Matt Hollins. Good looking run for Johnny. 10.15, 1.29.
Nice.
And 12. Quickest run so far, 9:84, 1:43 for John.
Myself now, but there we go. Let's see. As Graham and Ian leave the line.
Whoa! Ian all over the place. I think whatever that billowing is, he's sliding around it. 10.85 at 1:21. Nice run for Graham.
Oh. Yeah, 10.41, 133.
Takes the green on his own on this one. As the Jim Tanner's car poops out. Oh, wow. 8.76. 1:49 for Andy Cliff.
Well, you
Well,
can
it's a
see
good
that's
thing,
why I'm
not
not
alarmingly, sorry.
sprinting up to the pits to get myself ready, so it's going to take a while. Then, of course, at the end of that, it will be the Force of Nature steam bike, and aiming to finish around about 7:30. Time now is 5:30.
So Paul Tarry with a 12.53 at 1:12. I think he's been quicker than that so far. $12.46 and $12.77 respectively. Go on, second gear, I dare you. I think run out of gears before the finish line. Still not bad going at all. 15-second run. That was good all the way through. Yeah, once you manage to...
Dave going to get to the stripe first. He's going to run 11.32 against a 12.92 for James.
Yeah. Terrific looking launch for Chris. Not like it ever isn't. 8.75. Just short of 150 for Chris Hartnell.
400 Qs, a little bit bigger. So an 8 of some description, please, for Callum. He gives us an 8.99. And the 11.07 there for Brad. Greg goes through there with a 9.43, a 10.25 there for Dan. $10.99, please. $9.91, 139 for Keith. $8.65, 158. Well done, lads. Well and truly back. Yes.
Okay, we are back to racing. Once again, folks, that run you saw from John Willard is the quickest Outlaw Wrangler run ever in the UK. He has been faster. He did go over 200 miles an hour last week and a couple of weeks ago as well. So if you get the chance, go up and see him in the pits. Whatever help he needs to get him out there for the rest of the weekend, I'm sure our wonderful drag racing community will offer it. Needless to say also, he's number one qualifier. Colin Miller, who I think I almost neglected to mention in that run. Sorry, Colin. 7:21 is the number two qualifier. As of right now, we have 27 cars qualified. These two will make it 29. Unfortunately, it was only Barnaby Levy who didn't get to put in an ET because he rolled the lights, sadly. However, they got two more chances tomorrow. Fingers crossed. So this is side-by-side orange pops for your viewing pleasure. Nathan Barlow in the Slick Tricks lane with the original orange pop taking on the beast. That's the car, not the driver. Simon Barlow, who grenaded the engine in a burnout back at the main event at the end of May. Moved heaven and earth to get it ready for this weekend. Sent the block, the crank away from repair. However, he didn't just send it up the road to Holland. All brand new, all back together for the first time. Very best of luck to Simon and the whole team after a massive amount of work. That looks a lot quicker and faster than before. What's that going to be for Simon Barlow? Oh, it's a 7:15. Look at that. 198 miles an hour. Number 2 qualifier and his fastest ever run. Not quite as quick as he's been 7.0 before, but bear in mind, that's the first run since they nailed it back together. 14.39 for Nathan. But he just got a prime view as Simon Barlow going 7.1 at 198. Outstanding. Outlaw Anglia, what a show. Congratulations to the whole Barlow team. Great effort. Worth all the hours, I'm sure, right now. Well done, Carl. Well done, everybody. That's a proper smile, and I'm sure Simon will be grinning from ear to ear to ear. The other thing for Simon as well, he still lifted a little bit on that run too. Give him a massive round of applause. What a show from all of the Outlaw Anglers. They'll be back again for 2 more qualifying runs tomorrow and eliminations on Sunday as well. Fabulous stuff. So, if you haven't had enough, you're in the right place. Nostalgia Superstock, the biggest class ever assembled in Europe. 72 cars on the entry list for a 64-car ladder. John Wilson in the Kestrel lane, taking on Adrian Portelli. You can see the numbers on the board at the finish line. Those are the dial-ins. They're going to try and run as close to those as they can. 10.91 for Adrian on an 88. Goes to number 1. John Wilson 2. 14.12 and a 14. That's the first pair. And we've got another... Hang on a minute. Why can't I work this out? Bear in mind what I do for a living. 35 pairs we have to go. 35 pairs of cars to qualify in this eliminates. Connor Hall and Simon Rickwood. Simon, your most recent winner of a national championship round last weekend at the Summer Nationals. So 987 for Simon Rickwood. Oh, 985 with a 0. He broke out. 1262. Connor Hall was the right side of the number. That's what you want to do. You do not want to go too quick because your run is effectively negated. Okay, Nick Martin and Chris Tyhurst. It is like the world's best, fastest car show. Is it not? 1366 Kestrel Lane, Slick Tricks Lane, 12.37. First run of the weekend for Nick. Chris Tyhurst has put in a couple of runs so far, actually. $12.55 and 13.90. Well, they're safe at the moment. Number 3, number 5. So, Andrew Bishop with a CUDA. Kestrel Lane, 10.10, 12.50 for Daz Chandler. In the Valiant. Red lights don't matter, it's all about elapsed times. Andy Bishop nailing it through to 10.47 and a 12.95. Everyone's a little off the number at the moment. Then again, the first car down the track, I think, went 10.91 on a 10.90. Tony Pearson, Kestrel Lane. And Ty Strevitt. 11.24 for Ty. I beg your pardon, Alan Huckle. I apologise. Sorry, Tony. That's the car that Tony normally drives, that's why. So, Alan Huckle looking for 12.60. Ty Strevitt, 11.24. $11.72 for Ty, nearly half a second off actually, over a second for Alan Huckle, but most importantly they got a run in, and for now they're qualified. However, 8 people aren't going to be qualified. It's very, very important in this session not to run the wrong side of your number, just in case. Okay, Phil Stillwell, Kestrel Lane 13 flat against 12.30. Bob Main all the way. Well, he used to live in Scotland. He now lives up in the north of England, which is kind of Scotland as well, but you know what I mean. He comes from the north of England now. 12.76. They're making sure they don't break up. 13.31 for Phil Stillwell gets him the number 6 spot. 31 on a 13 flat. So Rob Terrell with the Robster's Revenge, the big coronet in the Kestrel Lane against Paul Singer. Car called Done and Dusted. Boom, boom. Again, getting there first doesn't matter. It's just getting as close as you can to the number on the board. Rob, 10.28, breaks out by a couple of hundredths. 12.48, Paul Singer is the right side. He goes to 3. Rob, 14. Out of 14 at the moment. So, Jason Dodd and Glenda Thompson. 2 cars we've seen already today. As much as I hate interrupting the music. Thank you very much. Jason Dodd, 10.71, 13.90 for Glenda. $10.83, right side of the number is a good place to start for Jason Dodd. Goes to number 3, but Glenda goes to number 2 with the 13.96 and a 13.90. Okay, up next we have the Fallen Angel. Or Demon, if you will. Same thing, really. Pete Christmas against Neil Francis with the Rust Bucket. I think that's just a rather fetching patina. Not so much rust. Little bit of a double step on the start line, so I'll be surprised if they're that close to their numbers. Pete Christmas will be getting there first with a 11.10, sorry, 11.10. 12.52 for Neil. Gets some number 10 and 12. Okay, look at that Roadrunner over there. John Davidson in the Soper and Heck car in the Kestrel Lane. 10.40, plays 12 flat for Mike Graham. taking their time bumping in. Okay, John Davidson with, well, nearly a second off, actually, 11.34. And that won't be a 12 flat, 15.54 for Mike Graham on a 12-second dial-in. Anyway, on the subject of dial-ins, Steve Matthews with the Red Onions Galaxy in the Kestrel lane, 14.99 in big letters on the back, I wish. Reason being, I think that's the slowest dial-in you can dial in Nostalgia Superstock. Hope he gets close to it. Against Gary Semper with the Firebird. 12.06. Will he get close to 14.99? The answer is no. 16.53. He's still qualified for the moment, though. Again, mainly because he didn't break out. Tim Stanbury with the car he raced in California, actually, that Mustang. 10.50 against John Pratt with the Barracuda. .12.01 and 13.45, long way off for both of them that time. 12.90 is the number for the immaculate Roadrunner in the Slick Tricks lane of Stuart Arthur. And John Hurahan with that, again, look at that. Proper looking, I nearly called it a Mustang, I'll get shot. Camaro. If I called it Camaro, I would shoot myself, but I didn't. I called it Camaro. $12.50 plays $12.90 for this one. And it's a 12.92. That'll work. Stuart Arthur goes to number 1. John Hurahan goes to number 20. But for the moment, it was a car in the Slick Tricks lane, that Roadrunner. Currently your number 1 qualifier. So far, anyway. Still got loads to go. The one and only Don Scott with the Roadrunner in the Slick Tricks lane against Royden Mitchell, another new name to me, 10.50 with the Dart. Another cracking looking car. Okay, so far we still haven't even had half of the cars that are entered so far. Just imagine that, not even half. Something dripping, unfortunately, I think, from Don Scott's car. It's going to be Royden Mitchell on his own. Well spotted by the start line crew. If you wonder why we need to do that, you can't have any kind of fluid on the racetrack, and especially as anybody that knows anything about engines knows, that a small drip on the start line, as soon as you nail it and everything's under pressure and at higher revs, becomes a torrent. So unfortunately for Don Scott, he won't get a run in. Pressure's going to be on tomorrow. 2 qualifying runs to get in the show. Okay, Kiwi, Stu Johnson, if you prefer, against, well, Kiwi against Mojo. There we go. Mojo with the Plymouth, Slick Tricks Lane. Kiwi with the Duster. He's had great success at this event in years gone by. 989, 1110. .990 with a 1. Your new #1 qualifier is Stu Thompson. 11.14. Not exactly bad in the other lane. Number 4. Good matchup, that one. So, Dan Sanderson and John Sleeth. John with the Camaro. We've seen a number of times today. Dials 968. And Dan Sanderson with the Mustang. 13.74. As you'd expect, the Camaro way out there in front. 974, that'll work. John Sleeth goes to number 5. Dan Sanderson, though, 7. With a 1382 and a 74. So, Glenn Gumford with a death trap maneuver in the Kestrel Lane, 12.15, place 12.20 for Beavis Allen. .42 and 37, 11 and 15. Not quite what they were looking for, but still got a number on the board, which at the moment is the most important thing. Okay, Jared Heathcote with the Nova. Sorry, that's the Nova in the Slick Tricks Lane. They're both Novas. Stu Doiney. As if Nostalgia Superstock wasn't tough enough. One of the UK's most accomplished bracket racers joins in. $12.15 for Stu, $12.72, number 11 Stu Doiney, and Jared. Right, so by my rubbish calculations, or approximate calculations, that's half the class we've had now. Only half. We still have the rest of them to go. Be interesting to see what the bump spot is after Q1. We've never actually had, ever, a 64 car bump spot. Probably until today. Andy Bosworth with the Spirit of 66 Coronet. 1036 plays Pete Dodd, 927, one of the quickest cars in Nostalgia Superstock. Again, very successful as well. Good looking launch of Pete Dodd. Will it be a 927 or will it be just a bit too quick? 31, very nicely judged. Into number 5, 1043 with a 0 for Andy Bosworth. Number 8. Plenty of wriggle room at the top, but it's all going to tighten up over the next 24 hours. Steve Lloyd with 11 flat dialing in the Kestrel lane. Playing Vic Parsons, 975 is the dialing for Vic Parsons. Bear in mind that car was pretty much brand spanking new 2 runs ago. Just 2. Vic Parsons goes, 982, that'll work, and 1116. So 9th qualifier for Vic Parsons, 14 for Steve Lloyd. Hardly have time to reset everything. Holly Butcher with the troublemaker. The Dodge in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Mick Sharp, with the Detroit Hustle. Mick's made a few runs today. Will this one be what he wants, which is a 10:39? Oh, 10.40 with a 0. Mick Sharp does actually take the number 1 spot. 13.62 for Holly gets number 31, but for the moment, Mick Sharp is your number 1 qualifier. For the moment, obviously. However, still lots more to go. Lots more. So Keith Williams with the Nova. Dad's racing this weekend. How cool is that? In the Slick Tricks lane, 1170 plays Dan, is Lad in the other lane. 1070 with the 1970. So Dan's going to get there first with a 1067, goes too quick. Keith Williams, 1256 on a 70, 1170 that is, gets in the show for now. Spencer Tram and Lee Charles, 2 absolute killers when it comes to this class. Spence won last weekend in Comp Eliminator. He is in the Kestrel lane with 11.15 on the board. Lee Charles, 987. Lee will get there first, as you'd expect. That goes 989. 11:31. Lee Charles slots into the number 3 spot. Spencer Tram for now, number 16. Again, being part of the show is the most important thing. Okay, Gary Cork with the Coronet. Kestrel Lane, 11.70. Carl Kenyon with the Twisted Lemon. 1490. $11.77, that'll work for Gary Cork, and it will get in the number 12 spot. Carl Kenyon slots in at 14. 1502 on a 14.90. Pete Wiseman taking on what looks like our medley. I'm not sure whether it is, though. At 990, it could well be. Right, 1022 and 996. Pete Wiseman goes 24. Number 29 in the other lane. In Bournemouth. Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Glen Bournemouth. It was in the Slick Tricks lane there. Apologies if I misguessed. So we've had 49 cars. We've still got 25 to go. Still got 25 to go. Colin's going to be the last car. You know that, don't you? Okay, Guy King with a classic Camaro taking on Adam Novak. With that big Roadrunner. $11.09 and 13.28. 22 for Guy King, 26 for Adam Novak. So the Thirsty Work Chevelle paired up with Rousseau's Rat. 10.41 in the Kestrel lane. Plays a 9.80 for Chris Goodale, sorry, in the Slick Tricks lane. Pull through stage for Paul. No pun intended. 9.94 and 11.13. That's 18 for Chris Goodale. 40 for Paul Small at the moment. We still have a whole bunch of cars to run. We've had 53 put in timed runs. Only 4 have actually broken out, would you believe, so far. Mick Sharp is still number 1. To get in the top 10, you need to be 06 or closer to your dial-in. This time it's Ozzy Brown and Bob Gallagher. Ozzy with the That's a Do Camaro. I think it's her first weekend ever in the car, which is why she was having familiarisation runs earlier on today. Well, she's got 3 good races standing behind her. Amy Watkins, son Harrison, husband Ian. All of them very accomplished. So 10.97 is what she's looking for. 10.94 with a 5. 300 too quick. And a 14.90 go. 16.09. Well, Aussie slots into the number 54 qualifying spot. I'm not sure I've ever said that before. Slotted into the 54th qualifying spot. Okay, Matthew Dowdy, young man who used to race in Junior Dragster, now in various classes with this beautiful Nova that does not seem to be playing ball at the moment. Matthew Dowdy, unless you get it in forward, no, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Great shame for Matthew. He won't be putting in a number. Carly Watts for the Watts family. The Watch Shop Challenger on a buy run. Looking for 1070. Goes 1145. Well, it's a number on the board and it's number 41. Again, Matthew Dowdy will have 2 more shots at it tomorrow. Okay, Paul Fleckney with the Ragtop GTO in the Kestrel Lane 14.99. Again, the slowest you can dial. Against Ash Rawson with Kermit the Duster. $10.26 for Kermit. $10.25 with a 1. Just a tick too quick. And 14.99, 16.29. Paul Fleckney actually out-qualifies the guy in the other lane by 5 spots by not breaking out. So, Dave Billadou taking on my very good friend, everyone's good friend, and Mr. Weight Loss 2023. Colin Theobald in the Slick Tricks lane in Bruce. Dials a very unoptimistic 1140, but he doesn't really want to do anything to damage it, being the most important thing. Dave Billadew is long gone, as you'd almost expect with a 9-second car. 9.87, 9.89, and for Colin, 11.88. Well, Dave Billadew goes number 4. Colin is very safe at the moment at number 38 with 11.88 on 11.40. We have now had 60 cars put in time runs. And yep, we're still going. There are a couple that haven't made it to the line. This will actually set the bump spots. So Duncan Watts taking on old Scatterbolts over there in the Kestrel lane. 12 flat, plays at 9.50. A 9.44 too quick, and a 12.19. So, Jason Stegall and AJ Denning. And again, we already have a bump spot. So it's now a case of there's going to be someone on the list that won't be qualified. So AJ Denning, 11.60 goes 11.70. That's not a bad guess at all. That will get the number 15 spot. Jason Stegall slots in at 56 with a 15-second run. So number 1 after that session, Mick Sharp. 2, Stu Thompson. 3, Lee Charles. 4, Dave Billadew. And 5, Stuart Arthur. And at the other end, the bump spot at the moment is Ozzie Brown. And Dan Williams is just above her as well. These are the breakout runs. Duncan Watts and Jared Heathcote, the 2 not qualified. However, there were more cars down here that should have run or would be running. Just to let all you good folks know, we've got one more vehicle to go. And it will be the Force of Nature steam-powered, yep, you heard that, steam-powered bike coming round in just a moment. Graham Sykes and the team are just getting the bike ready. They won't be a couple of moments. Now, if you've seen, obviously, rocket bikes have been in the news quite a bit, mainly because Eric de Boer is the quickest in the world on one. However, this isn't a rocket in the traditional sense. It is powered by steam being forced out of the rockets at the back, effectively, as opposed to hydrogen peroxide used to create an explosion. It's still very quick, it's still very fast, it's still fairly loud, and it's an unbelievable piece of engineering. It's also the world record holder for any steam-powered vehicle in the world. So just really a couple of moments, folks. Please hang with us, and we'll line up Graham Sykes just as soon as he gets down. He's on the way right now. It won't be just a couple of moments away. Nitro FM, don't go anywhere at all. Okay, folks, we are back, and if you can see behind the start line, well, I was going to say, just the tow wagon is a thing of work, let alone the bike itself. That is Graham Sykes, the Force of Nature steam-powered machine. This project started in 2012 with the aim to try and achieve the top speed of over 200 miles an hour at some point in its life anyway, using only steam as a form of propulsion to generate thrust. Pretty simple concept: heat the water in specifically designed certified pressurized tanks to a set temperature of 250 degrees and a pressure of 40 bar, and release it through a pair of DeLaval rocket nozzles to generate the thrusts. The water exits out of the nozzle at 1.1 mark. My goodness me. You may hear a bang. This is the air just going faster than the speed of sound as the water pushes the air out of the way, if you like. So Graham and the machine, I don't know if all you folks on the grandstand or on the banking can see, this is Graham's first ever run with this bike here at Santapod Raceway. He's been here a number of times before, actually, with some of the nostalgia bikes that he's actually got, and he will be running one of those over the next couple of days. So the bike will be lowered down from the working height down to a more manageable level and then rolled off, and then Graham will start his pre-flight routine. So the bike itself pushes against the saturated steam throughout the run, which is 60 times denser than air. It expands at a rate of 100. Why can't I say 1600 to 1? There we go. And pushes the nozzle away, propelling the bike forward. Now, it pulls approximately 3.2 G. It still takes off like a rocket, effectively. To control the flow, they require the valves to be capable of withstanding the pressure, temperature of the water, and also have the ability to open and close very quickly. This is the 11th year of the Force of Nature build and development. Designed and manufactured by Graham himself. If you get to check the bike out, it will be on display in a historic marquee over the weekend. Just go and check it out. It really is an absolute work of art. So much of the stuff has been manufactured, pretty much all of it, to be honest with you, by Graham. He also produces a number of other things for other jet cars as well. His quickest 60 foot so far is 1.32. His quickest 8th mile is 3.87. And to the 8th mile, he just rolled over the line 169 miles an hour, which is actually the world record for a steam-powered machine. Now, we're going to be setting the clocks for a quarter mile. How far the bike runs under power entirely up to Graham's discretion, shall we say. And as they wheel the machine out to the start line. Don't worry, Graham's not far away. That's the crew guy just wheeling it out. Don't press the wrong button, whatever you do. So yeah, you can see the machine itself. Very, very similar to Eric de Boer's machine. However, this one is powered by all natural resources. While I can still hear you, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Graham Sykes. Going to be taking a ride off into the distance here at Santapod. The first time this bike's ever been seen here at the track, on the racetrack. He's had it on display here before, actually, but it's going to be his first ever run in anger with the Force of Nature bike. If you haven't seen this, it really does look like a rocket taking off at Cape Canaveral. It's absolutely a work of art. Graham's been featured in a number of news articles all around the country. He's been making a lot of press and generating a lot of interest. Now he's starting to go quicker and quicker, and the whole concept is proving itself. There's a lot of people sitting up and taking notice, and as Graham tests the machine and gets quicker and faster, there's a lot of room for improvement. So we are going to give Graham the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown when everybody's ready. As is traditional, this will be the last run of the day, and very, very good luck to Graham and the whole team. So he is staged up and ready to go. Here we go, folks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Bear in mind, that's just steam, everybody doing that. Rolls through the quarter mile. Look at that. Put your hands together. 6.71, 161 miles an hour. And he breaks the world record that he already set himself. 106 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 4.03 at 175 miles an hour. That actually wasn't quite as quick as he's been before, but the speed was definitely there. Quarter mile ET just cruising through the last half of the racetrack. 671, 161. Hopefully that was a fitting end to the day here at Dragstlgia for the Friday. We'll be back bright and early in the morning again. We'll be kicking off at 9:30 as always. I think it's Custom Car Invitational out first. So we hope you've had a wonderful day. Please enjoy yourselves this evening. It's a wonderful evening to be at a drag strip. Absolutely 100%. So thank you for being with us. Have a terrific evening and we'll see you all in the morning.